This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the agenda, we will not need the executive session at the end of the meeting scheduled for 10:45 unless there's some other issue you'd like to discuss. At some point, maybe during items from commissioners or during general business, I was going to bring up the offer to visit the Gilt Edge Superfund site on July 17th. And also, please note that we added the big grant at 8:30 under highway business that came in yesterday. I don't know any other changes. Thank you.
Okay. Move to approve the agenda with the amendments. And the amendment was to put the discussion for the Gilt Edge under general business.
Got a motion and second to approve the agenda as amended. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Conflicts today.
Mr. Chairman, I have a conflict at, gotta find the right one here. Item number 4 at 9 a.m.
All right. Anything else? We have the meeting minutes from June 27th.
Move to approve the best minutes in the county.
Second.
Got a motion and second to approve the meeting minutes from 27th. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. This still says bottom line. Should I still sign it?
Yeah, and then just,
You can have whatever.
yeah, I'll fix it. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Not at all. Auditor's account with treasurer.
Where it went. Yeah, please, thanks. I lost it.
I have it memorized.
Okay, safe. Okay. Alrighty, this is as of June 30th, 2023. Total amount of deposits in the banks is $65,396,051.43. And that total includes the $5 million at Colliers, the bank balance of $26,477,763.40. U.S. Bank balance $32,216,844.45. Money market $1,701,701,443.58. Total amount of actual cash is $1,350. Total amount of checks and drafts and treasurer's possession not exceeding 3 days, $76,396.14. And then the cash and treasurer's possession, $5,929.62. Petty cash, $2,725 for a total of $65,482,452.19.
Move to approve the auditor's account with the treasurer.
Second. A motion second to approve the auditor's account with treasurer. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Now we have the bills. I know I had a question, but it was answered. Any other questions on the bills, Commissioner Ivert?
Well, it's a comment. I see that the public defenders is $6,600 in expenses, and the court-appointed attorney is $15,800. And I'll note that that's the smallest amount that I recall in recent history for the court-appointed attorney, at 20. That's a pretty frightening number.
I got a question on the payments to the fire districts.
Okay.
What were they for, I guess is the question.
It's for the fire chairman.
Is it bill money, please?
The $50,000 that's allocated through the fire protection budget is allocated out to each fire department. And so a voucher was sent out to each one of them for signature, and once they get sent back in, then we pay out that allocation. It's a budgeted amount that is dispersed out.
And this is the annual.
Yes.
So the ones that are not listed out here, you're waiting for.
Yeah, their voucher to come back signed.
Okay.
Yep. So
there's a letter sitting in the mailbox.
Yep.
Okay.
That is correct.
Anything else?
Nope.
Follow-up question. Is this the small dollar that we tax for?
Yes.
Not their individual?
That's
So this is that small amount that's a mill levy.
It's $50,000. Yep. It's, yep, that we budget for in the fire protection budget
Okay, but how does that revenue come in? Is that
through the fire protection levy. I think it was point. Yes,
okay.
it is correct.
So it's tied to
Yes,
that levy.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about it.
Yeah.
I misunderstood. Yeah.
Mr. Sleep?
I have a question on 2506.
2506.
That's us.
Yeah, and Greg is here too. It's the IST, it's the quantum plans. I think it's for some equipment that was ordered. Quantum, it's for support agreement.
Say that again.
Support agreement for our data backup equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's $1,995.
It's for part of our support. Well, they're both of them the same.
Well, and Citrix is the other one.
Okay, so Citrix, that is for a platform we use for our application server. So to secure our application server, that's what that is.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions on the bills?
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion second to pay the bills. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Which one?
Mr. Sleep, can I grab that other sheet?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Travel requests.
I have none, Jim.
Personnel.
Have two. Crystal Stalkin was hired on 3/9 of 2016. She is one of my personnel. We're reclassifying her to a county employee 3 at a grade 1 at a base pay of $22.61. She is a full-time permanent employee, and this will be effective on July 23rd of 2023.
What was her change her, what did you, classification change? What did you say?
To a county employee 3, and she was at a county employee 2 grade 3.
Okay.
So
Move to approve as presented.
Motion to approve the classification change. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
and then I have Christy Sims. She is a new hire in the state's attorney's office. She will be a deputy at a grade 7 at $2,011.96 per pay period. She will be full-time permanent, effective on 8/21 of 2023.
Commissioner Diver.
Do we have 2023 funds for this position? Are we gonna have to assign
I think we will be fine because we haven't had this position
for a year?
since the beginning of the year. So the funds will be, they should be fine.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
A motion second to approve Christy Sims to the state's attorney's office. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. LEMP quarterly report.
We have that today, Barb, the quarterly report?
Yeah, it's the same. Just get the quarterly signature sheet for our grant.
So we need a motion to allow the chairman to sign.
Yes, please.
Question.
Commissioner Diver.
Barb, this only does half the pay for the employees in the emergency management department.
2 positions, it covers half of our pay, everything that we get paid from the county, like, and it takes half of the insurance, all that, retirement. And then also, I did learn, and I will be submitting when I went to a class, if possible, if there are enough funds at the end of the year, they will reimburse part of any travel that we have. Like when I have been going to a lot of classes, if I have to submit everything, and if possible, it's not guaranteed, but they will also submit or reimburse partial of that as well.
But it does not do any reimbursement for vehicles, radios, computers, just personnel.
This conference will now be recorded.
So the application goes to who?
State.
I move to approve the updated plan or report.
I'll second. Got a motion and a second to allow the chairman to sign the local emergency management performance grant paperwork. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried. County convention, 12th and 13th of September.
Thank you, Chairman, if I can, if you could please let me know by your next meeting on the 25th of July, if you're going to attend or not. That way I can have the pay request submitted for your approval at your August meeting in advance of the deadline. So far, I know Randy is going to want to register. I don't know if anybody else.
And I'm on the agenda, so I better go.
I'm not available one of those days already.
I might be going.
Just please let me know.
Okay.
I might go too.
Just so the commission knows, on the morning of the 13th, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the summer study on counties is going to take public testimony for 2 to 3 hours from commissioners at that location. And then they'll go into their regular meeting after. So they'll be meeting for about 5 hours on the 13th, Wednesday.
Just on the summer subject topics, or
It's on the one topic, which is county funding and county expenses. Just that committee.
All right, next we have the county residency policy.
Mr. Chairman, I put the policy on in the drive, and you have a hard copy for the rest of you
You can
in front of you
zoom in.
for the residency policy. The question comes, and John Bacon, fill in any details. I think he has an employee that's interested in living in Wyoming, maybe over by Colony, I'm not exactly sure. Just over the border at Buckhorn. And whether or not that comports with the residency policy. Remember back in May of last year, you did amend it so that generally employees are not subject to the residency policy, only department heads, elected officials, et cetera, are, and those who drive a county vehicle. So looking for an interpretation. I suspected probably the answer was no, but it's your policy.
That's probably what, I guess in my mind, I'd leave it to the discretion of the department head if they can respond in a timely manner to get to their job. And Buckhorn is as close to Lead as places in the canyon or even down by Rochford or Nemo to the shop at least. My personal opinion, Commissioner Diver.
Well, if we look at Beulah too, the
Oh,
spearfish shop, you can jump on and off. The response time is maybe less coming from Deadwood with the traffic. So, it's just the dynamics of our county. Meade County, Butte County, Weston, and Crook, all, if they can respond in time, I think that we should update the manual to let the department heads make that decision. And this is what we're proposing.
That is the.
That is.
Current
Okay.
policy.
Yes.
Should we have that? This basically word that department head elected officials have to be residents, the rest is at the discretion of the department. But taking into account response time would probably be the big one, or in personal circumstance, maybe. Case by case basis.
Mr. Chairman, under the current policy, don't we allow that discretion?
Theoretically, it would be, but it's never come up. So I mean, in the recent past, you didn't allow people to live outside of the county, so that was changed. But that's a separate question about living outside of the state. So I didn't know if that had gone, if that was a bridge too far.
Mr. Chairman, if I may follow. Sure. As legal counsel, we're just saying out of the county.
That's right. I mean, it is.
So we could move forward with this
I think
and then
that's
amend
it.
it later, right?
It's crisis right now. Again, it's been a pretty significant shift in the policy of late. I didn't know how far it was going to shift from living. You couldn't live in Sturgis before, but now you can. But can you live in Wyoming? Is a separate question, right? That's why it was.
What's your thoughts? Do we need to do action today or just support?
I think
This
the policy
one.
allows for it. If that's how you want to interpret it. Yes.
Do we need any motions?
I don't not necessarily. I think John has guidance, and I think he does have some response times in mind for his department.
we've always used a 30-minute response. And also, I will say, it's just kind of interesting fact, just last night, we're hiring, we got an application from somebody that lives over between Beulah and Sunday. Crazy things happen.
Mr. Diver.
Well, I would suggest that when we do the next update on our manual, that we make this more clear. But I think bringing it to us is appropriate, just to acknowledge it, but I don't think we need anything else.
I think it works. Brenda, go ahead.
I was just going to comment that, each department has their own policies as far as, Brian has a response time, John has a response time, if they can respond within the 30 minutes, like wherever, just happens we live on the border of Wyoming and
I know where
it's,
Mr. Alk is coming from. It's not ideal. I mean, ideally, everybody would live in the county still. Things, and everybody likes to use the term since COVID, a lot of that stuff has gone out the window as far as finding the personnel and at certain pay rates. So, thank you. Anything else on this item?
If you look at Trout Haven, it's a long ways.
Oh, definitely. Okay, Sheriff Dean.
Good morning. Firstly, I bring your attention to RCS's formal request to extend the contract by 31 days. We talked about this on a commission meeting or two ago. We based upon the feedback that we got from the commission when I brought it up last night, we did approve it. We're just looking for your affirmation to our decision to go ahead with it again. And as a reminder, we found it to be merited and accurate. The caveat that I would throw out there, however, is we really want to closely scrutinize any additional extensions because of other contractual circumstances that will reveal themselves in September of 2024. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking for affirmation to whatever extent you would be willing to offer it. As I said, as the owner's rep on your behalf, we've already given.
It's been approved, just for sure. What would you like to see for action on this item?
So we're talking about extension of the number of days, delay days, right? So I'd like a motion to approve. Is it 30.5? I don't have the sheet right in front of me.
31 is the way it ultimately added out. And I would say I'd offer as a request that rather than approve, because we've already approved it on behalf of the board, if you could affirm our decision, just for a matter of record.
Commissioner Diver?
A question. This is only on the extension, not on the change order.
That's correct. The change order will hit that next.
I would move to affirm the decision of the Public Safety Service, or what's the name of the board? I'm sorry.
Public Safety Services Center Committee.
Thank you.
Second. To have a motion, the second to affirm the decision or reaffirm the decision by the board to grant a 31-day extension based on extenuating circumstances without penalty, I believe. Is there any comment, Commissioner Sleep?
Well, it's a half a day more than what they asked for. I guess it doesn't matter, a half a day.
Round it up.
Actually, the second paragraph, they qualify that, Mr. Commissioner. So the first sentence of that paragraph is 30 and a half days, but then they added 31 working days at the, and that's where they came up with September 25th. I did the math there correct.
Thank you. Any other comments?
So when we did the contract, there wasn't any weather days in the contract. Is that correct? Am I remembering that correctly?
You are correct, but from a certain perspective, the county allowed RCS to pick their own date.
Yeah.
So whether or not they calculated weather dates, there would be a question.
No pun intended. But it seems to me that if they were picking the date, that they should have built the weather days in, and the county shouldn't be on the hook for those days. I'll certainly affirm the decision of the committee.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Next, I'd refer or ask you to direct your attention to the document titled AIA document G701-2001. This is a updated explanation of change orders, and I can attest that the Public Safety Services Center Committee has reviewed each of these as they have come up and have approved them in committee. We additionally find that this amount reflected below lands within our existing building contingency fund. So I'll be careful to point out for the record that this amount does not put us over budget. We are still within budget, and the likelihood of more change orders as this project continues over the next 13 months is, I would say, absolute. Things come up. We have to make decisions at the time. And the other area that I would direct your attention to is those items in red serve as testimony that your Public Safety Services Center Committee continues to try to find ways to save money as we go.
They're parenthetic, they're not red.
So there are 3 areas that are in red.
Ours are black and white, so it's a
Even here, we're
parenthetic
trying
numbers.
to save money by not printing color copies.
Read them just, I got the drive.
I can put it up on the screen.
So that would be proposal number 3, which is in the amount of 8,232, proposal number 8, 7,446, and proposal number 10, which is 5,050. So what we would be looking for at this point would be direction from our board. We serve you in particular as your owner's rep, Dr. Alka, and I feel comfortable signing this document on your behalf, either or if you prefer, chairman. At your discretion.
Okay. Mr. Divert?
I have a couple questions. This is our first one of these, right?
And technically, it's our second. Commissioner, the first one would be the money, approximately $3 million that we saved through value added in.
And who signed that one?
Chairman signed that one.
I don't actually.
I don't, I'm guessing, but I think it was the chairman.
I just wanted to be consistent. And the question on number 02R, the fire rate of wall revisions, that's part of the city code we had to
That's
meet.
exactly correct.
Okay. So that we anticipated that.
We did.
Okay. Well, I would move to allow the chairman to sign if that's consistent with the last
Okay.
item.
Do you want to put either or?
Either
We can
or.
Go back and review the document.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I'll make a second. Got a motion second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So if you find that person.
Then we'll have the protocol moving forward.
And that is all I have to report, Mr. Chairman.
You're catering lunch today?
That is true.
We talked about having jail lunch, so
We
you had jail lunch, yes.
That way I know in years past, the sheriff has discussed early on, especially at length, some of the costs of food and the quality of the food, and it offered several times that he would bring the commissioners over food depending on what the meetings were, and we have in the past done that, and keeping with that, we'd like to do it again. So we're having the same lunch that the prisoners are having today, but it's for a budget hearing. Commissioner Divert.
An item for the sheriff. I'm learning more about the relationship between emergency management, search and rescue, and the sheriff's office. And it's, I think that I'm understanding that search and rescue is becoming a bigger expense, and we really don't get any funding from the state or federal government other than PILT funds for search and rescue. And although we have search and rescue budgetarily engrossed with emergency management, statutorily it's under your auspices. Can you explain that relationship?
It has been some time since I've reviewed that statute. It's a little abstract, which I mean to imply it's not easily found and it's not often referenced. But statutorily, search and rescue does fall under the office of sheriff. That's never been an issue for me. It's not an issue for our existing emergency manager, and the board has kept that budget item underneath the emergency manager, I suspect, because it has been that way for many decades, dating back to when my father was the civil defense director. So I don't know that anybody's ever seen a reason to change it. That's about as eloquent as I can offer.
That's pretty eloquent because I've been reading the statutes and it's a little bit confusing. But bottom line is we have a number of search and rescue efforts on public lands that the county funds.
I would add to that, Commissioner, I'll defer a comment as well from our emergency manager who's here now, but I would estimate, I've not run the numbers, but I've often commented in this year, historically, there were years that I don't remember search and rescue ever being called out. And it feels like, I'm not sure we got through a weekend in 2023 where we didn't call them out. Obviously, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but they have really put in a tremendous service over the last 6 and 7 months.
And Dr. Outgo, we have the ability to bill for a rescue to the individual.
I think there was a recent law change within the last year or two that allows the county, for example, to bill the recipient of the services up to $1,000. But a lot of times they're out of state, and I don't know that we've ever attempted it. I don't know how that would go. How meaningfully you could actually collect from somebody.
And then you have law enforcement responsibilities on the public lands too.
Yes.
And state parks in some counties, you have to do they do law enforcement on state parks and tribal land, right?
Well, state parks, I can't speak to that because it's not proven to be an issue of question for us. But I suspect that you're exactly right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Sleep.
For individuals sometimes that are involved in the rescue part of it, they volunteer to pay for the services that rescues.
I'm not sure I understand what your question.
Well, I thought that some of the people that were involved being rescued volunteered to pay for the costs.
I don't know that I've known that ever.
The victims, I mean?
Yeah. Well, we get a donation.
Donation.
Okay. And it goes back in the general fund. And then we come to the commission to ask supplemented it at the end of the year.
But I don't know that the donation has ever covered costs.
No, we've never had that happen. We did have one snowmobile rescue where it wasn't even the family of the victim. It was onlookers. They put their money together and sent $500 to the goodwill donation. That bill that was sent to the legislature was for $2,000 per event. The legislature cut it to $1,000 per event of actual expenses. So you gotta, qualify that. We try to put that together, but it's time consuming. Sure. I just brought that up because I know you got money from people. That's an animal rescue. Yeah.
It's a state.
Thanks for your patience.
Any other discussion? Thank you.
Thank you.
See you around lunchtime.
Okay.
Mr. Bay.
Good morning.
Don't have a lot here today. The first, I do have a request for an approach permit, a private approach permit, and it's kind of a unique deal. I think you guys are going to be talking about replatting a piece of property. This Heather Essig is buying the property. They're going to put a house on there. They've already purchased the home, and it's sitting in Rapid, and she wants to get ahead of the game and try to get some sort of approval for an approach permit so that they don't have to wait till the end of August to do this at the last our meeting in August. They feel that's when the closing would be for this property. I told her I would do everything I could do to get this approved, contingent upon the replatting of this piece of property and her closing, so that the approach permit would be in place and they could build their approach as soon as the property changes hands. They're kind of on a time crunch of getting this home moved in. So I told her that was what I was going to try to do. I was going to see if you guys would approve this based contingent on the property being replatted and her actually owning the property. Right now it's owned by the Maitland Partners LLC.
I believe that's the third plat on our list.
I think it was on there today.
Commissioner Diver?
Question for legal counsel. Since she's not the owner and she's the applicant, can we approve this with the condition that she proves ownership?
I think that's exactly what you're doing ultimately, yes.
So what I see is even if the plat wasn't approved, she had ownership of the property, we can approve it.
Yes, yes.
It'd be just the one step rather than two. Because she won't own it if it isn't platted.
Right.
So it's the plat is moved because the ownership dictates. She can buy the whole property too. Is your recommendation to approve?
My recommendation is to approve contingent upon her ownership of the property.
And would we verify the ownership by having her bring you a deed or Bruce a deed? Something to that effect.
Yeah, I think that'd be fair.
That would be my motion.
Okay, I'll second that. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Margaret Bonicelli.
This is another kind of, I would have never even brought this to your attention, but it was brought to my attention. They had already done the work. They rebuilt this fence. The fence has been there forever, but the fact that they rebuilt it, we had a report. People thought they were putting a new fence in. This fence has been there forever, and but we thought, being that it was reported by a citizen, we felt that a permit to occupy the right of way was in order. So
the old fence was in the right of way.
it was exactly where it is now. Nothing has changed, just the color of the fence.
But if the old one was in the right of way.
Absolutely, it is exactly where it is now.
So yeah, so our option is either to make her put it on her property line or approve this permit.
Well, and I got to tell you, if we were to put this fence in, this is where we would put it. It goes over culverts. To put it on the property line would block the culverts. So, anytime you fence around a culvert, you usually go over the top of the culvert to keep the culvert clear. Sure. So that's exactly where this fence has been and is. And like I'm saying, if we were to do it, we would put it here.
That's what I say. So your recommendation would be to approve.
For sure. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
I'll move with all recommendation.
Okay. Second. Motion to second to follow recommendation to approve the right to occupy permit for the fence on Van Ocker. Commissioner Geiger.
So, question, I don't see anything in the agreement that requires them to move it if we widen the highway, like we do with the utility. So it's a responsibility of the county to move it if we improve the highway. Is that your interpretation?
I guess I don't know that. I think,
My point is maybe we need to look at our form in the future
yeah.
to make it consistent with the utility provider.
Sure. That's exactly.
I'm not going to hold this one up, but because it's not a very long fence, but I think we should have a consistent language in there in the future with this form and utility occupation.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And the other thing I have for this meeting is the Juso Ranch Road. Bonnie Broking has requested speed limit signs be posted on this road. There are no signs at this time. Because of the Pathway Spiritual Sanctuary, there is a lot more traffic. The the residents say there's a lot more traffic. We have no data to back this up. We've never done a traffic study out there. There's no,
For a long time, it was a drive thing that we, isn't it, wasn't this one of the ones that we looked at?
well, this is one, the Juso Road, Edithson Juso Road is roughly 1.9 miles long, and it services about, I think there's 5 homes in there.
Oh, is there
Yeah, there's several homes in there, but it's a road that we've maintained for well over the 20 years required.
So the discussion, this had come up before where somebody wanted us to put a speed limit sign. And I think we discovered that we may not, I think in the past, I don't know that we have any, there's no 20 speed limit in the county I'm aware of.
We
That
have
the
20
county
mile-
controls.
We have 20 mile an hour speed limits. Bauer, where I live,
Is 20?
that's 20. The Wildberger Road across from where I live, is
Wildberger is 20?
20
Okay.
mile an hour, yes.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
I know
we
that was a
do.
discussion because we looked at, I think it was a change on Yellow Creek or somewhere. I think we ended up, they wanted 20. I think we ended up 35. That was the discussion. And this dead ends, is that correct?
Yes, it dead ends on both Edenson and Juso. Those both end at residence.
Of course, Wildberger and Bauer both dead ends.
Correct.
Well,
Well,
you could technically
Wildberger
squeeze
now
through.
goes around. It used to dead end.
Well, yeah, there was an old Forest Service road that went to Truck City eventually, I think, on that. Mr. Diver,
What's the current speed limit?
There is no current speed limit. There's 0 posting. So if you go by state statute, it's reasonable and prudent, I think is what the state statute says.
So 85.
Unless you go to an urban area, unposted urban area roads, I think state statute allows for a minimum of 25. But this, I don't know if you really call this urban either. You're more rural, it's me.
what would
At
your
which point it's
recommendation
60
be on this?
Well,
Do we, I mean, should we post it, and then is this appropriate if we do post it?
if we post it, I would go with minimum 25. I don't care much for 20 mile an hour speed limits. That's pretty slow for anybody. The road is in good shape. It is a good condition road. We just gravelled it in 21, I believe. So I think it warrants some speed limit signs.
Commissioner Diver?
Would you post it the whole length?
I would put a posting on either end of it. On
So the
each
whole
end.
road would be 25.
Well, that's where the pathway sanctuary is at the very end of the Juso Road.
So how would you enforce that at 25?
I'm not in charge of enforcement, unfortunately.
I just see that the sheriff's gonna get a bunch of calls.
I didn't realize,
Steve?
we had 20 mile an hour speed limits on roads. I thought
I didn't
25 would be appropriate too, because it coincides with others.
Yeah, I think if we post it, I think 25, it makes more sense.
If you guys want to care to look, I do have a list of all of our roads that are posted and the speed limits. There's several 20 mile an hour roads on here.
I had no idea.
And I'm aware of, and it's slow. I have people pass me when I do.
Through the park, is it spearfishing? That's ridiculous.
On Maitland, first section there, people pass me.
Commissioner Diver?
So according to your graphic, it was really these two homes that are close to that road.
That's right. In fact, that's her home there, and the map you have, I just drew a line, to where she lives, and that is probably the closest of any residence to this road, and that's also probably the narrowest section of this road.
Okay, and so when those two lots were platted, the access was off of North Rochford, and that cul-de-sac was dedicated, but they built up Juso Road. And did they get approach permits?
I would have to look and see if that's in our record.
See, what I'm thinking is the rest of the homes are much further from that road.
Absolutely, these are the two closest.
So if we posted it after we get by that second home, we could increase our speed.
Which is counterintuitive. To increase the speed on the dead end road. After the
Understood.
beginning of it.
Understood.
I agree. I think if we post it, we just post it for one
But,
speed.
and I'm kind of leaning towards putting a slow sign up there or something.
Well, it's
rather
your
than posting
discretion.
the
You
speed
guys
limit,
can do whatever you
you know what I
like. I think some sort of posting would be.
Some type of signage, yeah. Slow residential area or something like that.
John, you have standardized signage already.
Because I think once you get past that second home, if you have the complaints, the sheriff's gonna be down there all
I agree. I see no reason to post a road that we're not going to enforce. And I'm not sure that's a good use of our sheriff's department resources.
Do we have a generic slow sign or residential area sign? Probably, I don't know of any of those, but I didn't know we didn't have to put them on our sites either.
We probably have some sort of signage that we could put up indicating that, residential area.
Well, there's children, their grandkids come up all the time, so maybe one of those
Put the
signs.
Randy Dybert slow children playing.
Yeah. Something,
I'm sure we
whatever
have
standard.
something. If you guys don't want to do speed limit signs, I'm sure we could post something that at least show that we're trying to do something.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to do that, and then if there's a big problem, we can revisit the speed limit.
So we don't need a motion, just
Give-
have
have
the highway superintendent come up.
Have some discretion on what he could do, to facilitate this. Does that work for you?
Yep, that'll work for me.
I've been on the road many times and it's not, it's changed quite a little. There only used to be two people. I think lived there for a long time.
That was when we talked about taking off the system because it was a driveway.
Yeah.
And then these two shouldn't be on there either. They should be coming on
And
that other.
that was approved in the 70s, early 80s. So.
Okay. I do have a couple these from last meeting that were continued. I don't know if you guys have done any more on those. The Apple Springs had applied for that approach. I think you guys have brought up the fact that at one point you thought this was going to be a fire hall area.
It is. It shows up on the thing. Amber's doing some more research on that.
and she
That
sent me
lot
that as
she's
well.
talking about
Yep.
was actually initially at the first plan was intended to go as a public lot for the possibility of a future fire hall.
So we're still working on that then?
I believe so. Ask when she comes
Okay.
So question for Mr. Chairman is, if it's a fire hall, we'd wait till that is built to do the approach.
in theory, yes. There's a little bit of discussion, and that may come up in her time. There's talk of, well, can we allow her to do this, or allow them to do this until such time as either Deadwood or Sturgis wants to build a hall there, and then we require that they tear the asphalt, do something else, but that'll be a discussion. So that one is still kind of holding on. I'm not sure. I believe she was going to get a hold of Mr. Short and have a talk and look at some other things, and I haven't heard back. That was right before the 4th of July holiday, so let's look into it.
Okay. And the other one is on the Bauer Road for the approach for the micro wedding venue. I think you guys are still working on that. That still had to go before the board as well.
Yep, I suspect that if it's approved, we'll probably also then take action on the improvement of that.
Very good. Other than that, I don't have anything else unless you have something for me. The
Two big grants.
oh, sorry, yeah, the big grants are going to be put in there. We got a just yesterday they sent those. That's for our Christensen Drive Bridge that we got the grant for, and we just need that
Sign the
sign.
chairman to sign.
So moved.
A motion second to allow the chairman to sign the paperwork for the big grant. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I have a question for John.
Mr. Dybert.
So the 990,000 to Western Construction on Nemo Road overlay, how much completion? What's our
75%.
Thank you.
But I think as of today, it's 100%.
Good deal.
I think the only thing that's left on that is what we're doing, and that's the edging. That was part of our portion of that job was to take care of the edging of the millings that we cut off. So we did it yesterday, but I do know that they had more to do today, but with the rain they just got, I don't think we're down there today. We're gonna get stuck in the ditch.
So you'll have it done before the days of 76 and the rally.
Yes. The paving, 100% of the paving is done at this time. It's just our edging and that will be done, and striping. Huh?
How's it look?
It's fantastic and it drives nice. They did a very nice job. So, and that little stretch in that picture I got there, that's the 400 feet that we added of the Meridestus Road. And I got to tell you, that's going to be very helpful for us going forward. That's always been a troublesome area to maintain. It's always full of washboards, and because it's on an incline for that cattle guard, so I thank you guys for letting us do that. It's gonna save us from taking a grader down there. It's the farthest road we have from any equipment, so.
Will the striping be done before those two events?
Yes, the striping is gonna be done. They said 7 days. They want the cure time. I don't know if, honestly, I don't know if it's for the paint or so the paint sticks better, I believe is what it is, but they just said the cure time on the asphalt has to be 7 days for the paint.
Oil residue.
That's what I said, I said oil.
Yes. And our other bridges are, I'm gonna find out, I got a call into to our engineer on the Nemo preservation. I'm hoping that they get the guardrail back up and we can remove all the barricades for the rally, so that road will be 100% open, even though the bridge deck won't be complete and the chip seal won't be done on it. But at least there won't be barricades and we won't have stop signs. I'll know more about that this week.
Then they come back afterward.
They'll come back. They have not done the southbound lane yet, the patching, or the column or chip seal is afterwards, but sure, none of that will be done before the rally, certainly. But I hope to have, I'd like them to have that thing at least open to two-way traffic.
Will they have stop work then during the rally?
Yeah, they're gonna stop there.
All their employees.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Vay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, your report is very helpful, and having the numbers on the approaches is super helpful.
Yeah. We're gonna take a little break before Amber comes.
John, is that road grader out there, your road grader, or does that belong to Peterson?
Where's that at?
Road grader out exit to.
Oh, on Home State?
Yeah.
That's Monty Peterson's. That's one of our old machines. He bought it from us. He bought it from Butler.
Yeah,
It's one of our old.
he's grading the road.
He's grading our road?
Yeah.
Well, then that must be one of our machines. They were gonna go out and do some grading today.
Well, the machine was set. They didn't do it today. Several days ago, they graded from the bridge on up to Four Corners. And I thought that was really unusual.
Well, it is. I'll have to look into that because I don't think that was us. They shouldn't be blading our road.
No, I said, I don't think so.
I know Monty does keep his, he lives there. That's his
Yeah.
machine. So he's grading our road. We'll probably have to look into that.
Well, he did that one time. And I thought there was a lot of traffic on the gravel. I thought that's why I did it. I don't know. Well, he did it once.
Right?
I thought it was unusual if the grader was county grader and it was on his property.
No, that's his machine. You bet. How are you? I think I met you once, actually.
Do you have a lot of meetings in Pierre all the time, Eric?
Oh, it seems like they just come in waves.
Oh,
Yeah, a couple meetings next week that I'm supposed to go to. And I scheduled these things 2 months ago, thinking, well, shoot, the third week of July, I'll be done breeding, I'll be done haying, and haven't started on second cutting. It's not working out worth the darn.
yeah.
So I don't know. I really haven't done any baling yet, so we'll see if those are going to work out. One's in Mitchell and one's in Pierre.
Oh, I see. So does the Cattlemen's Association demand to go to those things?
It's at my discretion. Some of these are at my, some of them I need to be at, some of them I don't.
I see.
It's
This
Yeah.
It is what it is.
WB.
Go back online.
Moving back. Good to see you. Good morning.
All right, we're gonna herd the cats. Keep going.
So you wanna do it?
It's not 10 minutes.
Just swell right off the bat.
Did you can hear us?
Look at that. The coffee's black. What happened?
I forget.
It was clear.
He was busy this morning.
The Apple Springs approach permit, we'll have a quick discussion on that. I think we can take care of, take that. So,
Okay. So, I guess I had talked to you, Brandon, but the fire, it does say that future fire hall. Other than that, it doesn't really say when or who's gonna build it or anything like that. I wasn't able to find like detail. It's just if at some time, one of the entities needs a place for a fire hall, that would be the location. Mike was fine with that when I talked to him yesterday. So if you wanted to put a condition or something that just basically he can't put a structure there, he was comfortable that it was just for parking right now. He just wants to utilize it for parking.
the other question
So-
is that lot platted?
No.
Okay,
No,
so at this point, they really couldn't build
it's
anything
just part of
anyway,
his
so
overall big piece, I guess.
part of the green space.
Yeah,
So this would be just the access off Wildberger Road
yes.
to this, what would end up being essentially open lot to park trailers, overflow boats, whatever,
Yep.
sleds. But still wouldn't have impact in the future should there be a public building added
Yep.
there.
Remind me what our highway superintendent's recommendation was.
He's right here in the back.
My recommendation was to approve.
Did you say there was some culvert, get a ditch or something there and a lot
They're
of,
gonna need
you
a
had some.
culvert. I would allow them to put a 15-inch culvert in because the ditch depth wasn't gonna accommodate an 18-inch pipe. And then they wanted to, and I agreed to extend the culvert going across the Wildberger Road to decrease the slope. So there wasn't such a steep drop off into that lot property or their drive.
Mr. Chairman, who's going to have access to park on this lot?
I think the people
The people that
that
live
have
in the
property out of Apple
subdivision.
Springs.
So it's open to anybody that lives.
That's how I understood it when I talked, Mike stopped in yesterday and he's just trying to get them off the street. Because right now they're parking on the street in front of houses.
So we don't foresee any conflict of people complaining about trailers that are parked.
Well, it's right next to
Right
the,
beside it is a power station,
Power
or
station.
substation that, and it's off, it's on the Wildberger Road, so all that stuff, is more internal to
I remember that.
like that. Commissioner.
How do we distinguish between this being a parking lot and a storage area?
I don't think we need to.
So is storage like that allowed in this zoning district?
Well, it's a PUD, so I think he can allow it wherever he wanted. I mean, I don't think,
Well, and realize we're only approving the access. If there's a complaint on the use of it, we can then come in planning and zoning and require them to permit it, plat it, which again, at that point would bring up the intended use at the time of the approval of the PUD, which basically, if there's a problem with somebody across the street is mad because storage is going on there, it's like, well, you should get a conditional use permit on that particular lot. Would be my thinking out loud.
Okay.
So we're only dealing with the access current. Yep. So your recommendation was to approve with the conditions that you had in place. Okay?
I move to follow recommendations with the approach.
I will second that. And I don't know where in the records we need to put, just to keep an eye on that lot, but it's been a motion second to approve the access off Wildberger Road. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. 3-1. So now do we have updates before we go into plats? You want to do plats?
well, if you wanna do sort of that plat question that, there was a WBI utility plat. I didn't print it, but it was just in the drive. And I just had a quick question, and I think you two, probably the two commissioners, you'd be able to answer it. Maybe I'll let you go backwards. And what it is
This is between Whitewood and St. Ange.
yeah, it's Whitewood and St. Ange, and this surveyor is really, I mean, it's been 6 months of trying to get this plat dealt with. And he's really struggling. He's not from here. We finally got it. It looks better than this right here now on my desk upstairs. But I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So what I understand is this is the existing WPI Energy station that's already there. And it's present. And basically they're trying to increase the size of that station. But I can't get through to this surveyor that means to me this existing old meets and bounds description that they did goes away. Because now they're calling it the WBI utility tract and it ends up being 1.30 acres. But I don't know how to get it through his head that this has to go away in the middle in order for
It's
that to
being
take
absorbed.
place.
It's not gonna be two separate
need-
lots, it's one bigger lot.
At least that's what I think that's the only way we could approve it. What am I missing? I don't know how to explain it to him.
Is this the
Really
preliminary plat?
This is well, that's part of, he doesn't want to do a preliminary, but I'm telling him he has to.
Well, this suffices as a preliminary.
Yeah, it's
So,
got all the stuff.
yeah,
Well, there's an easy way to deal with this.
okay.
That lot's gonna have, what's the zoning district?
Well, it's ag. It's an
Okay,
old,
so it's 25-foot setbacks, right?
yes, from the highway.
How about around the lot?
It's Pittman Lane. I'd have to see it, Pittman Lane.
No, I mean around the exterior, the side and rear.
Well, this one would be 10. This is the highway, so it'd be 25, and then Pittman Lane is probably
And then around
25.
the meets and bounds, you'd have that too.
Yes, and then that's
So
going
if-
away, so it gives
Well,
them.
only
if-
if he.
If he includes it, he gets rid of the setbacks and can
Okay.
use the property. If he doesn't, if he leaves it as is, half the property's not usable because of setbacks. So there's your
50 foot.
leverage.
50 foot around that property, 25 on the inside.
Yeah, because right
25
now I
on the
think
outside.
their goal is to be able to build a bigger substation building.
And so ask him to put the setbacks graphically on this plat for both lots and he's gonna see his problem. Then he's gonna understand that he needs to include that meets and bounds in his planning process.
Okay,
And then he has usable ground, otherwise there's no usable ground.
okay, I just had a
And
question because I've
we
been
can lead him
struggling
to
with
water,
this and
right?
trying to get him to do it, so.
Yeah, that would be how I would.
But I don't
say-
think I'm asking the wrong thing, is you need to get rid of that old meets and bounds in the middle in order
Yeah,
to absorb
sure,
it and make the lot bigger, which will help them be able to
And then,
expand.
and then I have an issue, the section line goes through the lot. Section line the setback does, okay.
That's a section line setback. He just,
Okay.
I don't know why they showed it like that. I've never
So
seen
they
it.
built in the section line, or is that in the 25-foot corridor they built?
Well, I'm gonna say that existing building
58.
is in that,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
in that area.
Since he's on that graphic down on the lower left, he's showing a 58-foot section line setback.
Mhm.
So,
Which the building's been there.
understood.
Tell
It's
you how
been
long
quite a
it's
while.
been out there, but, okay, that answers that question. I'll continue to work with them.
Back to
Just
the
flats, I think,
reliable
right?
land holding, well, unless you have other updates.
Nope, that's pretty much it.
So the first was the Crook, is that Crook Mountain Road? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so this first one, you guys have looked at this as a layout plan already. This is reliable land holdings. We only looked at the preliminary plat. He did try submitting the final and I told him no. We did get a fire plan for it and there is quite a bit of work to be completed on that whole track. So they're gonna have to deal with that first. This is the one that because Crook Mountain Road, we don't have any maintenance, nothing on it, like there's nothing out there. They do have access, the Forest Service provided a couple of different documents saying that they had some alternative, some access along Crook Mountain. But based on that, road-wise, Crook Mountain Road is already in existence. But I don't know if you can make them do anything to it, widen it or anything. It's a pretty decent road. So all of the access points would be coming off of that road. There's no internal subdivision road except for the access that they're using as a driveway access that accesses their big back piece. So
Question, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Diver,
For legal counsel, can we require, this is a Forest Service road not on our system. Can we require them to improve it?
You can make it, you can probably make it a condition. Of course, you can't compel the Forest Service to allow them to do it. And so I think, yeah, you could make that a condition. But I don't know if it's gonna
I would be concerned if they took us to court. It's like, you made us improve this road, so that must mean you exercise some authority over this road. So now you come plow our road for us, please.
Yeah, it's a vicious circle.
Yeah, it's happened before.
and basically that's why my staff report, I just made sure everybody was aware it's not a county maintained road. We're not gonna require, I mean, we can't issue a driveway access permit or.
And so when we sign the
do
plat,
that.
if they do the fire plan and sign the final plat, it'll be an NA.
I would have, kind of what we've
I mean,
been
we
doing
pick that
on
up
these
at the
roads,
time.
so, yeah.
The Forest Service won't sign it.
The Forest Service will, but the Forest Service did send us it's in here, no, I gave it to you last time with I have the document that's like a Forest Service, like showing that it's a Forest Service road.
It's right there. Exert,
It's on
yeah,
there.
existing U.S. Forest Service road, because I was gonna have him, document 82-1514.
Yeah.
I was gonna have him add that, but it's right there. So. Commissioner Dever.
Well, and the reason I brought that up now is if you're gonna expend the funds to do the fire mitigation, you wanna have some sort of surety that the plat,
Yeah.
final plat will be successful. And the only holdup I see on it is the signature of the highway authority.
So there's
Jennings.
4 lots off this road, is that correct?
5, I believe.
Well, there's an
Oh, wait,
existing,
6.
there's 6 total. There's an existing driveway, we'll say, right now, that goes up the hill, and that's the driveway that they're gonna use to get to 5 and the stuff that they own behind them. But as far as I can tell, lot 6, 4, 3, 2, and 1, in theory, you could have driveway. And that's the only concern. And so I know the P&Z board did tell the landowner it would be in their best interest to have a shared driveway system. And so it sounds like as part of the fire plan, they're gonna, as they're doing kind of their fire plan work, they might try to like have that existing access point kind of, maybe be 3 lots. But I can't control that because we're not gonna be approving access permits.
The way this slope looks to me, they'd be better off coming off of this little back road to get like the 3 and 4
Yes.
to build up higher on the hill away from the road. But it is what it is. So,
Yes.
Commissioner Diver.
So you're creating 5 new lots.
6.
Well, the one lot existed,
Correct.
so 5 new.
Yes. 5 years.
So that's my concern, that the county doesn't have control over the access. But by approving the lots, we're essentially saying, sure, go ahead. So and put all these approach permits off that road. I think that's a safety.
We won't have approach permits because they get
Right.
But yeah, but that's
So we're creating a situation though, that's going to have approaches, multiple approaches at short distance.
well. There's a couple of academic discussions there. Does it meet the criteria of our ordinance to approve as a plat, approve the subdivision as it is? It does, in my opinion. That access, whether it be a state highway, Forest Service, private, or county, we just have to prove that they have good access in and or out. After that, it gets a little, like I said, then you're into more of the detail of, should we make them improve it? Well, can we make them improve it? And then what does that imply? Again, in a court case, does that imply that if we forced them to approve this, was it because of the approval of the subdivision, or was it maybe as a condition of fire mitigation? Which that would be the only way you can defend this. Again, in my opinion.
Yeah. So what you're saying, if what I'm hearing is correct, it meets the criteria, so we should therefore approve it, even if it's a bad idea.
I'm saying that legally, I don't know what we could deny it on.
Right. Yeah.
That's,
Because we can't deny it just because it's a bad idea. We need to have it.
although there is also a theory out there that not all land is developable, no matter what,
Exactly.
if it's built on a slope like this, should there be anything there? Well, can there? Commissioner Diver.
Well, I've gone around with this one too, because the fire plan doesn't speculate on the quality of the Forest Service road typically. But you gotta, to fight fire, you gotta be able to get there, right? But by approving the plat, we get the mitigation done, which makes it a better situation to fight fire. So from a safety standpoint, once the mitigation's done, it's a safer property than if we don't have the mitigation done.
But the steepness does enter in too, doesn't it?
If you look at
The
the,
steepness of the road, when you look at the lines here, you can tell it's starting steep.
yeah, and in steeper ground, more mitigation is done. Grades of over 6 or 8% require more mitigation.
And the difference is this plat, they're not asking for you to approve any roads because the only road is the driveway to the back lot, which is the allow one driveway.
Right, we'd
You
have
know,
to.
so
we'd
it's
have
not
to-
like he has an internal road system that you're approving terrain or he's
The
not.
trail is on his lot,
The trail is on his own.
so there's no,
And it goes to their property. So
Yeah.
it continues. So we're not isolating the property. That would be
Yeah,
a
they
big
still
one.
have access. So I think they'll, if you look at my staff recommendation, it was to approve the preliminary as submitted with the notation that the access off of Kirk Mountain Road will not be approved by the county. Staff suggested shared access points on driveway between the lots. The fire plan would need to be implemented prior to the final plat, and that's how planning and zoning also. I think they felt that it still needed to have that notation, just so when a final plat comes in or a building permit comes in later on, at that point, I could ask for where is your access, because they have to show me. And we can sort of, not really approve the access, but kind of say, hey, remember it was supposed to be shared access, is kind of like thought.
But that's not a required thing. That's a
It-
suggestion.
Commissioner Diver.
We can
so,
make it
so
part of
through
it.
our health, safety and welfare ability, can we approve this with having 3 total approaches?
But then you're gonna be
That was a
finding
question
plat.
for Mr.
Yeah.
Well, again, so they come off a Forest Service road. So if you're trying to compare, would we do it if it was coming off of a county road? I don't know the answer to that. But again, it's Forest Service road. And so, I mean, I think the Forest Service gets frustrated when these plats get approved and the traffic gets put on Forest Service roads, and then they end up having to deal with these kinds of issues, right? But that's a consequence of the circumstance, not. And so I think you can.
Well, you've done it before where you've made them show the driveway, but that's when we knew we were approving.
When it's
Driveway
county, not
access.
Forest Service.
Well, I'll take a shot at the motion. I'd move to approve the preliminary plat with the contingency that the driveway access locations are shown on the final.
Following, and also following other recommendations from staff.
Yep.
Because there was also.
And that would be
I
the,
would second that, because I think we need to have
so on the final plat, and if I may,
that. Certainly.
since we have the second, they're going to show where these approaches are. We have maybe a little control over that, and we can get that to the Forest Service prior to approval too.
So,
Stroud.
Randy, your point would be that the takeaway to the surveyor, the owner would be to be mindful of what the circumstance would be if it was a county road in terms of locating your approaches, and to try to co-locate them or find appropriate safe locations. That's what we would convey back to them.
Yeah, because if you look at this and they look at the contours, they may have a driveway go through another lot to get to that lot. So I'm just mindful that they look where the driveways would be and don't, hopefully it doesn't compel them to sell a lot that they can't physically build an access to because it's so steep, where they could come around and come down the contour.
I mean, we put them on notice that question will probably come up at time of final planning, and they should have an explanation
Yes.
of why it justifies where they're at.
And that's why I didn't put a number on it, because if they have good justification for where their approaches are, I'm good with it.
I think that will help them, because their question was the fire plan. They know they need to do some fire plan work, and it might
Yeah, if they're mechanically moving that material, they're gonna build some roads. If they're doing it by hand, even a skidder on that slope's gonna be tough.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions on this plat? Motion second. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
3-1. Green Acres,
All right, so this one is just a lot line adjustment. It's two,
it's 2 months.
so basically they're just taking, we have multiple lots of old quarter descriptions and a portion of Bradley Wolf tract, and they're just moving the lot line. So both parcels are still large parcels, 43 and 76 acres, moving the lot lines between the two parcels. I think it's mainly because of a fence, is what Mr. Williamson had said.
Did we see this last week as a,
You saw it as a layout
couple
plan.
weeks ago?
Mhm. So they're doing a preliminary and a final. We did do exempt on it because they're just changing the
Lot line
lot line.
adjustment. Commissioner Dybert?
Well, they actually had 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 properties here that they could transfer. So they're consolidating, and there's a transfer going on between neighbors to add a pasture from the guy on the west to the guy on the east. So, this is really, really taking down the number of parcels out here. I'd say it's reducing it by at least 2 and maybe 3.
Says here they're creating a new subdivision.
That's right, but if you look at the map, and you go to their title history, this is a tract they can sell as is. This railroad, I think in 2 pieces they can sell as is.
That quarter.
They could sell this, and they're all separate deeds.
Oh, yeah.
And then this guy could sell this portion of this 40 by deed, because it's less this, that's how it's deeded, and the remainder of that one, say remainder, that's 5. So they're taking 5 lots and making 2. They can deed those, they can transfer those right now by deed. The reason I know this is the client called me before they hired the other firm.
Is this Park Forest? Is this what the zoning?
Yes. Yep. The
Yep.
backside of it. Kirk City.
Yeah, it just cleans up a lot of little pieces that are broken.
And it's
out
because
there.
the Federal Transportation Authority abandoned the railroad, and they did it in 2 separate documents.
Yep.
So that created the 2 along the railroad. We don't want those to sell that.
So the first thing we would need is declare it exempt since it is a consolidation plat. Consolidation.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that. A motion second to make this exempt from the fire plan because it's a consolidation plat. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Now we've got the preliminary and the final.
Question for planning director. As I'm reading the minutes right, the planning and zoning recommended approval on both.
Yes.
I would move to follow the recommendation on both the preliminary and final.
Second. A motion and a second, couple of seconds to approve the preliminary and the final. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item number 3, this is the Yellow Creek one that we approved contingent upon ownership, the access under Mr. Bay's time.
So this one is just a lot line change from the original loads go, we'll say this way. You have a load here and a load here, and now they're trying to switch it so that the road center line is the property line, so it's a piece on both sides versus crossing the road on 2 places. So they're just trying to switch it. And acreage wise, it's a little bit different, but they both still meet the density requirements, and I think it just cleans it up.
So this would require an exemption from the fire plan since it's a lot line division, just changing 2 lots, still 2 lots.
Yes.
There's no structures currently.
They're waiting on, I have a building that's sitting upstairs waiting for this plat. There will be a building.
This must be right at the top of the hill.
I would move to make this exempt.
Well, second, motion to make this plat exempt from the fire plan due to it being a lot line revision. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We have the preliminary and the final plat. Commissioner Duggar.
I have a question on the public access easement, the 40-foot public access and utility easement dedicated on B1.
East-west.
One, is there a reason that that's public?
I couldn't tell you. Nobody, that's just what they put over there. The only thing I can think of is everything in Maitland Partners has been dedicated to the public. Other than that,
I mean, it's public access to the forest.
There may be, I wonder if there's an existing trail across there that then crosses Forest Service.
because it goes
There is
into
a
the
property
Forest
on the
Service.
It should be shown on the preliminary plat if there is.
It
This right here,
only, yeah,
that is a trail.
but once it leaves the property, they don't have, they wouldn't need to show it. But
I
they
think
should
the ordinance says within 100 feet. 50 feet. But I don't see the trail. I just see that that's.
I want to say there's a trail, like people.
It'd be
ride
nice.
their ATVs.
It'd be
That's what I'm worried
down
about.
it,
That's
sort of a thing.
we're giving
but
ATV access to the Forest Service.
I don't know.
And are they cutting
Well,
across that piece of
they
Forest
are.
Service? Yeah. But it's not going to be ours, but it's public, right?
We're not requiring it, right? It's on their own.
So are people going to come back and say, hey, it's public, county's got to maintain it? Or county's got to shut it off or regulate it? I have some heartburn there
Why
with the
the Forest
ATV.
Service could fence it at the property.
Mr. Chairman, I think I would remind you that 11.312 suggests that just because the county approves a plat, it does not mean you're taking on jurisdiction of a road. So that would be our argument that, no,
They are, however, leaving public access to public lands,
Which is good.
which is.
And I wasn't, do we need to do anything with Yellow Creek Road? Because they are designating it as public access on this plat. I think that was just a. Because it's Yellow Creek, I mean,
Right,
they
it's been there forever.
already maintain it.
Yeah, they could have quoted the statute.
Yeah. They,
Okay,
Yellow Creek is a county road.
yes,
That's sort of the down payment.
shooting ranges out there. There's still a lot of hunting out there.
I ran into a mountain lion face to face.
How do you feel about this plat? I don't know how you feel about the mountain line. I feel like
I'm struggling with that public access.
and I think it's appropriate. The Forest Service doesn't want it there, they can fence it at their property line. Or put boulders there like they are.
Recommendation of planning and zoning was
approved.
But just a question, the public access is there now, so it doesn't matter what we're doing today.
no, it's dedicated this plat.
What's going to be
There's-
dedicated.
Yeah,
There's
that-
an
that
existing
40
little
foot.
trail that runs
Yeah.
through there. They're just dedicating
just
that now to the
dedicating it.
public, so it ensures that it's open through that lot no matter who owns it. See, the Forest Service can boulder that up at the end and it just be a little stubby.
Right. Then people are just going to drive around rock.
Or, yeah, at that point, they could come and ask us to vacate it because the Forest Service. So, I mean, there's always ways to remedy that. Those.
I'll move to follow the planning and zoning recommendations.
I'll second. Motion second, any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And that was on both preliminary and final? The motion.
Is that what the recommendation was?
Yep.
Yes.
That was my second. All right, number 4, we'll make sure and stretch this one way out, since Commissioner Labor is not allowed to have discussions unless we ask him questions.
All right. So this one, I have the big map up here. Sometimes it's a little easier to read. Yeah.
Lots 1 and 2 and 10 through 73 and 75 through 100 at Block A of Deer Mountain Village, lots 3 through 9, lot 74, Block 1 of Deer Mountain Village, located in Section 13, Town 4 North, Range 2 East, and 4 North, 3 East.
So you can read it on here, or you can look at the big map. It's a lot easier. But basically, this is a revision. Ultimately, what they're looking for is the lots aren't changing a whole lot to what you guys had already approved. The road configuration is though, so the other preliminary plat, there's a change in the road configuration as they've started to look at it and build it out a little bit. It just makes more sense to have it in this location. So that's really the big change you're seeing. Also, they're asking for an exception. Yep, they're asking for an exception to the length of the cul-de-sac to be 1,200 feet.
This one?
Yep. No, this one.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, then this one won't be that distance.
1,114.
11. What'd you say?
1,114.
Okay, 1,114.
What is the grade on that?
Eric, do you know the
It's
grade
sort of
on it?
flat. We did provide kind of profiles.
Yeah, they're in the drive,
Okay, drive.
if you want to see them.
I think, if I may, Amber, address it to
Yep.
Hi, Gerard Keating, the owner. Our engineer suggested we change the approach for these permits, kind of similar issue that we were discussing on a prior application, but this makes it safer for not only the buyers of the lots, but also first responders to access the lots because they are on a grade. So the road is very flat. It's going to be safer, better for everybody involved. And we're actually reducing density by several lots. So this is costing us money to do and to make it safer and easier for everybody. Not easier, but just safer for the occupants and first responders. So,
All right. So we've got a pretty fair stretch of 10, almost 10 and a half, 10 and a third. But it's also relatively straight.
Yeah.
And then evens out a little bit at the top to get the distance. Okay. Mr. Sleep.
It says that it hasn't been approved by the highway supervisor.
Which part are you looking
One?
at,
Let me look.
Mr. Sleep?
Look at the staff report.
Right up on the exceptions there, on the back of the first page.
Well, the exceptions, I don't know if this got submitted to John for it, but it's an internal road, so I don't know if he would look at it before.
Well, it just says that he would, and he hasn't.
He has not. And
Yeah.
that's all I was telling you is that he had not looked at it. Because that's up to him if he's going to or not, I guess. I don't know if he's not here anymore. I don't think.
Are these roads dedicated public or private?
Private. So I don't know if normally he.
So he would just
would or
offer a
not.
recommendation to us as to, on that exception, but of course he would have nothing to do with the maintenance of it.
John's not here, but I think it's
Yeah.
a private road, right?
It's private, so I don't.
And I think we do allow short straight stretches of 10%, well, up to 12 to 14, I think. This is not
200 feet or
100%
less.
straight, but it's awfully straight. It's mostly sunny on that part. It's not, it's northeast facing.
Well, I'm not familiar with it, just that's what it says. It says
Yep, because
that.
I always stated that he didn't look at it because he did not. He can if he chooses to, but I can't force him to if he doesn't. And I don't think he had an issue with it at all. So.
The part where that cul-de-sac is, that's the big open bowl
yes,
that's there.
it's going to be a better approach. I believe, I can't speak for John, obviously, but I believe Ken John did discuss it with John. He said he supported it or thought it was a good idea.
Commissioner, Mr. Alka.
Remember, just so I remember or remind myself, so there's no increase in density here. Density is actually decreasing, and the purpose of this is to realign the roads to a more advantageous way. Is that correct?
That sums it up.
Yep.
Okay, so we need to act on the exception or the variance to the ordinance.
Yep.
Before we act on.
Yep, so planning and zoning, they approved the revised preliminary plat, there was a motion, and then there was another motion made for the exception of cul-de-sac length. And that one went to vote. We had I, which was Fuller, Comer, Bob Ewing, Whalen, and Tisdale. And then TJ Ewing and Travis Shank did vote against the exception, but it still passed because there was enough people that voted for it.
But
Mr. Jensen,
Chairman, what is the runoff goal from this road? From following that 10%?
Majority of the runoff from this road flows into open space where it was previously mosquito. So, and then that funnels down into the village area and then into a series of stormwater ponds. We've got 2, which we already built. Yeah. So if you look back to our development block, block A, we show a series of stormwater basins to receive the majority of that stormwater. This is just part of it. So the answer is it's flowing south and it's flowing east from this cul-de-sac into green opens common space and then into the old base of mountain. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that such a long focus.
so it looks like on here you did it the other way around. You did the plat and then the exception,
Yeah, they did it back.
which I think you can way.
Yeah.
I guess I'm going to go. We'll do the discussion, the exception to the cul-de-sac first before we address the preliminary plat. I think our cul-de-sacs you need an exception over, is it 800 or 1,000 feet? Or is it 500? Depends on the size of the
Depends on the number of lots.
Okay.
So
And what is this?
I want to say it was 900, right? I think it was, they originally we would allow 900, they would have been fine, but they're asking for more than that, which is why they need the exception. And not 1,200, it's 1,014.
Okay. And like you say, if you're not familiar with Deer Mountain, it'd be the upper bowl area. I know exactly what it is. It's been since just college since I was up there, but I know what we're talking about in the graphics. So it's mostly open. As far as it being shady or icy, I would say under regular conditions, that shouldn't be much of an issue. Private internal road, so I can't make a motion to grant the exception or not.
So we're just, the exception is just to allow a larger.
The cul-de-sac length should be 900 feet, and it's going to be just over 1,000.
Yeah. So I'll move to accept the recommendation.
Okay. I'll second that. So that's to grant the exception to cul-de-sac length in this area. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, we have to have 3 aye votes on that one. So there's 2 things we could do. We could proceed to approval or not on the plat without the exception to the length. We could wait until we have one more commissioner in the room, which would be the next meeting.
It's not, I'm going the next one.
August.
So I suspect if we felt like we could take action on the plat, however, the plat would change again, so that probably wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
At this point, it's been denied because you need to have 3 aye votes. You got 2. Commissioner Ewing and Jensen will both be, I believe everyone will be in the room at the August meeting.
I don't know if it's been denied, it hasn't been approved. So
Correct. Correct. I apologize. It's not been approved. It failed for lack of the votes. So,
Mr. Chairman, a little order. Can the commissioners let the other commissioner that's here is not attending, can they allow him to vote?
what you're asking for is for us to call Commissioner Ewing.
No, you can call Commissioner Divert back to the table and ask and allow him to vote.
I don't believe so.
Statute.
Yeah, I think probably not. I recommend. I don't know, I throw this out there. Is there any more discussion to be had, any questions about the dead end road? That if questions were addressed today, that there could be a further consideration yet today? Another motion made, in other words? I don't know.
I think are there any concerns that you have that might be able to be addressed? Did you have all your questions answered? Is that there? Or do you have other issues that you're concerned about?
Yeah, pretty much. Have other issues. Yeah, I would have different issues there. There was some reason why the two people on the planning and zoning didn't vote for it to start with. That would be my concern. So it isn't. And
I can tell you that they
That'd
didn't
be-
vote for it because Travis Schenck always votes against the exceptions. Same as he always votes against variances. He just doesn't feel like they should be asking for any variances. That's why Travis did. I don't know why TJ did.
One exception at the last planning and zoning meeting, but that's true. He does not vote ever.
He's just always, I know that going into it, that he always votes against them.
I understand that. That's why I usually don't vote against a lot of those variances a lot of times and things. If there's got to be a very significant reason for you to vote for those things. And it's usually, it's not because that's the best place for it. It's because there's an issue.
you don't have any questions on it?
This one, I understand it. I mean, it's not a critical distance. It's not like they're going to go in there a mile. It's open area. It's really the cul-de-sac thing is for fire. It's for health and safety. It's really pretty open up there. It's not in a shady spot. It's not that much longer than would be allowed. So I don't have a lot of concern. So you guys have hydrants up there, don't you? Is that what the plan is? Internal hydrants. I mean, you can walk out to the top up on Terry Peak Road from this. You could drive it if you had a good enough road. Well, there's a pretty good lip when you get to the top.
You could go downhill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've done it a lot of times on skis. Yeah. So again, if we're on the trees and it was a longer one, or the hill was steeper, or it was more isolated, I would have this one because it's open and it's not that much longer than would be allowed. To me, it's kind of a no-brainer. It's just to fit it in. I think is what it is. So, okay.
Well, I can change my vote if
Is that
on that.
So whoever made the motion would.
Motion to reconsider.
So if you made the motion to reconsider,
I'll make that motion.
we'll make the second again.
Okay.
And do you have any other questions you want to have addressed or
No, that
concerns?
sounds.
Okay.
I am down.
Second on the motion to reconsider.
I did the second. So we have a motion second to reconsider the granting of the exception or the exception to the distance cul-de-sac. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carried. Okay. With that, we go back to preliminary, and you said basically, well, there's a few fewer lots.
There's two fewer.
Yep, 2 fewer lots overall, and you can see some of the acreages changed, a tad here and there. That's what you see in the red. So if you see where all the red is, that was a change from the original preliminary that you guys had approved. Took some lots off, reoriented them, and then showing the new accepted cul-de-sac length. So it shows it exactly.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is all water system, Lee Didley Sanitary water. Is that correct? And it's also, you guys are doing your own sewage treatment facility for these as well, right? So that, which this size lots.
Yep, we've had perk tests completed and got the green light on those. And actually, some of these lots are larger.
These are individual septics.
Terry Walters.
Right, but with the water system, you can do that. So the lower lot is on sewage. These are septic areas, correct?
Yes, so am I understanding this correctly, that all these lots have their own individual septic system?
Yes. With the exception of the block A1, which is the more commercial, higher density. That will be on the central system.
And this was previously approved.
We did it spot perk tests all over to make sure it would handle. I remember we had those requirements early on.
It's the same as existing Deer Mountain.
Right. The house is over.
Yeah, there's over
this
100.
higher density areas where you're gonna have the water treatment. So is that correct for that? For you got some apartments or condos or those kind of things, commercial space. Yeah. Okay.
Do you mind if I point out?
Please.
So this cul-de-sac got longer, right? original location of the end of it was here. This allows us to access multiple lots from the lower side, when before they had accessed from Terry Peak Summit. It's also created access to these 3 lots, more at an at-grade solution, where previously we had a pretty significant crossing here with kind of a pedestrian tunnel through there. So for a lot of reasons, this just is a better layout. We kind of pumped the brakes and said, you know, we have the ability to make this better. We did. So these lot configurations changed from what they were previously, because now we have the access here rather than there.
So is the intent that lot 67 and 66 come off of
The new
off the cul-de-sac now?
Versus.
Because they have the possibility.
They have that option. Mr. Chairman, I also know that John Day is here. If there's any questions about that internal road in there as well, I think that maybe that issue is coming on.
I think we've addressed that one, unless there's something we need to revisit, but I think it's pretty good. Fire plan is in process, so this is just a preliminary advice.
Correct. We're
So-
actually completing our fire mitigation plan as we speak. We're out there removing the trees now.
So in a nutshell, if I ask the surveyor, in a nutshell, the only difference, the main difference between this plat and the previous approved plat is the cul-de-sac shows is now a little bit longer and there's 2 less lots.
Correct. And if you go to the north area where there's 3 lots, it's uneven ground because of the talus slope, so you have to dig those lots. You couldn't build them. So everything's been approved, the drainage plan, water design. all of that.
Fire mitigation is still in process.
But everything's been approved. This is just less than 2 lots. It's a job.
Okay.
You said there's a possibility of 2 less lots. You didn't say there was gonna be 2 less lots.
There is
did you?
2 less lots on this.
There
lot.
is?
Yep,
Okay.
compared to the previous one that you guys had already approved.
What is your pleasure?
This is just a preliminary.
Yeah.
I'll move to follow recommendations and approve.
I'll second that. And in theory, this could change again or evolve as more ground truthing and more engineering and stuff takes place for the final. So that's the joy of larger subdivisions, especially when you've got a lot of other planning and water and hydrants and all those kind of things involved. So you have a motion to second. Any other discussion, comments, concerns?
Well, I always have a concern on water. Whether you got the water or not, we need to be cutting down on it because everybody doesn't have enough water in the future. Keep going like we are. And that's my concern.
I know this comes off the homestake water intake.
Yeah, I know.
At that time, there was a lot of water. Doesn't mean there always will be.
No, that's right. That's the thing.
I know I think they've restricted. They've got a limit, but I think they still have quite a ways. But still, it is definitely something. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay.
We'll let Randy come back from the kids' table. Back to the kids' table. Nothing else on the side of it?
No. Gerard or Alex, you want to sign plats while you're here, so we don't have to try to find you again? Actually, no, you don't have to do this one. We just need that one.
I understand.
Sorry, not the plat. This was the development plan. We just needed your final signature.
You need to reduce that stuff.
No, I forgot. We don't have all final. One more, Gerard. Backside too. You can just do petitioner. I don't need to sign it.
It was live in a sense.
Yeah. Sure, if you want to.
So I have the second reading of change zoning 359.
Chase you. All right, thank you.
Elsom's on Kenton Road from A2 to Park Forest to do subdividing. We did close the public hearing at the last meeting. This back here.
I hope they're wearing diapers. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the planning director a question?
Sorry.
Commissioner Dybert,
So right now we're looking at 4 lots, or is it going to be 5?
5
Okay.
with the change to the zoning.
Okay.
It has to happen now.
And they could go a maximum of 8 under this zoning.
No, because currently it's A2.
They're going to
so
part
it's
40.
4 per 40. The other one, you wouldn't be able to subdivide further because they only have 16 acres, so they can only have a maximum of 3, which they would be asking for.
we're going to part 4.
We're going to part
But it's
40.
16 acres, so you can only have
there
3
we go.
lots.
So we're only rezoning the 16
You're
acres,
only
not the
rezoning
other.
the 2 that Elsom owns. The other gentleman, the other
Okay.
2 landowners did not want to be.
So the red graphic, the shading is showing the existing zoning, and the
Correct.
red outline is showing what we're rezoning.
Correct, yep.
Oh,
So
that
you're
makes
only
makes it a lot
rezoning the
better.
16 acres, which would allow them their 1 extra building site because there's already 2 houses, 1 on each existing lot.
Okay, thank
So
you.
this would be the maximum they could do.
With that being said, I would move to approve change of zoning 359 as presented.
I'll second for discussion. Questions?
Is
Mr.
that,
Sleet?
is that agriculture on Art Forest zoning, is that, it used to be on the Forest Service boundary, and that, is that jogged in just one place? Or is
No,
there
so Park Forest, it's hard to see it in this graphist, but right now, you can kind of, this is all Park Forest, everything on this side of the road.
Okay.
This is already rural residential, which is the same density as Park Forest. And then this back here was that ag boundary, so the original ag boundary used to be right here, so it's ag on this side, Park Forest on this side, I don't know why. That's just how it was. And then you guys did a change of zoning on this to A2. And now they're trying to do a change of zoning on this piece and this piece to Park Forest because it's right next to it.
They could have went real residential.
They could have, yeah, they just, I don't know why they just went with Park Forest. It's the same
Same
density, whether it was rural residential or Park Forest.
I'm concerned about jogging a line in and out to accommodate just a lot or 2.
What is contiguous? If there was a space in there, I would agree.
Contiguous
I
on
could,
2
yeah, it
sides.
could be contiguous. It's just, it's where the zonings all cross together, and probably the place where you should start looking at if the zoning needs to be expanded or not. Better than doing one out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
certain.
Yeah, at least when it's all in that bunched up zoning, and that's again where you're trying to grow from less dense to more dense, or or restrict it to a medium density or
Different kind.
those kind of things. And that's essentially this actually shows a good progression. You got again the Park Forest on the one side, the rural residential on the other side. Then you had ag that then went to the small lot ag instead of the bigger lot ag, and then it's going to go now to it could have been rural residential. So it goes a little bit higher density again now, but still an area where there's a lot of houses and things. But he's got the opportunity to do some ag uses on Park Forest that I don't think are allowed in rural residential. I could be wrong. Commissioner Dyke.
So north and west are public lands, correct? State land?
You can't tell on this one. I think
is.
that way it is.
To the north is too. That's that public game production area. State.
No, I didn't realize it went
Yeah.
part of the road.
To the north
it
it
does.
does, to the south.
Well, no,
that's
on
not.
just the west and
Just
the
up
north.
here, yeah.
North and the west
Yep.
side is the public shooting.
Yes. It was kind of a pocket between
Yep.
public
And
lands.
this is part of the Meyer property.
Any other comments? What's that? Do we have a motion second? I'm sorry.
I think we did,
Yeah,
didn't
we have a
Yeah,
motion
okay.
second.
Yeah, I
thought you
seconded
did.
it for discussion. Any other comments? Commissioner Dyber.
Reading the minutes, the recommendation plan and zoning was to approve.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
3 to 1. Okay. Next, we have the second reading of ordinance 2301 to allow to add wedding venue as conditional use permit in suburban residential zone.
Yep. So that this particular discussion is just on that ordinance change, if we allow it or not allow it in the suburban residential zoning district. Staff perspective, I don't usually do staff reports on ordinance changes. In my view, I can see places in the county that this makes sense, and I can see places that it wouldn't make sense. But that's why I think we're adding it as a conditional use permit, is because then it would depend on, their application, what they're doing, where they're located, how the access is. You have that opportunity to look at it. So if it was an allowed use, I probably wouldn't be as okay with it. But with a conditional use permit, I think our CUP process works fairly well. If this is just saying that they can at least apply for a CUP. But your call.
Then you go by site specific. Commissioner Diver.
So currently under the suburban or the zoning that they're in, suburban residential, can they get a one-time permit for a wedding venue? Temporary permit.
I think they could get a temporary permit, but it's hard for me to do that when I know that's not what I'm really after.
But if I wanted a wedding at my house and it was going to have so many people, I could do that, or I could just have it, right?
Yep.
As long as I'm not taking money for it. So if I have a wedding for my daughter at my house, that's okay. If I'm having a wedding and I'm getting paid for it, then I should get a temporary permit.
Yes.
Okay. And the way this ordinance revision is written, it has no tie to acreage, because we have some suburban residential that are 1 acre or smaller, but most of the time they're 2 acre
Or larger.
Or larger.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for example, your lot would make more sense than mine. All the way in the subdivision, they have cul-de-sac.
But I'm zoned different, so I'm zoned district different to me. I'm rural residential.
Yes. Okay.
I would make a motion to deny the change.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny the approval of ordinance 23-1 to add wedding venue in suburban residential as conditional use. Any other discussion?
Question for council. Do we need a reason we're denying this?
I think it's appropriate, yes.
I just think it's inappropriate in this density.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of denying ordinance 2301, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. We have voted down 2301 based on density concerns.
I think that would be
3 no's, 3 supported the
3 voted to deny it.
to deny it, 1 voted not to deny it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have a procedural question then, because I don't know if we've ever had this before with the conditional use permit application that's next. If they deny the change in zoning.
It can't come forward. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think it died, so I'm gonna have to revisit the underlying zoning change. So I think it's moot.
Okay, so that then impacts the 945 discussion, because we can no longer consider an application for a conditional use permit for a wedding venue in suburban residential zoning, because we have it has been officially voted down to allow that use as a conditional use in suburban residential zoning. There'll be a longer discussion that you'll need to have with Amber on this that would explain the detail.
Yeah, well, basically, the commission have said they're not gonna allow wedding venues in that zoning district. So you can't even apply for the CUP. So the CUP, we can't even talk about. No, they have said no.
That's terribly confusing after the process you've been through. But the way it was to try to expedite the process is kind of how
At risk.
How that,
It basically, it doesn't matter any of the facts. They have said that you can't have a wedding venue in that location.
You can apply for a conditional use permit to have one in that, under that zone.
Circling back to discussion I had when you were having when I came back in the room, what happens if they made an application for a single event? Amber probably wouldn't approve that. She would submit it to you for consideration, just to kind of like short circuit that thought process. You can't decide it today, it's not in front of you, but I don't know if you have any thoughts on if that's a more appropriate way to handle it or not.
That would be, I believe, your only option at this point.
So that
Commissioner
would
Guyver.
be the way to proceed,
Well,
perhaps.
If we were going to submit, look at a temporary permit on this specific property that asks for the CUP, if the approach came off of Highway 85 on the northwest corner of the lot where that existing approach comes off and didn't affect the neighbors, then you'd be much, and it's over an acre lot.
It's 4 acres.
Right? Then no, I wouldn't have as much heartburn for that one-time use or two-time use.
Well,
But having a CUP in that zoning district is just too much for me.
we don't have any answer.
Mr. Chairman?
But could they also apply to rezone their property to rural residential,
Well, of course they could, and so.
which does allow it?
And, I mean, Mr. Chairman, would you suggest to the applicants that they get a hold of John Bay and request a different approach permit?
It's DOT.
Or DOT, okay, that's right. And if they get that rectified, then you would support.
I don't have any recommendation. I think that's a planning and zoning discussion. Commissioner Guyver has some opinion, which
Yeah.
carries
And
weight.
that's just an
It's very
opinion.
valid.
I mean,
Because
the biggest complaint on this property was the road use, right? By the neighbors.
That was
That's what I thought.
an objection. that I heard.
But anyway, that was my thought. Just to share that.
So I think then it sounds like the door would be open for the applicants to make a one-time application for a temporary use permit, which would not go to planning and zoning, but more than likely end up here before you, and you would consider it maybe on a case-by-case basis, just so that.
Well, but I think I would disagree with that. If you basically said you don't want wedding venues in that suburban residential district, I don't think they have any other option because they're not asking for a one-time wedding. They're asking for 6 or 7 or 8, depending on the time of the year. So to me, it would not apply for a temporary use permit. So you've given them, I think their answer is they're not allowed to have a wedding venue in that zoning district. A rezone is not, I can't see a rezone happening unless you go to highway service commercial because that's the next closest district. Other than that, it's surrounded by suburban.
It wouldn't be rural.
So I think you've given them their answer.
Well, I have just a question, if I may, on temporary use permits. If you had a temporary use permit for weddings for one day, could you have multiple weddings?
That would be a question for you. I would say no.
Okay.
If they're taking money for it, it's not a temporary use. It's not. It's different.
Okay. All right.
But that's why it would come to you.
Sure. It sounds like you may have a longer discussion with both Mr. Outka and Ms. Vogt, Mrs. Vogt.
Approach doesn't go by anybody's house. It's not.
At this point, it's moved. The whole thing is that use is not allowed on that zoning. So it got a little confusing when we were talking about approaches and some other things. That's a discussion for down the road. But yeah, at this point, unfortunately, like I say, we can't even take it up because it doesn't exist. But I thank you for your time, and like you say, I suspect you've got some questions. It's a little confusing, but as soon as we get done with this section, I'm sure you can have a discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm reminded, I think that you had a provisional approval, I think, of an approach permit.
Conditional upon approval of this.
Yeah, so I guess that just maybe make a record that is moot now because of the.
Except for doesn't that approach permit still need a permit even if they're not operating?
I think it was if I understand correctly, the approach permit you had was to improve the existing approach. Is that correct for this property? It only applied if the conditional use was approved, which we can't even consider because we don't have that as a conditional use in this zoning. So by mechanics of the approval process, that is moot. Commissioner Guyver.
Just so I understand, the minutes are going to show that item 945 was deemed moot by the other action, and that the approach permit is also. Minutes will reflect that.
A denial of.
Right. Right, by the denial of the ordinance, the other two were not acted upon because they were irrelevant.
Perfect.
Okay, but I gotta muddy the waters.
Well,
It's gonna come up anyways with this, just so I know, because we're also dealing with the compliance issue that we're working on. We're working our way through getting those structures compliant.
Sure.
But it has are you gonna make them take out that existing commitment or the existing driveway that was never? You told them they had to go get a driveway permit, because the driveway's there. It was a compliance thing. How
Okay.
should I tell them?
My understanding, what we approved through Mr. Bay, and I could be wrong,
Okay.
was only improvement of that to basically a commercial entrance.
Okay, so
There was
as
existing
is, it's
access.
probably okay.
Did you see any, was there any issue with the existing access that was there?
No, it was an existing field approach.
Okay.
Way back.
So
Just wanna make
it
sure.
is what it is.
Okay.
We're not changing the use of the approach, so it doesn't
Okay,
need a,
I just
doesn't
want to
need a
make sure
permit.
that we're
Yeah.
dealing with the
Yep.
compliance side.
No,
too.
and that's where I see where,
Okay.
I see.
And maybe the minutes should reflect that.
And I have one other question, and all part of this because of the compliance side. We did visit the property yesterday, and we have two things going on. Everybody knows that the old buildings were there. They were, been there for years. Originally, as we've been doing our research, we were able to determine that the structures originally didn't need a building permit because all they did was replace windows, put siding, and then they put a new roof on. That's all they did. In the meantime, they have finished the inside of the structures, both of them. We did go look, they let us in, we walked through them. So now we're back to the issue of, we have two structures that are both livable. They're both not even probably quite 1,000 square feet. They're pretty small. But now we have two houses on that.
They both have water and sewer.
They both have, well, it's all shared, water shared, sewer shared, everything's shared. So we had two different thoughts to try to help that situation. One, they talked about having an architecture come in and somehow try to, so it'd be like an L-shaped house.
Sure.
Tie the two pieces together. But again, we're still have two structures. So then the question was, originally that lot was two lots and it was replatted into one. Would you allow them to go down back to two and split the two houses on their own? The other thought is the guest house, it's an option except for the ruling that says 50%, 1,000 square feet or 50% of the other structure could be a guest house. In this case, it could only be 500. They could also look at asking for an exception. Well, it says or whichever is less.
Oh, okay.
So we have two different things to deal with. The other part that I'm trying to decide which route is a better route.
Vacating the plat back to the old one. Commissioner Diver.
That's what I'm wondering.
Well, that's one possibility, but they're not the original owner, so that's a little more complicated.
Correct. And
But
it would work.
there's two options, as I see it, besides vacating.
Yeah.
One is add on to one of the facilities. Make it bigger, because one is under 1,000.
2,000 feet.
That would be one option.
Or
they could come in for a variance, right?
Well, that's what I'm wondering is we've never done a variance to the guest house.
That wouldn't be a variance.
size.
We'd actually have to grant a conditional use
It'd be
for a second residence somehow, which again gets squishy because what is it?
So
It would meet the condition.
they are willing to probably replat, but the lot line, before I make them
You
go
wouldn't
through
meet
that process, it wouldn't meet setback,
Which
but
would
I
be a
think you're
variance.
fine. It'd be a 5 foot probably. Then you could do a variance, or you could just allow it because of the fact that we're fixing the two residential.
Or they can connect the two.
But if they connect the two, does that really meet? I'm fine with the connection, but you have two kitchens,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
this, to that.
That's what it's.
That's the
It's
issue.
almost duplexes.
Yes. So I'm giving you some food for thought
Sure.
because I'm trying to decide which way to tell
There you
them we're trying to fix the compliance issue in the best way. To me, the best way is to divide it into two, but I don't want to make them go through that process if it's going to come here.
Is there a
And-
conditional use permit that fits the two residences? But they were built
Before they were
under the
sheds.
regulations.
They were sheds,
Sheds.
though. They weren't houses before.
They didn't have bathrooms and kitchens in them.
No, school. They were old like
Oh,
school
they-
rooms or whatever you want
Sure.
to call them. So think about it. I don't know how to tell them to move forward with the compliance.
I don't mean to be negative, but we didn't create this problem.
No, that was. They seem to have made their problem. That exists.
So you're-
now we're just trying to figure out
And it won't fit a PUD because it's under the acreage.
Well, that's
Oh,
change of
it's-
zoning.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
doesn't
thinking,
work.
just from a little bit I've heard, that a replat seems to be kind of the cleanest way to do that.
But we don't meet setbacks.
And to go variance.
We'd have
Knowing that in advance.
The other one is to rezone it to highway service residential, highway service commercial.
Right, then that opens it up to possible, all kinds of uses that I expect to be that probably wouldn't like.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Be kind of what it would look like. Okay, so we'll talk about the replatting option with a variance. Probably.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're gonna take 5. Anything else?
No, that was it.
We're gonna take 5 before we get to you, if that's all right. Get the restroom, and then we'll see, Mr. Ziegler will be up here for doing the review of the conditional use permits 132, 224, and 398 for work.
Or
They could just, Amber, they could just, have a one-time permit for one wedding and have it there and be done with it.
Well, we're
but
talking
that's
about,
not what they want to do.
we're not talking about.
All right,
we're
it's
talking-
10 o'clock. We're gonna have environmental report work. He will come up and give us his presentation.
Appreciate the time in advance. So,
Next
a lot of this will look a little bit familiar to you guys as far as the formats, like production updates and projects, things like that, or our usual pieces on community taxes, demographics and a couple of things on this plan. With that aerial. The only thing different on here from what I've done with some previous maps, and it's just a couple of things I'll talk about a little bit further on. You can see the Boston expansion area is identified on here, right along that Portland Ridge line. Just as a reminder, you guys had approved the conditional use permit back in January of 2022. And since then, we've been going through the state permitting process. Had a little bit of a lull there in the first part of the year. And then we are scheduled for the next week. Will likely be the final vote by the then up to the north there, the Bald Mountain Reclaimed Tailings area. I'll have another figure a little bit later on that shows a little better, and that's in relation to False Bottom Spring and some onion treatment that we're starting up there for the next couple of years. Real quick on this one, nothing new for you guys, as you're aware. We did finish the Green Mountain mining about a year and a half ago, so everything that we're doing from this point forward, including that Boston expansion area, is all along the Portland Ridge line. So that was the case in 2022, and that will continue to be the case for the next few years. These values pretty similar to what we've seen on any given year. The only thing differs a little bit, about 80,000 ounces of gold, but a little bit less than the previous year, and that was just a big issue, similar with the silver. But the tons moved itself was pretty similar to the last couple of years. These pads, nothing new here, still the same pads. We did have two that went through the nitrification cycle, stayed approved for the offloads. We are, as we speak here right now, we're towards the tail end of that pad 5 denitrification cycle, so that'll be coming up here just a little bit. And then the other two pads, 2 and 3, were just in normal operation. A couple of quick hits here. That first one, just something of note, I get asked this a lot. A lot of the stuff that we're doing right now, and you guys being more familiar up there, if we're doing anything, we're generally redisturbing. But everything that we did in 2022 was in the same footprint, so we actually had less than an acre of newly affected.
We're gonna back up one slide, Commissioner.
No, this is.
I had a commission question about that.
Yep. Okay.
How long, when did you start loading that pad?
There's 5 separate pads.
The one that you're talking about,
pad 5.
You said 1 and 4 completed denitrification.
Yep.
So you offload them. How long does it take to load one of those pads?
If we have the full thing available, probably over 3 or 4 months is what average.
So yeah, I was thinking it was actually longer.
Yeah, and there's always some variability there. There are times that, depending on the orientation, none of the 5 pads are exactly the same layout. So there are times that we may have only part of it that is fully offloaded, and we'll actually start loading that once we get that. As we're still offloading some of the other stuff, by nature you're going to extend that. But that's why I kind of made the preface that with if we have everything available, that's a reasonable thing to go through.
And Commissioner Labor, you had a question on?
Well, I'm amazed there's 2 loaders per truck. You run big trucks, but I had a question on the next slide when he's done with it, in case he doesn't answer the question.
So back to David, obviously that's basically the same thing as we had the previous year. 47 acres. A lot of that was, probably recall, we were doing quite a bit of work over there on the Riverside Nation in the Harmony Delivered area, so that's a lot of that 47 acres. This year, we're looking to have about 60. That may change because the weather is not particularly conducive to earth moving this spring. And the number of employees is down a little bit, not because we have a projected number less, but we have a few more openings than typically. Just the labor market.
So now I have a question. Did you reclaim all 47 acres in 2022?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's everything over there now in Golden Ward, other than like stormwater maintenance, bed monitoring, stuff like that. Everything else is done. And we actually, just a side note, that you recall that we had the single lane access to by the dark horse in the house, and that's all been turned back to the view. So we're not even running line traffic.
That's how you go up. to Terry Oaks Road to get into.
Yeah, we'll go up Fantail, and like on the way to the Terrace Cemetery, and then we can go through by the open hands to get up. And that's where we access it for maintenance. Just a couple of highlights here. If you're not aware, it's actually been 40 years now in this operation for, so pretty good thing. Pretty proud of that. I mentioned the renewable energy stuff last year, but I'd like to keep reminding folks of that. We're still remaining communications with Black Hills Energy to see if there's other opportunities, but right now we're just under 50% of our line power coming from renewable sources there. The Green Mountain Pit backfill is well underway. If you haven't been up there, it's relatively quickly. And we've got most of the sloping done on that northernmost stuff, the Trojan Rock facility. And then again, depending on mostly on weather, time is to get topsoil seeded this fall. Reminder again, Boston CUP has already been issued, and we did there was one individual, she's a relatively newer NGO that gets involved with a lot of permits, and that filed a contested permit request with the state, and so we initiated that last month with the State Board of Environment, and basically then it was extended to this coming one, which is next week. And the chairman, Rex Ag, has already indicated that he is inclined to approve the full board vote next week. So we anticipate having that. Then we obviously have the CUP, but then we'll have the full state mine. We have started on private land up there with our utility locations that would be required for gas, power, and water, both for us and for the Terry Peak subdivision there that go around that Boston extension. And then the next few slides, I'll talk about the Bald Mountain Tails. And basically, going back several years, we started to see, if you look kind of on the larger picture there, you right in the center, you see False Bottom Springs mounted there. All these other MWs or monitoring wells that we have in place. See the lower center says Trojan Rock facility. So what you're looking at, the stuff that's bare dirt is that's all been sloped now, but that's that northern extension of our Trojan waste rock facility. And then where you see it sloped and reclaimed, that's basically where the historic Bald Mountain Tails started. Right about where the word bald is, just below that is about where the old mill sat. And I've got a couple of pictures on that. And just as a quick background for you, you can scroll up and there's the next picture. I've got a few photos here just kind of showing it. It ran from 1905 until the mid-1950s, basically. Had 3 different owners, and it took material in from quite a few of the underground operations within several miles there. And then in 1959, it officially ceased operations. Everything static, including the tailings, was an upper and lower tailings there until the late 80s, at which time that was when Homestake still had control over it there. And Homestake had to do some basically stability work on the old tailings dam, not because it was impounding anything, but just for purposes. And then shortly after that, Wharf acquired it, became part of the Clinton expansion project, and ultimately as well as part of the 2012 expansion. In 1993 is when Wharf did a surface reclamation project on both the upper and the lower tails, brought in 3 feet of material, reclaimed it all, and it's quite lush right now, which is nice like that. False Bottom Spring, which emanates from just below that tailings dam, has been monitored since back in the late 80s. Early on, there were not surprisingly, episodic hits of metals and things like that. And there was a period of time where basically it was pretty static. And then beginning in 2014, we started to see periodic selenium bumps, talking just a couple of parts per billion. And then over the last few years, that's continued to slowly climb to a point where now it's actually above the state surface water standard. We are also monitoring the fish that are downstream further to the north, and, because that is the beneficial use there is marginal full water fishery. And all of the fish flesh tests have met the federal standards, fish flesh for brown trout or brook trout. And so we don't have any demonstrated impact, but nonetheless, it is still above the state numeric standard, no demonstrated impact. And that's why we'll be getting going with the treatment system for it. It has nothing to do with our active operations, but it is still on your property within the minor boundary of what we're addressing with that.
Didn't,
A couple of other pictures
wasn't,
here.
wasn't, selenium wasn't really tested for back in the 80s and 90s, was it?
Very sparsely. And that's one of the challenges when you got these older sites, and I've worked at a number of them over the last 30 years in the States. You know, even the tailings themselves, Wharf did about a dozen borings in those tailings in '93. And the analysis that was used, they refer to as a T-clip, toxicity characteristic region. And that's not really ideal for that either. But there was certainly selenium seen in it at that time. You know, now we use a different test, meteoric water mobility test.
That's the whole reason why you have the Gayville water treatment facility, isn't it? Is because it wasn't selenium, nobody looked for it or didn't pay attention to it, and all of a sudden it's like crap.
And basically selenium is the main thing that's treated at the other mill operation. So,
Commissioner Diver.
Maybe you can explain something to me that the mill site was not active after 59, but the Reclamation Act didn't come into 1969. So why did you reclaim that slope?
It was part of, well, the slope itself on the dam was done by Homestake, and it was just because there was erosional issues. It's pretty sparse.
Yeah, I remember that. But on the part you did.
Yeah, that was part of an agreement with the state in regards to the Clinton expansion project. And it was just, you know, in the interest of improving the area as a whole.
Bringing him into compliance, Commissioner Diver.
So in 1969, or prior to 69, this water discharge was created, but you're having to pick it up now.
Yes.
Even though the act wasn't in place.
Yes. Yeah, because it wouldn't really matter, you know, what we existed as. We have ownership of it, okay. And that spring, whether, and there's some debate whether that spring, where it physically exists now, did it even exist at the same place, or was it forced out there from a few decades of tailings placement upstream and it just kind of created there? It's actually super clean water, other than averages 10 to 20 parts per billion selenium, and but everything else is very, very, very clean water, which is going to make our treatment of it easier because you don't have a lot of other conflicting metals.
Thank you.
Do we know, you said the selenium levels are increasing. Is that just because of testing, or is something else happening, or do you know what's happening?
We've done a bunch of, and I've actually got a couple slides to talk about them. One of the things that, and it wasn't until 2022, 2022, we got a lot more data. And for instance, like right now, the last couple of years, we've had much lower flows there. It's pretty typical to see concentrations go up. Here, have a lot less flow. 20 parts per billion is where our sample analyses were averaging 6 months ago, coming out of late last year and into this year. And with the higher flow of the spring, now it's averaging about 10. So, which 10 is actually under the state chronic criteria. But again, once you go back to those lower flows, it creeps out. So that's, and you know, it helps to have the biological testing to demonstrate that we're still not having any impact. I mean, I don't want to go too far down the road, but there's different species of selenium. So this is all part and parcel to us. Go to next, getting a pilot plant test in the summer, and then next year will be construction for what will ultimately be the state. So you can see a couple of pictures here on the far right. Now that was from 1993, right, just prior to demolition. You can see a lot of the sheet metal and else in the scavenge was kind of falling apart. Good picture there on the left. That's from the 20s. You can see how the tailings were deposited there and what it looked like back then. You know, German agriculture. There's no question that there would have been much more interesting chemistry, if you will, from, you know, in those first 50 years of the 1900s. But no, nothing was being looked at then, just like pretty much any other industrial application. Okay, so you go to that next one. So this is what we did in 2022. So it's a little bit more clear now. You can see that lower flat reclaimed area where most of those purple dots are, and then you can see how that reclaimed dam slope heads off towards the northeast there. So what we did here is all these holes were drilled with a sonic drill. in order to get good, discrete samples based on depth. With a typical rotary unit, it's going to kind of smear things up, and you're not going to get a good idea. And so that the stuff to the basically the southeast of the picture, underneath that reclaimed waste rock is some of the older upper tails. Everything down below is lower. And this is where we started in getting a much more comprehensive look as to what could we possibly look for in terms of fingerprinting the source. Because obviously we've got waste rock up there, and the other side of that is, do we have any ideas? Are we going to see much of a change? Is it going to keep increasing? Things like that. So this was a pretty lengthy process. It's a very expensive way to drill, but it's really one way to get that kind of data too. That's discrete at depth. And real quick, all of this has been done completely hand in hand with the state. So regular updates to the state as we go through this process. So here's where we're at now. Based on all of that work, along with a lot of water quality work, and an outside third-party consultant, geochemical consultant, the best understanding, there's no way you're going to be 100% knowing everything that's there necessarily given the age, but is that some of those older tailings are releasing some sulfate, which actually triggers some of that release of selenium. And we've got a lot of data that suggests that's where it's going. Right now, we're finalizing some possible treatment options. We did some bench scale testing with several outside contractors. And, we've got a primary one now that we're going to look at. We've got a draft plan going into the state here in about a week. And the plan is to get that pilot unit down there sometime this summer. It'll treat low levels, 2 to 3 GPM, just to test for efficiencies and make sure we don't have anything created that could cause something else. That third bullet or the fourth bullet on that piece I've already mentioned, we've been doing fish flush testing, showing that we haven't had any samples at all from any fish flush that exceed EPA's criteria. The other piece of this is the state, matter of fact, last week, a week and a half ago, we have a brand new NPDES permit, and it's going to officially include Fall Spot in the Creek as a compliance point. It hasn't existed as one before, it's just a monitoring point to compliance permit. And within that will be a regular compliance schedule and like that. That went through actually 2 30-day public comment periods because the state had left a couple of things out with the first public notice. We published it, that wrapped up on June 30th. And so I would expect sometime in the next month or so that permit should be signed off on. And that's basically where it stands. We do the pilot test as part of that schedule this year. Next year is construction and startup of the actual plant, then state approved plan. And then in January of 2025, that's when that plant has to meet that criteria. And in the interim, with all of that, we still continue with all the monitoring, fish flush monitoring, everything else stays. So then back to the active part of the mine. And this year will certainly exceed 30 million on our payroll. We just about got there last year. Even with a few less people on the payroll, we probably been over 30 million, but about $1 million more than it was in 2021. Not a lot of change on the demographics. You might recall from last year we were at 54%, I believe, for Lawrence. It's just a tough environment. I'm sure you guys hear that from everybody. Commissioner Diverdome, we had the round table there. A dozen of us in business interests got together at Spearfish, and that was the number one concern by everybody was the market. So, taxes were down a little bit in total. Well, especially the state severance tax, mainly because of the lower number of ounces. But that wasn't all of it. The other piece of that, of course, was that our costs were higher. We were subject to significant inflation, just like everybody else. So,
Mr. Diver? Yep.
Total local tax. What is that?
Property tax from some sales.
So you have property tax inside the sales tax, or both together, right?
Correct.
So the only part that goes to the county is the property tax.
Yeah. All the severance dollars go that $1 million cap,
and then you've got 2% to the state for
use tax
for their tax.
And they have any sales tax that doesn't fit use tax and goes to the state.
Yep, it's
I would be very curious on your next year's report to break out, if you could break out the property tax portion separate from that.
I would bet.
Yeah, they're very interested. Because when we present this graphic to the public, they need to see that.
That's easy to do. We have it purchases were up about 10 million over the previous year. Not necessarily from volume. That was a lot of that was cost increases. Lawrence County had a notably higher amount there. Several of the other ones actually went down a little bit. But again, most of this was related to cost. This looks familiar to a lot of you. Not a lot different there. Well, there's several dozen entities that we contribute to. That third bullet is the one I like to just point out to a lot of folks. We're coming up on close to $2 million now from that original 2012 startup fund of $1 million, and we went over 600,000 actual dollars that have been issued from that sustainable prosperity fund since then. Pretty big figures there, and all the values up there above exclude donations to local schools, which is so completely separate. So a few things for this year. I've already touched on that first one there. Hopefully by the end of next week, we will be at that completion point for the Boston voting process. The time frame for that right now would then be looking at doing some logging and clearing and whatnot this summer, early fall, and then gearing up to do the initiation of the actual mining in that area early next year. Like I said earlier too, everything is along that Portland Ridge deposit. Pad 5, as I mentioned, we're getting close to the end of that identification cycle. Backfill, again, if you haven't been up there for a while, I encourage you to take a drive up there. Wasn't a year or two ago, Fremont Pit was that's about all you saw when you first came around the corner there. And that's quite a ways in now. Part of that, I'll jump forward just a little bit, is that later on this year, you'll see the way we're backfilling, it kind of look like we're doing it almost like a partial halo around it, because we will have, by this fall, we will have a new interim access road that basically goes around and comes out on top of our reclamation on Perkins Road there. And the reason we're doing that is because where the road sits now, we're starting to encroach on that as a mile across Portland Ridge there. And once that's in place, that road should then stay the same until we get to the mine. And once all that the mining and reclamation is done, then we'll get close to how it exists right now, a straighter shot across there. But the one thing everybody's excited about is once we get this new road in, candy cakes will go away. As I said earlier too, continue that reclamation on the Trojan Rock facility. Touched on quite a bit of the details with that pilot plants and ultimate finalizing design for the false bottom treatment. And then the last thing is we'll see how things go, but we will be trialing some drone wind spraying this year, mainly over going forward and see how that goes. So it's a big areas there with not a lot of roads through it, and it's challenging. Much depth dress. Yep. So we'll see how that goes. Lost to it. Yeah. This last thing, really the only thing on here other than the questions is everything. All these pictures were taken on the site. We've got a fair number of elk now that are hanging around there quite a bit. That mountain line was from last winter, and it's kind of neat because a couple of my guys were out sampling, came across a very fresh drag in the snow blood. Of course, my guys being my guys, they followed it, and, including the lion tracks, and there was still dripping doe that had been killed. So they, of course, they set up trail camera. I'm like, well, dude, we got about a week's worth of pictures of was a female with 3 cubs. And so we got a bunch of pictures, including some extremely close-ups of eyeballs and paws and things like that. And the kids were looking at it. And then that last lower right one is a pretty good-sized bear. Some of you might remember, quite a few years, if you go up Fantail, just past the old Golden Ward exit, we had a guy that had his beehives right there for a long time. And this bear months ago found those. It was actually last summer. And anyway, again, it was just routine luck. We heard that, hey, something's destroyed in my beehives. And, so we put one of our cameras on it, and about the next 5 days in a row, this guy showed up and proceeded to destroy him again, and sat there and ate till his heart content, and then he finally gave up and put his beehives out. Other questions?
Any questions at all? Thanks for coming.
Yep, appreciate the time.
Nothing else. We'll see you same time next year.
Yep, yeah, and I'll keep you guys posted. Obviously, I'll send you guys and Amber updates when we copy the new state permit. Get that. Like I said, the chairman did indicate last week that he would recommend the signature. The mining department has already recommended it as well.
And is it usually true that the board makes a motion to find no violations?
No, there's no motion.
No motion.
Just- yeah, no.
Nope, just 12 month
No
review again.
violation, yeah. Be back in a year.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Matt.
everybody.
Thanks. Greg.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Dyer wandered off.
Actually, this appointment is for both John Bay and I to talk about surplus stuff. I'm just going to hand, these are just a couple sample web pages of some of the things I was going to discuss with you. Come on, John.
Okay, great.
Here's one. So we wanted to bring to the board's attention the topic of county surplus equipment and auctions. And up until now, we've used the traditional auction platform where, once every 1 or 2 years, it's been typically 2 years. We take all the surplus equipment we've accumulated during that time and, held an actual physical auction. Although that works, there are a lot of drawbacks with it. We end up getting huge backlogs of equipment and trying to find locations to store it all. It's very challenging. And it's a large number of items to try to sell at once. So there's a lot of logistics to getting things, processed, moved to another location. Then we have to, take up space for a while to have it in that location. We also found that there's a lot of items that aren't sold, and we're stuck trying to dispose of those items just because there's not an appropriate market for whatever it is we're trying to sell. Just a limited number of potential buyers. Through the county association, Association of Counties, Association of County Officials, they have been promoting the use of some online surplus auction sites. We have a couple to talk to you about. The principal one would be public surplus. That's the top sheet there. That's just an example of their homepage where you can see just at a glance what some of the things that they're selling on that site. It is the largest government online surplus auction. Serves about 6,500, a little bit more than that, government agencies nationwide. An item of note is they get about 8 million discrete hits per day on their website. So there's a lot of visibility. It's free for the government agencies to use. It doesn't cost us a dime. The buyers pay the fees. Whereas opposed to now, if we have an auction, I think the last auction we had was about 12% of whatever the proceeds were went to the auctioneer. They do collect and pay taxes on our behalf, as well as collect the funds and disperse those to us following the auction. We have options how we would want to do that, whether it be like on a monthly basis, like a net 30 type thing, or immediately after the auction's closed. We have an unlimited number of auctions per year, and that really would help. Just using like my office for example, we have probably the highest turnaround of equipment items that we would go through as an organization, because computers have a relatively short life. We've got furniture in this building that's been here since the building was constructed, and in the public safety building, I think there's a few chairs there that are still there from when that building was constructed. So we don't have a high turnover of furniture. Computer equipment, if you get about 6 to 7 years out of a machine, we're doing pretty good. And then we do rotate those. We usually have a amount that we purchase each year, so there's always constant rotation. So we end up going through a lot of pieces of equipment. But we could actually do smaller batches of those, 10, 15 at a time, and handle those separately throughout the year. We wouldn't have to wait 2 years to sell things off, so it would be very helpful to keep the inventory that we're trying to maintain down. One notable item, and we had some representative of the sheriff's office involved with some of the preliminary review of this particular site, and is weapons. If they wanted to actually sell weapons, they do have a secure vetted process to sell weapons if so choose. And the sheriff's office, just in general, would have a lot of maybe some unique requirements for some of the things they would sell, and this would work well for them, and they like what they saw. So everybody was involved with it. John was involved with it. My team members were involved with the review of the site. It worked really well. There is another site that we've looked at, and John's a little bit more familiar with this one. It's called Purple Wave, and it's more designed for fleet construction and ag type large equipment. And because you have a specific target audience for that type of stuff, you have a better chance of both selling and getting more bang for your buck with that one. I didn't know if you had some things you'd like to talk about with Purple Wave.
The Purple Wave, Meade County had just used that this year. They had quite a large sale. They strongly endorse Purple Wave. They come and do all the work. They did all of the pictures of their equipment. They kind of value it, and they do everything. Same deal. They collect from the buyer, not the county. The county, whatever the machine sells for is what you get. They add on at the end of the sale. Troy Eastman, the superintendent of Meade County, he was real happy with their sale. They had a fairly large sale. That particular, I don't 100% know if they'll come do one piece of equipment, if they'll come take care of all of that. If you're doing one piece of equipment, when you're doing a large sale, they took care of 100%. So I still have to do a little more research on that. If we're only going to sell one truck, which they'll do, that's not an issue. I just don't know that they'll come to service the one truck. We would maybe have to submit the pictures if that's the case.
I've dealt with online auctions. In fact, I bought my pizza cart from Sturgis Auctions. And I've looked at some of the government ones years past. Actually, Toby Harley turned me on to some of those. A fun toy, big truck or something. I don't remember what we were looking at the time. And I imagine you're just looking for permission to go this route. I don't think it'd be a bad deal to at least try it out for a couple of seasons, especially if we don't normally do our auction, but like every other September, whenever it is, instead of doing it, do that 2-year cycle and see if you can do them in shorter, smaller batches. I think that makes a lot of sense. To me, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but it seems like you guys have vetted. I've not heard of either one of these two particular.
Well, I'll say our local auctioneers have indicated that they're limiting their live auctions at this time.
There's a lot of that. McPherson does a lot of online.
I'm
on a lot of them. HBid, I'm on, and Sturgis Auctions. Commissioner Divert?
Well, I've always been a little concerned that the trade-in values we get for vehicles in the sheriff's office and other departments. I think it'd be very intriguing to put one of those Durangos out there, see what it brings to this source.
Their sale included some sheriff
compared to the trade-in values we're getting.
Sure.
And so I think that's another thing that, have you talked to the sheriff about it?
We talked to the sheriff's office, and his representative was Rich Walk. He was the one that
we're talking.
I mean, our sheriff,
Brian.
Brian Dean.
No, well, Rich Walk works for Brian.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I don't recognize that.
Rich Walk is one of the sergeants and handles all the inventory.
Whoops.
Okay. And so
he was on the payroll.
He was the one that was.
No.
He was the one that was responsible for kind of going through this because we wanted to get their opinion.
Did you know him, Richard? Do you know him?
No.
Okay, good.
He's been here for quite some time.
I was expecting Johnson or maybe Tavis.
Retired from here.
I haven't been arrested lately. So. But I think that would be interesting to do one of those Durangos as a test.
That's what I think. Like you say, instead of doing the 2-year cycle, just do at minimum a 2-year cycle just to see how it goes. And the nice thing is, see, because most of that stuff gets stored, your computers, you end up keeping downstairs. A lot of the stuff gets stuck out. Well, one way or the other, it ultimately ends up with you, whether they have it
That's correct.
over here or at the shop or wherever it is. So
We've been selling all of our scrap and culverts. We've been dealing with that on a recyclable case by case basis. And that's working pretty good. We don't store it now. We're just selling it locally to scrap dealers, and and the law allows us to do that. But we do still have all those signs.
right.
And
Those I think would be better off at a public auction,
well,
local auction.
that's what I'm going to bring up. Those
or maybe even Sturgis auction.
Meade County did sell all of their signs through that. But I don't think they got the return you guys are looking for out of them signs when you wouldn't let us sell those for scrap. You wanted to keep them, to repurpose, if I think is what you guys called it. I don't think they got that kind of money out of that.
Well, there'd be a handful, like I personally would be interested in getting and buying out. I think there's a lot of people out there of a certain age at least that are, if they could buy one legally, would rather not
steal one,
find a bullet hole one, or yeah. I do have the Lost Irishman sign, and I did pay for it. I had the canceled check and the whole works back when Mr. Sandvik.
On the signs, my theory was maybe a fire district or a school district.
I remember you saying
or
that.
some charitable organization would take them, and they would sell them at one of their fundraisers, and they would get money, which would go to a better cause than us getting a few $100s of scrap.
I agree.
Because I think they could sell them for $10 or $15 a pop. They won't sell them all.
And we can pursue that as well.
Yeah.
That would be the only thing that I was concerned with on for any kind of future sale. We have a couple of pieces of equipment to sell, and then we have a bridge to sell. All right.
A bridge?
The bridge off the Helmer Road. We got saddled. Butte County didn't want anything to do with it. We hauled it to our yard, and that's where it's at now.
There's a guy that owns a Buffalo Chip that likes bridges.
I wouldn't doubt
Well,
that.
all of those used to go to Ballard.
Yeah, Ballard
full
just been
throttle
truss
bought it.
bridges,
He
and
bought it.
this would fit in right there, boy. That'd be great there. But we do have those, and those was the public surplus. Doug Kennenberg said they've used this. The state has, and they've sold some bridges on it. Some removed bridges.
Well, I think you're right. I think the online auctions are the trend right now, and
Do we
people are
need
buying
a
more there.
motion to allow them to go that route, or do we just?
I think maybe so, just to note it.
Because we're not really declaring anything surplus, but so we need a motion to
allow the use
to allow staff to research and utilize online auctions for county surplus. Of course, we'd still have to declare it surplus ahead of time before that, so we know when it's coming up.
That's number one.
So that would,
Declare surplus and sell it.
so that would be the motion to be able to utilize online auctions. Okay. For county
So I would make the motion I would move to utilize public auction or internet auctions on surplus property.
I'll second that. Any other discussion on that?
Well, I've experienced Purple Wave, BigIron.com, and I don't know if they paint their equipment or not, but it looks pretty new, even sold. And so, and I know another one out of Colorado, they paint their equipment and then sell it as a lot of the same item all over the country.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll give you feedback on how this goes once we start using it.
I was gonna say, the city of Lead had their signs and they just took bids for them. And whoever had the highest bid got the sign. Yeah. They put them out there saying, because when they did that small sign thing, same thing that John did, then that's how they got rid of them, because I'm telling you, people wanted them.
Well, that's what I think around here. If they knew they were out there, somebody that lives on like Scott Lane or, like I say, I named Lost Irishman, so I bought. It was actually the second or third round of signs he bought. I said, "Can I buy one of those signs for you next thing you order?" He goes, "In fact, I'm going to make an order next week." He goes, I figured you had one. I've replaced them twice already. And I was like, nope.
Well, I think, I hate to have to divide them up, but the ones in South County would sell differently than the ones in North County. But if you had the right charity, people are going to come.
Well, and I'd be open to that.
Maybe the fire departments.
Yeah, that's, I think, that's great.
Have them come and, or yeah.
Search
have
and
the- have
rescue
Some of
and
those
some of
guys,
that.
if they want them as a fundraiser, come in and go through.
Maybe our own search and rescue
Yep.
would be the option.
I'm just
But
trying-
yeah, I think there's some money to be had. And again, there's some signs there. I'd be
And we supplement them anyway, so why not put our surplus to their game?
I'm just trying to think through in my mind what the requirements are about. So if it's less than $500, you can direct sell them. And so I'm just trying to think if there's an exception for benevolent or charitable organizations such that you could even do that, like give it to one organization as a part to another, or would it be required that you just have a finding that it's less than $500 to us, and then you could directly give them to whoever? It might actually be better, just thinking out loud, to have search and rescue do it or somebody like that under the county's auspices, and then with the money, perhaps it can be allocated to somebody else.
Well, what was the value of the signs bulk?
We never did get a
Didn't check
value.
what-
Maybe we could just get a price per pound and get an estimate on
I
it
could
to see if it
scrap
fits that
The
criteria.
scrap price for aluminum pound, dirty.
Yeah, and then get
I mean,
that.
I could wait.
Yeah, and
I
then
can
come up with it, so we know it's under 500 first.
I think I'd have to look at the statute. I'm trying to find a way to accomplish that because it seems like a very reasonable.
I have a
smart thing
feeling
to
it'll
do.
be over.
Okay, all right,
There's
that's
a lot
fine.
of signs.
Yeah, yeah.
And we got more coming. You know, the next sign project is underway now. I don't know, they were supposed to do it this year, but I don't think it'll get done this year. I think it'll be next year. They're gonna replace all the signs on gravel roads now.
We haven't
Those are
declared
the hot
those
ones.
Surplus yet.
Huh?
We haven't declared those surplus yet, have we?
We haven't,
just did
no,
the
we
poles.
bundled them up,
Yeah, just the poles.
stashed them away.
Yeah.
But I need some sort of value on it. I have a feeling
If we knew what it
well
was
over
per pound.
Yeah.
Because aluminum's pretty high right now, even dirty.
It was a lot.
So, Bruce, if the county surpluses them at less than 500, but we give them to search and rescue.
Are we done with John? I apologize, but.
Well, this is a side
just-
question.
Okay.
I didn't know. Probably done with John.
Okay.
So if the county surpluses them, gives them to search and rescue, they sell them for over 500. Does that put us in a
That's a county entity. It'd be like, they go to the general fund, but I think we can surplus it back.
So I
I'm
think-
sorry, I'm answering the attorney's question.
Well, no, I think that's exactly what I was thinking, is that you would then, the proceeds would come to the general fund and they'd be like getting a donation essentially.
It would go into emergency management fund.
But
And
since
then
it's
you
a
have to-
county entity, it'd be like if,
They could buy equipment.
it'd be if we sold it ourselves.
Yeah, you
We
could-
just have them being the entity
Yeah,
selling.
we could supplement it back into search and rescue.
So
and
just
they
be
could
like
buy a
declaring a vehicle surplus. and
ATV.
selling it.
So my question was, because the $500 limit, that's if you need a bidder, is that correct?
Yeah,
Exactly, right. So try to find a way to convey that to a particular organization without having them to have to bid on it to get it to then turn around and sell it. Does that make sense? It does.
Boys and
So
Girls
if we keep
Club,
it in the
Girls
county,
for
it's
Kids.
fine. And search and rescue is in the county.
Right.
and then they can use it to purchase.
So if we went outside the county, then.
And again, there might be an exception that I can't think of. It's been a while since we've thought about this, but I don't know that there's a charitable benevolent sort of exception that allows you to convey it directly to them.
Well, we've given stuff to the school districts before.
There is an exception for that.
And other municipalities.
I don't know.
Yeah,
municipalities.
Can we give it to other
government
government entities, which fire districts are?
I think you can.
And you could give it to road districts, sand districts. Those would be other government agencies, just like a city. Right?
Right. Then you get in running the issues of why them over me. So it might just be easier just to have search and rescue have it.
Understood.
Perhaps we will look into it.
Anything else for these gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, now we get you and
Encore,
Brad.
encore.
So I realized after the fact, I was looking at property in Hamlin County, and apparently First District has a whole bunch of counties, and it's just as crappy in their county. It's actually maybe a little quicker, but their platform is just not as nice as the old one that we have.
Yeah.
But they must have, I think they've got at least 9 counties. That we on there. So they you scroll through and pick it. And it's all the same problems that we have.
Yeah, there's quite a few on these sites. So we've been looking at Beacon, which is the other option. Meade County has Custer County, Harding County, Lincoln, Minnehaha, so I'm a cook. And, there's some other ones, but I talked to some of them. Beacon is definitely more expensive. There's no doubt. But from I talked to a county in Kansas that actually has our software, Camera Software Orion. So they've already done this with Orion software. And she said, it was kind of funny. She goes, in 1989, we got Beacon with our Orion software. She decided they go with that. And they went with that for a while, and it was getting kind of expensive. So they went to a less expensive option, went to another vendor. She said, they were just awful. We just hated it, and we went right back to Beacon. She said because they were just so much better as far as customer service. They have people, that have been on Beacon before. They're, the public, and went, what's going on with this website? And she said they just went right back and haven't changed since.
What were we on before? What did we use?
So we were on Facility Dude, and they decided not to do it anymore.
We just phased it out. We just weren't going to provide that service anymore.
Mr. David.
So is Weston County and Campbell County on Beacon?
That I don't know. I didn't look in mine.
Yeah, that Campbell would be a very good comparison because of the mineral rights they have. But the issues with what we have today are there's three primary issues. Speed is not one of them. It's that they show just by parcel numbers, not by each lot. And now, if I want shape files, I have to call you and order them.
Yeah.
If I want a geospatial image, I have to call you and get the high resolution image. On the old software, I could download those shape files to a certain extent without calling you.
Which you would be able to on Beacon.
Right. And I could download a geospatial image from the mosaic, which I wouldn't have to bother you. So it's a savings in labor. That's the thing. Beacon normally has a subscription associated with it to help pay for the increased expense. And I really think that is something that should be considered. Right now on Beacon, I can go on Meade County without a membership and I can do certain things.
Yep.
Okay? Real basic. But if I want to do what I have to do, I have to become a member, and the membership is just
$24 a month.
A month, okay?
Yes.
And the one in Crook County is like 25 or 50 a year. So for those of us that are using it to that extent, it's worth the fee, number one. And it recovers some of the additional cost. So I think Beacon is a good option. If it'll do those things, which I believe it does. And what does Rapid City use for Rapid Map?
They have their own vendor, which they've had for a long time.
Because it's fairly good, but it's not as good as Beacon, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's it. It's more of a custom thing just for them.
Okay.
They've had it forever. Yeah.
And some people have that same software under different names, I think, or same availability.
Okay.
But I think Beacon is a good option just because they're proven, they've been there for decades in that world.
Right, when we discussed that subscription model, and the free service, basically the information that the people would be getting would be the same as they're getting now. So it would be what's above and beyond that would be the subscription base that we're talking about.
But you'd still get individual plats, would you, not parcels?
Pardon?
So
that's an
you
option.
get individual lots and not as
Right.
opposed to as part of the regular. That's from a civilian side. I don't need the shape files. I don't stuff, geospatial stuff. But the lots were confusing because I was trying to find.
I should say our former website. You still get the same information.
Oh, then yeah, and that one was you could pick up or drop the photo imagery, the photogrammetry, and some of those other things. And that one, and it just seemed like it was just easier to navigate. But a lot of that's probably just being used to it. But that, like I say, from the civilian standpoint, I had a couple of things that the lots were certainly one of them.
Well,
some other user.
From my view, this new Beacon website would save us actually quite a bit of time. Save me quite a bit of time.
That's my lot.
Honestly, right now, to get the data off the website, I take they only do it 2 times a month. Is all it's updated. Beacon would update nightly. And right now, I have to actually physically take the mapping, download the data from Orion, massage it, get it put together. It takes me about 3 hours to do that, just to get an updated data on the website. And what they're going to do is they're going to literally do that for me every night.
Every time there's map changes or data changes in the system, it's all automatic. It's a huge.
So it reads back and forth.
Well-
basically what you're saying is you do it, when you do it in the office, it reads that.
Pushes it back out the website
Yeah.
every day.
Yeah, and then you
Commissioner
go.
Diver?
So right now, I've looked at the website and it doesn't show plats that haven't changed ownership. For example, at Deer Mountain, there's 2 boundary plats, Block A and Block A1.
Mhm.
They're not in the database because there's not been a deed change.
Mhm.
Or it hasn't been deeded, okay?
Okay.
So when do you trigger these changes? Because we have a lot of plats that don't trigger a deed. If I have a subdivision of 4 lots and I own them all, I may not redeed them, but the plat's approved. So does the plat trigger
So
the
the lots
database?
have been created.
So whenever I get the plat, we'll change the GIS and actually Nicole makes the parcel or even just puts the plat into whichever parcel it is. So
Okay, well, I
even-
don't think they're getting parcel IDs if they're boundary plats. Is my point. We need to look into that.
Oh,
But
Well, if they're boundary
just boundary.
that they're filed at the Register of Deeds, but they're not on the database, and some of those are a year old. Okay,
you take all those and put them in the GIS relatively quickly.
because
after the deeds
those
get
those internal
anyway.
lots are now gone. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if I'm a sanitary district or road district and I had 30 mineral surveys in there and now it's
Yeah.
1 boundary plat,
Yeah.
I shouldn't be sending notices to those 30 people to pay their water fees when it's now 1 lot.
Sure.
So the database doesn't show
You're
that.
going the other direction. You're talking about consolidation plat,
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
or which is the same as a subdivision. When the plat comes in,
Yeah.
as soon as you guys go through the GIS and it's
Yeah.
in, you're saying with Beacon that night it would go in and within a couple of days at the latest it would show.
Right.
Right.
And then the other thing
But
about
now
the-
you're saying twice a month.
Well, that was honestly, it's only been once a month, and then because they have the thing is they don't have enough people dealing with this. They have a big contract with the state. They have to get that done. That's priority.
We're
So
low
for the last month and a half, you haven't had any of it.
But even facility,
Yeah.
but the most they would do is 2 months.
For a
Wow.
month, yeah.
but also in the version we're operating under now, it doesn't have the plat document called out separately. It's stuck in the legal description.
Yeah, it is.
And the problem with Rapid Map is it goes by deed, not by plat.
Mhm.
So you research the deed and it doesn't give you the plat number in the deed because attorneys don't put it inclusive of the deed. They just say block 1, lot 1, block 7, right?
Sure.
So as we move forward, having both of those attributes is helpful.
Well, honestly, this would I know for sure transfers are going to be in there.
Mhm.
Sales. There's a tab where you hit sales and you can actually search your sales, or we just put them in monthly, and it's just a download.
How about
So you
plats?
Plats you can't because that's deeds. We can't put plats in there. I mean, plat numbers, yes, we'll put plat numbers in there. We'll be able to.
As
do
soon
those
as it's
separately.
filed, or as soon as it gets parcel ID?
Parcel ID.
What-
Because
what-
we can't attach it to parcel unless we have the parcel ID. I mean, we just don't.
One question that did come up, when you bring up plats, is that, and that is in the Doc Pro, which is the deed system. We didn't discuss the ability to connect to another database for potential reconciliation. So that might be something that would be possible. You know, Orion is a done deal. They've completed that marriage before, so being able to, they didn't have to redesign the wheel, to do that. They would be able to implement it because they already know the data structure that's all ready to plug in. But there might be a chance to be able to tap into the document.
And possibly if they go with Encode.
Well,
Save a lot of
Yeah,
labor.
some other things, so the
too.
treasures
Right,
and,
exactly.
because I know, who was it, has Encode also, and they also, so.
Provide tax information.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine down in Florida was going to put a new fence, and his neighbor was trying to figure out where his property line was. It's a little bit of an irregular lot, and I jumped on their GIS, and it actually pulled up the plat and had the coin. So it was a digitized copy. Well, it was like a PDF of the plat, so you can actually see
Well, when
where
you-
it was planted and the whole. It was just a copy of that.
When you do print that, then there should be $1 charge, or statutorily. So
Well, I
that's where it
didn't
gets much-
print it. I did a screenshot so I could look at it.
And it'd
But
be
yes.
possible to do
Sorry.
that, right? I mean, we can do different things. For example, the subscription just to get to see the data, the more detailed data,
Right.
could be $24 a month or whatever. We can set up whatever it is. Whatever we decide is a good amount. But we can also set it up so that if we want to down, certain data, if we want to charge a small fee for that too, we can do that separately. So it's not just a mass.
So what is the discussion? I mean, I know I would rather switch to something.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Where we're at today, when they transferred the data over, they lost some of it. They lost the polygonal information on the lots.
Wasn't
No,
included.
they
right?
haven't lost the polygon. It's just that they must not.
Well, let me get to my question. Are we going to go through a surcharge to get that data in the original database with Beacon, or is that inclusive of the subscription?
There is an invitation.
That's it.
There is, but they said if we decided to join before the end of quarter 3, the end of September, I think, that they would waive the setup fee for the core hosting, that's $11,760.
So we'd save that.
We'd save that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not expensive, but I think our fees would pay for it. But overall, I figured out from what I saw that we would want to get sales search tools, pictometry, the ability to extract data, doing mailing labels, which would be really helpful. We have a lot of requests for that, as in people want a subdivision or something. And then they could honestly by themselves go, okay, I want this subdivision. They just select it. They go make mailing labels, and it makes mailing labels just automatically for those ones that are. So that's another. It's really nice. So the total of the first year with all the setup, there is some additional setup fees, but not that one, would be around $17,000. And annually it'd be around 12, going with the things that I was looking at. Of course, there are more additional things, right, that are really nice, but not necessary. For example, there's a property tax estimator. All the time we get questions, people asking approximately how much our taxes are going to be. And I know the treasurers get this. And they actually have something where you could put in, get your mill levy and any credits and compute it, and you just do it. It's really.
That seems like a can of worms,
It is,
especially the way the market's been in the last
Yeah.
few years.
A lot of times
I get a thing that says, "Oh, your house is up 4% this month," and 10% on the corner. It's like on the quarter. It's like,
Well, a lot of time it's more people who are calling are going to build. And they go, oh, I'm going to spend this much on it and this much. And then you can go, well, approximately my taxes would be, I'm looking at, this much.
So if you're adding square footage value.
Well, a lot of times we just tell them, what are you going to pay to build it? And then whatever the land value is. Because, what we do is really approximate too, obviously, because we don't even know. Another thing is, this is really nice. They actually show where the tax distribution is. So what is going to by day, by month, by half year, it can tell you where exactly that one property's taxes are going to.
School districts.
Well, how much is the school district?
Exactly.
Road so if you pay
fire
$2,000, it's kind of a nice visual. For $2,000 of it's going toward the school, and that'll give you exactly from what your taxes are.
Is that an add-on, or is that coming?
That is an add-on. Yeah, there's a lot. That's the one thing about this. There's a lot of add-ons. I have to say, that's the one thing I'm like, ugh.
So if we went with this, and I'm going to go ahead of 2 years to get through the transition. In 2025, you're estimating 12,000 a year or 17,000 a year?
12,000.
Okay, and right now we're about at 6.
We're at 5.
5.
Yeah.
But your labor savings
would
almost equal that base of 11 or 12,000.
Let's just say this. I called up McCook County, which is a fairly small county actually, and she said, one of the things we're going to add is a subscription thing, so people can go on any time of the day and actually sign up, get their data. They don't have to call us and say we want to get on, and then we have to call up the auditors, get the check, their credit card.
Get the credit card and pay the fee for the credit card company.
Anytime, she said, once we got that, she said, first of all, the amount of money we got from was incredible, and she said, and the calls it went down dramatically. The amount of time we had to spend, that was key. Not the other part. The other part was good, right? But once they didn't have to handle subscriptions all the time and be dealing with the money, that was.
And then they just mail us a monthly check or revenues, or how do we get to that?
It's however we have to set it up. Yeah, we have to set it up.
That revenue could potentially offset the entire cost. And depending on how much utilization there is, at least a large percentage of it, maybe the whole thing.
I think we're on the right track here. I'm trying to figure out what the subscription fee would be depending on the customization.
There's lots of different options.
Because I see it in a lot of places less than $25 a month. And maybe during the first years, we start a little lower and see what that revenue looks like, and then we could increase it if it's not paying for itself. Just your time savings, because I know how much time, because I make the calls.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or send the emails. And
Yeah.
then you have to pull away from your daily duties. And not everybody knows how to extract that data too.
Right.
So you have to train your staff to extract it if you're not there to do it.
Yeah.
And it's instantaneous, so you don't have to prioritize that over your other work. So I think, and the ones that I use on Beacon, like Meade County, I find effective.
One last thing I was going to bring up too is you know, with especially our former GIS website, there were times where we had performance issues or non-availability issues. But with Beacon, they're a very robust platform. They're a very redundant platform. Very, very almost nil downtime with their site because it's really well structured. So that's something that, you know, again, when their site's not working right, you get bombarded with phone calls immediately. So this is something that, you know, when the service is always available, makes a big difference for
Commissioner Diver.
So if we went with Beacon, there's no IT hardware or software increases on your end.
Well, there's not with any of them.
Either they're all offsite hosted.
Right, they're all offsite hosted. Yes, right.
And one thing that's really good that I've heard from everyone is the customer service is really good. That's
But to my earlier question, we keep the imagery on site. She extracts that, sends it, right?
Yes.
So we're storing all that imagery.
Well, we're storing. We do store the imagery. We have it on various media that we get from like pictometry.
Right. Right.
We do have a server that is stored on that we use it because, you know, when Brett's working on maps or somebody else is working on maps in building, they use those as layers that they're working with too. But in this case, with this organization, we would basically give them a copy of all that so they would store it on their site. So every time we do an update, we give them the whole thing to store on the site. So it's all there. And there's a lot of reasons why they do it. One was performance, the way they can optimize it with their site. And you can see it when you look at their site, how quickly it refreshes with all their areas.
So my point is, her staff could use the Beacon and we wouldn't have to have that imagery out there active on your site because they could log into Beacon and do the same thing.
Just on our local network.
Right.
Which
would save you quite a bit of storage.
For editing, they still use it. Yeah. When you're working with the maps, you don't edit stuff through their website. Okay. You know, the editing's done through ArcGIS and a local platform.
Yeah.
So what you're looking for, probably the important things is to find out if this third quarter setup, when that takes effect. You said there's $11,000 and change or something if we do it sooner or later.
Yeah, it would save around almost $12,000 in setup fees.
So then we'd essentially be looking for some kind of supplement to finish out this year if we went that route to pay the difference.
I'm going to talk with them too, and maybe see. They're pretty flexible on when we can pay, I think. So I'm thinking we might be able to still wait till next year, but I have to put it in the budget.
And then that's what I was going to say. Then the upcoming budget.
Yeah.
It sounds like, and I don't know if you gentlemen have any comments or questions, or if you say unless you use that stuff, probably doesn't make any sense at all.
I've been on the current site and I have satellite internet, so it's slow anyway. And I'm in favor of anything better.
I think the key here is if it's subscriber based for the people that need these items that are exclusive to that user base, that they can pay for it.
Yeah, more data than what we're getting now.
And the time savings for her staff, and as we expand it into the departments, far offsets. Their productivity goes up because they're not dealing with me calling them for a little piece of data.
Well,
that's the part I like about it.
Like you say, as a civilian user, the biggest thing, I mean, the slow is one thing, but the not having individual lots made no sense. You're trying to say, I was looking for a specific piece of property that had just sold at auction.
Yeah.
And it was part of a larger parcel that sold in individual pieces, so I couldn't see it. It was just a big block of 70 acres, and this was like an 8-acre chunk.
So just to put it in perspective, if I own block 1 through 6 or lots 1 through 6 of block 7 of the original town, it shows it as one big parcel. And I actually own 6 lots. And that's the problem with the new one. In the past, they all showed, even though it was one owner.
And this had sold recent enough that it wasn't separated out yet. So, yeah, anything else on those? It sounds like you're
No?
generally, both of you seem like you're in favor of changing. I know I and Commissioner Tybert are definitely in favor of changing from a user standpoint. I think we had a nod from the planning and zoning director in the back.
Brett and I have had lots of discussions.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Just for budget purposes, Brett has given me some pictometry that we're going to need to add to her budget. And so how much are you looking that you would need added to pictometry / GIS? Could you maybe get those
Yeah, I'll get
figures?
that by the end of the week.
Yeah, and that, so we can get that added,
Yeah.
just so everybody knows that
But
I'll,
we're just doing that
that I,
first run through today
yeah,
anyway.
so,
and stuff.
Well,
yeah.
I think that we need to have this on our next agenda to take advantage of the discount for the third quarter
Yeah.
and also get it underway.
Okay.
Because what we have now is substandard.
If we have an agreement, I'll add it during general business, sort of the 25th.
Okay.
Or as soon as you can do it.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay.
August 22nd.
And then you're short one person, right?
Yes.
So you may not be using all your budget anyway.
Yeah, though right now, I guess in a sense, Tim is working for us, which is good.
Okay.
But it's not full time. So yeah, we're not using the
So we
entire-
could wait, if she
Yeah,
needed to
I
pay
might
this
have
bill,
some
we
left
could
over.
wait and supplement it just before the end of the
Yes.
year from
Yeah.
other sources, maybe
Yeah.
contingency fund, or it might even fit under the interest on the VOPAC sevens fund.
So,
I
Commissioner
think
Weisenberg, I'm glad you always keep that
I
one.
think
in
the
your mind.
contingency transfer is very good.
Declare it surplus.
Okay.
Thanks,
thank
you
you.
guys. Equalization is gonna have a say on the old street signs.
Yep.
Yeah, the labor cost there is gonna exceed the revenue.
Lunch is coming at 11:30, I
So
understand.
go to items from the public and or staff. Is this you need to sign some?
No, I forgot to have you say that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
And this is housekeeping. Here you go. Have a plaque.
I brought this up earlier. Anybody
Remember that
interested
didn't go forward.
in the Giltridge Superfund site visit on July 17th at 9 a.m.? I asked the question to see if I need to do a notice of quorum. Apparently, the press is going to be invited to attend
It's
as
right.
well. Public should be
So I
there.
just need
How'd they mess
I would-
up?
I would like to, it just
because they
depends on what I
didn't
have going
approve it.
on.
Remember,
I don't wanna-
Probably safe just to
but it
put
was
it on.
stuck to.
Yeah, I'll probably just do a notice of quorum and, yeah.
We can't just change.
I think I sent you the email too. It was from Monday, from yesterday. About a little after 10, probably, from Rick Bell. I'll just do a notice of quorum, just to,
What is it? I'm sorry.
the Superfund, Giltridge Mines Superfund visit site.
I will not be there. That makes a difference.
What time did you say that
And I
was?
won't do that, so.
9.
Still
Yeah,
have to
we
be
don't
on.
need to.
Yeah,
Do you need to do a notice of quorum at the county convention?
theoretically, yeah. I mean, to go to a high school basketball game, there's an argument to be made.
I think we have an item from the public.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. Did a good job.
Oh, thank you.
The Skilled Edge Superfund site, can you also send that notice to the Natural Resources Committee? Or is that?
Yeah, I can, yeah, I will.
It's interesting to see how long they've traveled from when it was an active before it was an active Superfund site. Because they were starting reclamation on that back when I was planning zoning director, and it was really a big to-do. There was a lot of delinquent taxes on that property because they wandered off, and nobody could get a hold of anybody to find out who owned it. Nobody wanted to buy it because it was a Superfund site.
Because it came up during that mining seminar at
Right.
the Joyce Center. So it'd be nice to put some real visuals instead of
Yeah.
some Gucci slides.
No, it's interesting.
Is there a limit on number of people that can go?
Not that I see.
Because I think some of the new members would like to see it.
Well, they do want a number of people that are going to attend.
Okay.
So it looks like.
Maybe we need to
Maybe
send that
figure out
invitation out
bus
right away and
around
see who wants to
I'll do it
attend.
right away, and
Consider me RSVP.
at least one.
Anything else from the public?
No, thank you. Well, just one small item. We'll have to do my name and address.
I think we're probably okay.
Okay, I think everybody knows where to find me.
I appreciated you all doing the major pretzel movements, trying to help the lady with her wedding venue, but I just wanted to remind the commissioners that planning and zoning, where her issues came up before the P and Z, all her neighbors were there in opposition. So you might be doing a whole lot.
Still not a
work.
popularity contest. It's a basis
No,
of
I
whether it's
understand.
allowed and whether it's appropriate. But
I get that, but you can't always, be Solomon. Sometimes you just have to.
I agree. I try to come up with solutions and then let them decide if they want to risk the attempt or not. But I also try not to do it in a meeting. I try to do it outside meetings.
Okay.
So, but thank you.
Those-
Anything else?
Those people were there in opposition because she didn't follow the rules. They weren't against the.
And that's another discussion. And that's like the house thing when you're going, yeah, this isn't, because I was going to say the exact same thing. It's like, we didn't create this problem. It's like, it was in compliance when she bought the property. And they made it not in the fact. So that's the one that I'm more concerned about, is trying to figure out how to make her, to fix the problem they created.
Well,
It's like, well, the simple answer is take the plumbing out of the one house, and then it's just.
I have, I'll leave it alone, but that's not a good situation.
Anything else from the public or the commission? Commissioner Dybert.
So, Richard, were you at the Black Hills Council of Local Government when the South Dakota Transportation Improvement Plan was presented? Did we have a schedule on the improvements in Deadwood? On what's that?
The one that keeps getting pushed back.
Yeah, because I didn't make that meeting. Was that the last meeting? Was there any information on that?
There were several guys there talking about everything. I don't remember.
Do you have the printout from it?
I think I got it.
Okay. It will tell us. Yeah, and then there's the 385 construction project I was interested in too.
That too. They were going to do that over maybe 6 years instead of 4, and they were going to not stop the traffic from pulling. Prior to this, they were going to
shut it down.
Do certain sections at a time, and nobody was going to travel it. I think they've got beyond that.
Yeah, I know they were going to shut down for 2 years. The piece by Pac-12 that's very narrow with the drilled and shot. Okay. Anyway, from that meeting, there's 4 public meetings too. I think we have those posted. One of them is.
There's usually what, Rapid and Pier and Sioux Falls and.
Yeah, and one of them's coming up. Did you see that information, Bruce, on the STIP presentations that the DOT is doing?
I may have, I didn't study it.
Because they'll go through that stuff again, and if you've never been to it, it's a good place to go. So it gives you the plan. They go to each planning district and do the presentations, and then they do the public ones.
They're going to have more. The one down there was their first one.
In the planning districts, yeah. Then they have 4 open public meetings too.
This was from the DOT.
Yeah, it's a STIP plan.
Yeah.
So you might be able to get that distributed to the commissioners.
I'm sure it's got to be on their website.
I know
They
that.
get all kinds of
Yeah, I know that Chris has it. Chris or staff.
She's probably sent them out.
I think I
just
saw
don't
it, but I
recall.
didn't forward it.
Anything else from commission?
You're
If not,
gonna
I would entertain a motion to
recess for a while.
Yeah, we'll take a little break. I think we've got lunch coming, and then we'll start into the budget.
11:24.
I will pause the recording now and we'll resume.
Did you have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I think he just calls it, wouldn't you?
I don't know. Can I
I
just?
think we need a
Recall
motion.
it.
Yeah.
With that,
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Good job.
and also encourage everyone to take off the suit jackets. So
I'll recess the recording for now and we'll resume when it starts.
This conference will now be recorded.
He knows what to do.
Hit the any key.
there you go.
All right.
I can't find the any key.
If she doesn't know what to do, she gets on her hands and knees and crawls down below and gets out.
Or hides under a desk.
All right. This is beginning of our budget hearings. We'll do the preliminary items. My thought process, I went through preliminary, we have a handful of questions, some of which were answered later on as I went into other sections. We do this lightning round style to start with. All we need is 3, either yes or no, and then we can move on to the next part.
Maybe start by department. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, the first one is commissioners, and that one always has
All the allocation.
all the big asks, yeah, the allocations. The other one's not the big asks, the
Mr.
ones that we don't.
Mr. Chairman, should we preface this with a little background? I think there's a wage increase built into this, and that's an ask.
I can do that. Do you want me?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, the department heads met and, we voted to do a 10% cost of living increase, across the board. And we also, implemented the insurance to pay the full single policy and move it to an 80-20 match instead of a 70-30.
For family then?
Yeah, so it'd be family, employee spouse, and employee children. Those would be all 80-20, and then the full premium for the single policy would be paid 100%. Right now, it's we have to go according to the safe harbor back when they we had to pay so much of the single policy. Right now the employee pays $90, which we as a department we just said we'll pay to do 100% for the single.
So on
I think that's what the city of Spearfish does right now. I think they have, actually, I think for quite some time they've done, for just a single policy, they pay and then the other percentage.
So on the dental and others, do they pay that?
Dental
separately?
is the single policy is 100%, and then the employee pays if they want to join, have their family join, they have to pay that 100%. And then the vision, we voted to bring that on, but the employee has to pay the premium 100%. So as of right now,
so the county doesn't.
County would
we
not.
haven't.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, maybe sometime down the line that could be something we could implement, but right now it was just to offer it to the employees, but they have to pay the full premium. Life insurance, we do 50-50.
And that's built into this budget, and that increase was $900,000.
Yeah, about $911, $925.
And that was just interest.
Nope, that's to add the 10% cost of living.
10%.
Yep, and then the insurances and stuff I had already built in there. So that had this 911 is just strictly, I keyed in a 0%, and then I put the 10, and that's the difference.
Okay.
So,
And our budget last year was about $13.5 million, roughly. Tax ask.
12.
It was about half. I think our budget was around 25,000 or 25 million.
You're talking just for the tax ask?
Tax ask. And there's a point I'm making here. Bear with me.
I was going to have all those spreadsheets open, so when you ask me questions, I could go right there, but I apologize.
While she's doing that, the Spearfish healthcare policy coverage is a lot less than ours.
Is
Our
it now?
policy is
It used to
much-
be.
Ours is much better. They keep whittling away at theirs. We have a real good policy.
And everybody loves it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Well, we changed something not that long ago, but I don't know that I've noticed much.
We haven't taken it down. We've raised the coverage.
Well, we changed something that it was
The
making it less
copay.
expensive last
Yeah,
year.
the
$35,
copay, 35 to 20.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. A couple, not much.
But the out of pocket on a catastrophic thing is still $3,000 to $6,000 max. Anyway, let's just use a round figure, $12.5 million. And we can increase our tax ask by 3%, which is
12,827,587.
So I'm going to use 13 million. We can increase our tax ask 3%, which is $390,000. Which is if our increase in our payroll is $900,000, we can't even cover it by a full increase on our.
So we're be cutting it something else.
Right. Or bringing in from growth.
We do have a plan
So
growth
I'm
is-
just prefacing what that is proportionally what we can increase.
And growth right now is at 3.7. So right now we're at 6.7%. That's, of course, utilities have not come in yet, but
So-
that's where we're at as far as the percentage from the.
So 7% would cover it. 7% of 13 million would almost cover that increase.
Yes, I did. And I did the reporting too. I'm gonna tell you
I just had to put it
exactly.
in perspective in my mind how much that is.
It's $859,409 would be the increase with the 6.7%.
Okay, so we would be within 50,000 to
Yeah.
$60,000
We're right
of matching just the increase. And in past years, we've done a smaller bump and a bonus. Because when you bump the wages, you bump all the benefits. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I thought that was a big item.
No, so that's where we should have started with the.
So those are
last
the
one.
additions, yes.
And that's a discussion that we usually have, well, at the end of this and then also at the next meeting as well. We're just going through the numbers, the initial numbers, the stuff that we know we're going to have questions on, we need to call department heads in on, and the things that we know we're going to change, I guess, like some of the asks on the allocations and some other things.
And those are on this, the allocations on the page.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and then we have, well, when we go into commissioners, aren't there the individual stuff? I know there's the fast vendor, Good Shepherd Clinic had some stuff in there. So we'll go to the first one, dump week. Last year's 10, this year's 10, as they asked. I'm fine with that.
Which sheet are you
I'm on the
preface?
Yep, we're page 3, right off the bat.
Okay, allocations. Okay, thank you.
Richard.
Yep, he's got it. It's that one right there. Okay. So if you go to 111 under allocations, highlighted in yellow right in front of you, Rich, right in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, 111 dump week. Last year, 2023. For this year was 10,000. Next year they're asking for the same. It's the same they've had for years. We do 5 and 5 spring and fall. Any issues?
Nope.
Okay, we'll leave it. Good Shepherd Clinic asked for 1,000 before, 1,000 again.
Good.
Any issues?
Good.
Good. Fast Bender wants to go up.
Nope, not for me. Stay at 5.
Stay at 5. Okay, we'll go back to 5 on that one.
They should be gaining on their research and categorizing things from past vendors, so they shouldn't use much, I would think.
It seemed like when I read through that it's like we'd like to get more, and if we don't, we understand. And most of those were that way. Boys and Girls Club, we just started funding this not that long ago, but they were asking for double. 75.
75 for
Same.
me. 75. Yeah.
Okay, we'll stay at 75. Homestake Opera House, 250, still 250.
That's a membership, basically.
Yep. Staying with that.
And that does give you some tickets and things.
Does it?
SEDC was asking for a bump. We gave them $1,000. They were asking for double that.
I'm sticking at 1,000 on that one.
Yep.
Well, I agree.
That's 3 votes. That's to stay there. The lead Deputy Economic Development, 500, 500, same. Any issues?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Black Hills Council Local Governments, I believe they said they did it across the department or across the board vote.
We were very lucky. Ours didn't go up as much as many.
And I think they kind of based that on population, if I'm not mistaken.
They did 52 cents a person, is what they put their budget at. And what was I going to say? Oh, I wondered if that was necessary because Lawrence County had been getting X amount of dollars there. And then we split it up against the towns too. And for this 52 cents, they're taking that for the county, they're taking it for Spearfish.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because it used to be if the county did it, I thought all the municipalities were counted as well as the sanitary districts and the stuff inside there were counted as members because they fell under our blanket. Is that not the case anymore?
Yeah. So if I need to use their services, any of those entities can use those services.
That's what it has
It's a
been.
different
Are you
pay,
saying
though.
they're going to start charging them in addition to?
In addition, is my
So in
understanding.
theory, then we should only be paying for counties in the county, or county residents in the county, and not
That's
all the
right.
county
I
residents.
think what we should, I think we should have Jennifer come in and just go through it.
They're charging.
Charging everybody twice, really, is what it's
So
amounts to.
if we pay our thing, that's covers all of them as well. That's how it has been. Okay, can we have that clarified before the next meeting?
I can clarify that, but I know that I spoke with Holly in Bennington County, and she said they're not excluding the municipalities. They're charging, so we're getting charged, I'm assuming, for 25,578 or whatever the population of Lawrence County.
So we're paying.
That's how I understood.
Which I don't know that, I think we were before. We're paying for Spearfish, we're paying for Lead, we're paying for Denver, we're paying for Terry Trojan Water, we're paying for Deer Mountain Sanitary, or Water, Lee Deadwood Sand District, and any other.
The city's paying on top of that. Need to check into that.
Well, okay, he said that, she said not, she said the opposite of that, and he just said that, so.
Well, Spearfish has a voting member on there, so that means they're paying membership somehow.
They're paying 52 cents a person for the population of Spearfish. And we're paying 52 cents a person for the population of Lawrence County.
Well, everybody within a city district, within a city municipality is getting, essentially the county is, the local governments are then getting $1.04 for everybody within a city limits.
I think we need to have Jennifer come in and present.
Membership dues for
She would
2024 will
come.
be 13.4, an increase of 2,450. An April vote resulted in rates established at 52 per capita, rounded up to the nearest $5 increment for all members. No addition. It's there is a letter in there that
And see, I read that, and it didn't clarify that to me.
But
Because that's, again, if we're paying for the whole county, and then the cities are paying each for each city. And then how do those other random,
They work under ours.
So the ones that are outside.
Yeah, the sand districts and anything in the county doesn't pay an additional fee.
That's exactly
They might,
what it is.
they may, that's right.
We're paying 52 cents for 25,570.
It suggests to me it's always been that way. They just raised the rate.
That's right. And the reason they did that is they've increased workload has went exponential with them with the COVID money. Just
Well,
went nuts.
we used them for, I don't know how much money we save between doing it in-house and using it. And Spearfish has actually hired a contractor out of Colorado to do their comp plan. I'm like, I remember how well that went.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
And said it was $100,000 and we had a draft. It's like, well, it's going to cost us way more than that.
And Lee Deadwood Sanitary, or not Lee Deadwood, Deer Mountain Sanitary District has had millions of dollars in grants that they process for their water system as well as Lee Deadwood Sanitary.
I think it's worth it.
And the increase, I think
I've always been a fan. I know Richard has always kind of had a little bit of an issue with them.
Yeah, I have.
And so I say take the new rate and run with it. But
I'm on board with that, but I wouldn't mind Jennifer coming in and just explaining to us.
They've been very helpful regarding the Forest Service issues. Jennifer
Yep.
has invaluable.
Yep, on the Forest Service, the county group, she's facilitating all that at no cost.
Just leave that for now and have her come in then.
She's not happy with that.
So we just, so we'll leave it alone, have her come in.
It's okay with
I
the
don't
13
think
cents
that
and then
Our
Jennifer.
secretary, or treasurer ought to pay for that.
I'm just
She
wondering,
could put
I know,
some of
is it
money
that complicated to
in
have
that,
her come in? If basically they're just
escrow
charging
account,
a little bit more per person, are you gonna
I
learn?
can't think of
Are you in
something
favor?
on account that-
Are you on board?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay,
52.
that's 3 yes.
Well,
So
what's that?
then not
money,
the budget.
the
if she
money
wants to
that
come and
we're
talk
getting
about it.
through
Just
the
get Randy's for it,
legislature.
I'm for it, he's for it.
So I
So
think
yeah,
we
we
come
can
to the
have-
agreements
The
with
big question is
the,
the municipalities paying in addition.
I can go find out.
is
And I would-
administered by her to get that
Sounded
money.
to me like they were.
I think just-
They might not be.
And they should for membership. And really, at the end of the day, the services that we get, I think, are probably one thing. But then when you're adding the other entities inside that wouldn't be covered by City Spearfish or the other one, that's a lot of service in the county, that citizens of the county, that somebody is taking care of. That's not us.
The other thing is
I think it's the
they even
taxpayer, I think it's a good thing.
they even do it for the homeowners associations, which are not government agencies, but they qualify. They can get a grant, and they manage the grant application for them and get the money and disperse it.
And they don't get charged for that. Or if they do, it's a fee out from within the grant. The county, they get charged. They don't get charged because they're members under our membership. Like our road district would be that way.
Yep.
The sanitary districts, the water districts.
I like it at 13.4, but I'd sure like the explanation.
Well, and
First, it's gonna email.
they're paying Mitch Iverson $25,000 a month, and that comes from the 4 counties or 5 counties with timber on them. And that's a lot of money. I don't know. There's got to be extra money coming from somewhere there at $25,000 a month. And that's what showed up the last couple months.
So she's going to come and talk to us. We've moved on from that. We had 3 that think that the increased budget is good, is fine. But we
Where's
will get
this
some clarification from her on what's going on. CASA,
15.
leave it at 15. I don't know what that
Okay, so
adjusted number
that's
is
in
about.
the,
That seems like maybe that number.
Do we have to do that?
it comes from the courts. So if you go to 130, there's a letter from the courts that explains their increase to CASA.
I remember seeing that.
There are priorities.
130. So
Yeah, and if they want to save money, they can quit advertising on TV.
I'm just saying that's where it comes from. It's on page.
I see it from the Fourth Judicial Court.
What page?
It's under tab 130.
Oh, yeah.
And it says the Northern Hills CASA program is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that recruits, trains, supervises court-appointed and community volunteers.
Well, that's a volunteer, yeah, it's volunteer
It
deal.
says see
CASA,
separate
right?
request justification for CASA. The court supports the request of CASA's 2024 operating budget.
Because we've been paying for that besides teen court, and that's a big benefit.
Different deals. So yeah, teen courts for kids at CASA, they help with abuse and neglect cases.
So do we?
I'm at 15. I'm at 15 on where the list should be on.
We have one to leave at 15 instead of raise it to 17,360.
I'm okay with raising it
Okay with raising it?
to 17.
I'm on the fence. So.
Richard?
I'll go 15.
All right, I'll do 15 as well. So we'll leave that one at 15. Teen court, 1750, looks like they have the same ask. Leave it?
Yep.
Okay. The nurse increase, was that something I saw?
Yeah, the state sent a letter for that.
State,
Yep.
yeah, state
It's
deal
for,
or not?
if you notice the number, the 422, if you go to the tab, the letter is.
I just soon do away with the whole thing. It's zero.
Where is our nurse? Is she up in Denver here?
He's out of Spearfish.
The thing that they do
Ray
right
Huntington
is
oversees
the food WIC. They do the WIC program.
Well, yeah, and so Denise Rosenberger retired, and so Wade is her supervisor. But yeah, Denise is the one that retired. I don't know who replaced her. They have their offices at least locally up at the Puma Schoolhouse, right? There's one in Spearfish. Oh, they closed. Because they give like hepatitis shots to employees. They administer things like that. They come and they've done our flu shots in the every year for the last several years. So they do.
Aren't we required to have a county health nurse?
I don't
know. No, it wouldn't be on this list.
That's true.
You know, and the WIC program is good. They're part of that. But if you look at their budget, it's all wages to these people we never see. A lot of it is. So I've never been an advocate of that because even though they come in and give us shots, don't we fill out a form that they can recoup our insurance? So they get revenue from that. So it's a big facade, in my opinion.
So are there any services that are going to, that people aren't going to be able to service if we go away from
WIC.
That's the only one.
Like I said,
No, there's at least one other one on there, if not two. I can't remember. It's another one of those weird, but it's a similar to like living crisis thing.
So how about we do this? We cut it to 25,000 and we have them come and talk to us, justify the need. We've had that before since I've been on. How do you feel about that?
Well, their justification for the increase is to be in line with the state legislature's approval of a 7% increase in state employee salaries. That's what that is. What that number comes from.
If the nurse part, is that going to be connected with the jail and sheriff's office too? Or is that outside of that?
That's outside of
that. Just so you know, Eric, I've never been a fan of this program. So I don't want to color you on it, but there's a lot of questions. And I know that other commissioners are fans of it.
I'm not saying I'm a fan. I'm saying that, well, I've been around people that have used it before, and it's always been beneficial.
In the WIC program.
And what is the WIC program?
That's the food to the poor.
The acronym is Women in Crisis. It's a lot of times single mothers. It's not really food stamps. It's to make sure that new moms, usually single moms or people in poor households, that it's like food stamps. So there's a lot of things on there they can get.
Milk, cheese,
fresh vegetables. There's a lot.
But they just get it there. They go in and apply and they pick it up.
Well, no, they get a card. It's like a debit card kind of a thing.
Are they buying it at the store now?
Yes. It's been that way for a long time.
And that can't be done through DSS?
Apparently it's not the same. That, to me, that's their most effective element.
They have another.
I know my wife was on it when she had 4 kids years ago. the early 90s.
DSS may administer the other program I'm thinking of. It's like a work. It's like a working welfare program where they actually, you got to work to do it, but it's a similar START or there's some acronym too.
And then the food stamps are done through welfare division.
I'm not sure.
And then food stamps,
DSS.
that's the way, yeah. And that's an income based.
Yeah.
This is income and need based.
I think this
protects the kids.
They do a lot of things. They do a lot of prenatal. Well, they do parent education for new parents, new moms usually, and then postnatal they do a lot of. There's checkups and make sure that the kid is getting checkups that it needs and the food, and they're getting the food. So there's
like I said, Wade's been here before and given.
he usually comes in every year. He will give us an update every. It seems like maybe September he comes in, and Randy rides his bike. Curly-haired red guy with red head guy.
You want him to come in?
I want to put it at 25,000 and have him come in.
I'm not in favor of cutting the program just because I don't know enough about it to do that. And it looks to me like the state legislator hosed us on the 64, so I'm probably on 64.
I'd go to the 64.
Well, I won't, because in certain areas, this legislature only gave 5%.
Okay, so we'll split the
But they
difference
must have
in
been
and
7%
go to.
on this.
No, they didn't increase this. They increased it at the state level, not at the county level. The county doesn't have to pay for that.
Does the state pay part of this?
And we now pay 100% of the.
Well, I don't know if they. I don't know.
The bill that came through was 7% wage increase for state employees, 7% for education, 5% for the subsidized healthcare industry, which would include this, and we're funding them at 100%. We used to the state only used to fund them at 90%. So that's the first time the big three have had different percentages. And so they got more. They actually got almost 9% increase because the 10% we're funding them. If we would have funded them at 7%, they'd have got a 12% increase. So they're getting money from the state somewhere here.
So is the county only responsible for 59?
No, they're asking for 64.08.
Right.
And we pay that quarterly.
We're not responsible for anything by statute.
Well, I think we ought to have the guy come in and talk to us, and then we'll make a decision after that.
Okay. So we need to have Wade come in.
So you're gonna leave it where it's at and have Wade come in and explain the program to the newbies, includes me. I don't get what they're doing either.
You'll probably do that next time when I'm gone.
Yep.
I'll watch the video.
Ambulance Spearfish, same.
Yep.
Same request. Lee Deadwood is the same request as last year. Sturgis went up a tiny bit.
$121.
Yeah, I would suggest, I bet the sheriff would probably say that's still a good part.
Yeah, it is.
Do we see any issues with any of the free ambulance services? Okay. Training center went from 5 to 7,500.
5.
Stay at 5. Stay at
5.
5.
I'm at 5.
Go 75, I guess.
I'm 5 on that.
So that I said 5 too. So that's 3 to 5. So we'll go back to 5. Compass Point. Isn't that pass through money that we were getting from drug stuff?
The 10,000 they asked last year, they're asking for 12,000 this year. I added the opioid money in there, so
Which
that's
is
why.
50.
Yeah. So I added that on there so that
I would go. I would go 60.
So we wouldn't have to
give them.
do a
I
supplement.
wouldn't give them the 2,000 increase on their base.
So back to
And
10
the
and
50,000 that they're already getting.
So I'd go 60 total.
Okay.
I'd go
Okay.
60. How's that work for everybody else?
I can do that.
Jennifer will be here on the 25th.
That's the nurse?
No.
That's what's from the Likeness Council. Behavior management, asking for the exact same amount. I think we have exact.
That's
dictated. We don't have a choice. That's statutory. Library is asking for an increase.
I don't have that in me to give an increase.
Leave it.
Leave it.
443,054.
Leave the
In fact, I'd like to see it go down 10%.
That's 3 to leave it at 443.
What do you want, Eric's?
Just out of curiosity.
What's your?
I wouldn't support a 10%, but I would support some increase.
Increase?
Well, he's talking about decrease.
I'm talking about decrease.
Yeah, I'm not, no, I'm not even, I'm not gonna go with the
I
decrease.
said leave it alone. He said leave it alone. You think you want to raise it?
I can leave it alone, or I can support a slight increase.
So that's almost 2% of our budget, or our tax ask, is in libraries. And the city is also matching that.
So the main reason I would support some increase is the work that they do. Like an example would be the public coming in and using the computer to fill out job applications, do some of the other things that there's a group of people that don't have access to computers, but the library is doing that. If the library cannot do that, the people are going to have to find someplace else to do it, and it's probably going to cost us more than that.
Do you need 4 of them in the county?
Transportation is a big issue with that culture of people. So yes.
Eric, I was gonna tell you, that applies what you said to Whitewood. That doesn't apply to Lead and Deadwood that is there, and Spearfish. They operate on a bigger amount of money given from the city, so then Whitewood hardly gets anything from. They just go on ours, and they do all those other things you talked about over there. And that, but the city should step up and give them a little more, as Spearfish and Lead and Deadwood do. And on the same town, Lead and Deadwood and Spearfish have other ways of raising money. They do different things where they raise money, and I don't. Whitewood doesn't do that.
They don't, and the other concern I have is the amount of overdue book fines that they keep as a slush fund. I advocated at the board meeting that they need to utilize those more for regular expenses instead of one-time expenses.
Well, a couple things. Deadwood, the building was given to them. Deadwood has the opportunity to get for historic preservation grants to maintain their building, so they have an advantage. Whitewood has come up quite a bit. The city now provides the building and provides the insurance, which they didn't even do that in the past. That's right. And they are budgeting a small amount now. And that's happened in the last 5 years. But Whitewood becomes a big daycare. Is what they become. And they which is a good use of the facility, but maybe there should be some funding there. And then I've always advocated that to have a library card, you just pay a fee. And in the county, because we fund them, you don't have to pay a fee.
If you're a resident of the county.
A resident of the county. And I've coached them to change their revenue model for 7 years now, and they've done very well. So sometimes you have to force it.
So in answer to your earlier question, do we need 4 libraries? I think we need 3.
Yeah, and Prairie Hills Transit has made a big difference there too.
Except they're still telling everybody to ask for a $3 donation. And 2, 3.
And you have to book 24 hours in advance.
So I said leave it.
That's what
you said. Drop it. You said leave it.
And I don't leave it.
Okay.
443.
Same pattern every year.
Prairie Hills wants to go up. It's like only if they drop their $3 request. So I say leave it at 10.
I say the same. They're competing against private enterprise too.
That's always been a discussion. And they have other revenue, other grants.
So if they lowered it to 2, would you give them an increase?
If they lowered what to 2? Or $2? Yeah, no. I see what you're saying. I get you now. What are you talking about? Lowered what to 2?
Well, they've expanded and they've done quite well. And they are a good service to the county. Yep. Especially a lot of the people in Spearfish.
I know, was it this year? Did we give them more money to Deadwood to help fund them to get money with Deadwood? There was I know there was a request.
We went from 7,500 to 10 somewhere in the
somewhere
process over the last few
yeah,
years, because they expanded their reach, because there was a lack of ability in some of the towns up here.
Well, Deadwood does their own.
Do they still?
Yes.
Okay.
So that
they have to have a little van.
Anyway, I say leave it at 10. Anyone?
I'm good with that.
10, that's 2, that's 3. Senior Center, give them 0, Tommy Thompson away. Leave it at 5.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that just Spearfish? Or is that all?
No, it's all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Leave Deadwood, Whitewood.
Okay, now we've got a couple of 4-H items on here. There was letters and those as well.
Yes. So the first one is with Butte County. So Butte County gives me their budget, and then I divide that into, and then she bills me towards the latter part of the year. So this might not, if they don't spend it, she doesn't bill me for it. So that's been working out pretty good. And then the state sent a letter in reference to the $11,200 that all of the other entities all pay that for.
Insurance.
Yes.
Do they charge kids to be in 4-H?
Charge kids to be, well, not a direct, well, there's some charge, but not.
Is there a membership fee?
A direct fee.
No. Well, there's a membership fee to a club.
To a club, yeah.
So the club would have their own account. There's not a membership fee for the state. It goes to the state.
And so if I have a calf and I raise it and it sells for $2,000 and the $2,000 comes back to me if they donate it back, right? Not to the organization. The organization doesn't get any pass through on that for their facilities. That's right.
Correct.
Is there kids that couldn't afford a fee?
Well, I'm sure there are.
Or a family?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's any kids left out of 4-H because they couldn't afford the membership. And it's not a big fee. I don't know what are their dues.
I don't know. I haven't that much.
Like $5 when I was a kid. So probably gone up from
I was in it, then it's been too long ago. It was like 8.
But anyway, yeah, the 11.2 is a full-time 4-H YPA share equally between two counties. And that was
11,000?
200. Yep. And
What's a YP?
Says YPA.
Youth
program.
Program
administrator. That $11,000 fee was for the state too, wasn't it?
Yeah, that will be paid directly to the state.
That's for insurance, and I thought that was $8,000 last year or something like that. Has it gone up that much?
Is it all for insurance?
Yeah, it is. The state.
Brenda, you said it was a YPI.
Well, it's for a full-time 4-H YPA shared equally between two counties. I don't know what YPA means.
And that's 11.2.
Yeah.
That's interesting because they're saying shared between the two counties and it's going to the state.
Yes, that's
Are they a state employee?
So Butte County also pays.
So they're getting paid insurance.
Our share, our half.
Butte pays 11.2.
So it's for the employee insurance, not the general employee's insurance.
Oh yeah, health insurance.
And then the other part is the half of Butte County's budget.
And the main thing of that is travel and they have a secretary.
Yeah, Cindy, right?
I generally defer 4-H decisions to people that understand 4-H or have been in it, neither of which includes me.
Well, we hold all these other people to the same dollars and we automatically boost that one here, and I'm having trouble with that.
The only reason that's boosted every year is because they give the secretary an increase in the salary. And that's what it amounts to every year. But the insurance there, we don't have anything to say about that.
Well, we could not pay it.
Yeah, and not pay it, but I don't know where that's going to end up. But
right. I mean, we don't have to pay any of this.
No, not the 11,000.
Or the other.
Does that mean Butte County's paying 11,000 too?
Jesus, Lawrence County, maybe the other.
But it's not statutorily required.
No.
It's discretionary. Well.
But who gives the secretary an increase in wages every year? Who makes that decision?
I think the Butte County does.
Butte County.
Yeah, we don't.
So whatever they do for cost.
Yeah, they do it same as their own employees.
Okay. And then we're just expected to pay half of it.
Yeah.
And we are on the board. The board determines the wages, don't they?
No, this would be the commission.
It's a commission, it's not on the.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the
Fair
4-H board. Is that part of the fair board?
No, separate.
Is there a 4-H board?
They have a 4-H
I know you.
organization, yeah.
But he's on the fair board.
Fair board.
Yeah.
Does this include the fair board request?
No.
Separate.
Oh my God.
It's 10,000 for the field.
It's been 10,000 forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has. It always pays more. Butte County agreed to pay another 10,000 this year. They wanted Lawrence County, but I have never told them we were going to do that. I told them I'd bring it up.
Well, frankly, I think we get more value throughout the county on Black Hills Council local government for the money.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
So what are we doing? 611 with Butte and 611 with state.
Well, I hate to give them more insurance, but I'd say leave it as is for the Butte County. They'll have to absorb any increase that they put on.
So what I heard.
So the 53.5 last year, 57,067 request this year. Where do you want that?
So basically, that's just a cost of living increase.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't increase our tax base that much.
6 3/4%.
3+ growth. We fortunately have the growth.
Yeah, we do.
Are you saying leave the increase in or put the salary?
I'm going to say allow both increases only because we have the money this year because of our growth.
Okay, and you're saying?
Well, I would leave the Butte County the same, but I don't know about. I would leave the insurance the same as it was last year for the state.
So you're saying you would do the salary at 57,067, and then the other one you'd still only pay 7,300 is what you're.
Yeah, whatever they did. Yeah.
Okay.
The state determines that. They set at their budget. They set that fee.
Yep, at 11.2 is what they said.
Yeah.
So you want to leave it at that? 11.2?
You want to pay the same rate as last year.
73. Let's pay the 73.
Leave it at 7.3. We'll find out where it comes.
Well, I can support that. And give them the 57,067. Yeah, I can support that. We'll see what the response is.
That's 3. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what the response is on the insurance.
The first 611.
We got our toe in the water.
Okay, that request. The second 611 we'll leave at 7,300.
And we'll
see what happens.
See what happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to call the state and ask them.
Yeah, you can let us know how that works.
Butte County might have to pay.
Soil conservation, that is up from 20 to 25.
I'm at 20.
Yeah, I am too.
That's, we go back to 20. All right, change the page. Actually, is that all of our?
That's the hard part.
Those are the
Okay. Okay, then we will slide forward. Yep, those are all, we should be able to go right up to the wages section. That's where I was with that wages discussion. We're gonna get to the wages part. Okay. We went through that. Was there anything other in particular we need to go on that part?
The only thing that I am aware of is John Day will probably is going to be bringing a the step pay for the highway administrative system that did not get updated last year when we did the rest of them. I know he's probably going to be bringing that. That's the only thing that I'm aware of at this time. So
okay.
He'll bring it when you meet with him.
Yeah, an assistant is spelled wrong.
Who would spell that?
ASSITANT.
Where at?
It's not under planning.
Highway and maintenance assistant.
Let's see it.
Crew sign foreman.
Oh yeah, there it is.
It's just abbreviated. It's just.
Well, why don't you just take the TITANT off of it then?
It's got as much as she could.
Economy of constants.
Down below she used ASST.
All right, so we're on 111 commission.
Brenda, did you tell us before that grade 1 in order to move up to grade 2 is 2% increase?
Yeah, but it goes.
Grade 2
it goes.
3?
So it starts at 1969 and then it goes 2, 2, and then when you go from 3 there, it's 3. Yep, and then it
Three,
goes
yeah.
2, 2, and then 3, 2, 2.
And that's over and above
Like a
what
guaranteed
wage increase we would give. What your longevity pay would be and,
Yes.
and all those other things. This is besides that.
Yep.
I hate to see that. I can see where it looks nice, but looks to me like we should either be at the grades or at a cost of living or a percentage of the cost of living for a raise, rather than both.
Well, I don't know how to explain it. So you have to start somewhere. So when I hire somebody, I have to start somewhere. So
And there's training.
and there's training involved. So when that employee throughout the course of the year, so like I'll use Krista for example. Krista started on May 22nd, so I started her at 1969. She's doing a great job. So in 3 months, I'm gonna probably increase her to 2009. I mean, if I just left her at 1969 until the cost of living came up, even though she's doing a super job, I mean, I don't think I'd stay around very long. I'd be looking for somewhere else to go because there's nowhere to advance. So like if I'm doing this particular job and I'm doing really good and I need to incentivize that person because they are doing a good job and then we just left them at that particular wage, a person needs, I'm not saying that you should incentivize somebody by money. They should do a good job because that's how people should be. But you also need to reward them for being a good employee because when you look around and you do that, people will stay and then they give you 100%. And it
Acquiring more skills too.
Yeah, I want you,
experience.
I'm making you step up. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm putting you in this position. I need you to step up and do that for me. And for that, I'm going to give you this. But I also understand you're talking about the cost of living raise, but that goes also, your groceries have gone up 15%, but your pay went up 2. So now I'm back, your insurance went up 8. So now I'm even 10% behind everything. I don't know if that, am I
That makes total sense to me, but
yeah, so I mean,
when I started in the mine, I made $7.60 an hour. That was when minimum wage was $3.30. They did that for 1,000 hours. Once you did 1,000 hours, I went to $12.13 because they considered me trained. And then I started getting other increases every year based on those.
Well, it's really
But
easy.
the training hours and then the working hours after experience, there should definitely be a bump there.
In the private sector, it's pretty easy. I can give that person a raise anytime when they're taking on more responsibility, and I can bill them for more, right? Because they've stepped up. In the public sector, if I'm sitting around working and I'm only going to get a cost of living raise, why am I going to do any more? I'm probably going to do less. So our step raises give you goals, and when I reach that goal, I'm rewarded. So if my guys go on the road for a few months, I give them a bonus. We can't do that because we're government. And I find nothing more frustrating than when you're in a government position and the people give you an across the board raise, and the guy down at the bottom end doesn't get very dang much raise, but the guy at the top end gets a bunch. So the step programs help with that, in my opinion. So I support it.
That's strictly to the discretion of the department heads, or is there criteria that benchmarks it? It's just strictly.
If they're they hire them and then if they're stepping up and doing their.
I would say if there's benchmarks, the ones that probably are most apparent would be in the sheriff's office. The other ones, because there's so much diversity in departments.
Well, when I hired Amber years ago, when she was doing her job and wasn't asking me questions all the time, it's like I figured by then she knew what she was doing, and I double check her work, and it's like, yeah, what she had. When I could not be in the office and she could answer all the questions that pertain to her job, and would forward the ones on that I needed to answer that were different outside of her realm. It's like she's doing the job that she was hired for. That was my benchmark. I didn't have anything said, but just in my mind, it's like she's confident.
Otherwise, what you'd end up with, every department would have these different job titles, and the wage would be job titles. So instead of a county employee 3, it would be assistant to the assistant, and the highway would be something. It would just be all over the board, and you would gain by changing your title, right? So that's really what this is.
tax question.
Now I can ride a horse.
Analyst.
Now I can rope, so I get a little bit more money, right?
Maybe, or
And I
talk
can
about
actually drive a
too.
tractor without killing it.
Part of his responsibilities too, as you get paid more, your responsibilities typically increase. You might be doing harder work, that kind of thing, right? And so that's the other thing is, you know, if I'm gonna get paid the same as you and I have more responsibility, well, human nature would suggest, well, I wanna get paid, you know, I don't want all that responsibility for the same pay, right? And so I think it's for the sheriff's office, for example, and even the ladies last year did the step raises is because they're trying to incentivize people to want to promote and take on more responsibility. If I'm getting paid similarly to somebody right below me, and I got all this responsibility for me to screw things up, why would I want to do that, right? And so I think
this is the first time in my lifetime, I don't know who was before Chuck. Chuck was appointed in 78 or 77. That we've got a highway superintendent that didn't come from somewhere else. He went through every position in the highway department, and now he's a highway superintendent. And if you talk to some of those guys, they'll say there were some positions he held that he wasn't, I wouldn't say he wasn't good at, that people didn't like him at, but I've heard exactly zero problems and nothing but compliments since he's taken over as the foreman or the supervisor. Yeah. And I think a lot of that is at some point, and I think he even said it early on when we were interviewing him. I think he said at different times in his career he was not as motivated as other times. He never thought he'd be that position. He got toward the end and he kind of thought, you know, this might be kind of interesting to do. And there was more incentive from the inside to work that way. But like I say, Chuck was appointed, I think in 78 or 77. I was a little kid. I remember when he was appointed. Chuck Williams. And all the other ones have come from somewhere else since then until now. So,
well, I think there should be a step raise in there when you have to deal with the commissioners too.
Face to face,
or budget,
or at least certain commissioners. There should be. It's like night shift differential. Yeah. There should be. We'll just leave the D on there, differential.
Underground.
Like when the commissioner only has your phone.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're not calling me.
I agree with you. You need to treat your employees well.
I know you do, Richard.
Well.
I just didn't know how to try to explain
Well, that's a discussion we'll have outside without staff. I mean, we have those every year where we go through the wage stuff and the request for the cost of living.
Well, I will say that we're holding our own right now. But with the state getting this increase, and some of the cities are paying way over what we are, but our benefits are strong, so we're holding our own. And turnover costs you so much more, especially
we've
in
been lucky
important
until
positions.
recently. We've had quite a number of retirements,
We're about to
which
pay
is
more.
good, other than problems. We hired a bunch of good ones quite a while ago, and now they're all leaving.
Now we're getting old.
It's like we're done.
118.
All right, we're going on.
Yeah,
Well, like I say, we'll have a longer
111.
discussion about wages.
Okay.
Before we have, after the dead ball, at the end of this one, I'll have a brief one.
Quick,
But more so at the end of the.
quick question. That sheet shows the increase, the 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
This one right here.
Shows the 10%
Wages one. What about
on all the grades?
Step
No,
one?
No, it doesn't.
That's current.
Current,
As of
okay.
today. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
So it does
I'm
not
glad I
show the
clarified. No.
Yeah.
No.
not inclusive.
No.
Okay,
It's
thanks.
just the wages for what everybody's getting paid.
And so, but the 10% is in the budget.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to the commissioners. We're at 111, commission.
Did most of your allocations.
Yep, and that was the part that was throwing me off so bad when I first looked at it, is those numbers that were in there, but it was a lot of it was the allocation that we had for contingency and stuff. So I didn't see anything other than that, the request. Did anybody have anything in that department?
Well, I always like to leave it the same. Now I don't mind working for less for commissioner.
Well, I think the only real change in this one, if I'm not mistaken, well, there were the requests that we had, the allocations that we did for this, and then the rest was just salary, right? So there really isn't any changes other than those two.
Flat line, I've used for years.
So this number will actually go down once the allocation number.
Yeah, it will. Yeah.
Did the legislative audit didn't change?
We don't have it this year.
This year.
It's every other year.
The sheets I got from Jennifer, she got wage sheets from other counties across the state, and Morris County is about right in the same. There's a few that are higher, not too many lower.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about wages at the end of next week. But so this one, that's the only thing that changed on this really. I say we will be less because of the audit, and then there'll be a little bit less because of the things that we changed back on the allotments.
Audit's usually like 20-some $1,000, so that will fluctuate every year.
Yeah, I think you had 21 in the budget.
And that'll probably be up a little bit.
Next year?
Yeah.
Go up for 26.
And hopefully.
So then we go to contingency, we got 50 in there, just leave 50 some years.
Eric, there is a letter from Black Hills Council.
Anybody have a problem with leaving contingency at 50,000? We haven't used any this year so far, correct? We used some last year, didn't we? Yeah. I think there was a couple items. So we'll just leave that one the same as it was last year. Okay, 120 elections. We will have an election next year.
Yes, sir.
So that's why that one looks a little buggered up.
Did you put some extra money in here for the legislative, the audit that was legislated effective 1st of July?
I did increase it, yes.
Very good.
How are you?
Any questions on the elections? 120 elections.
I also put some hours in there for Marlene.
I saw that.
Well.
Yeah, so you're gonna have her work as a elections assistant or election.
She does, helps with the absentee.
Yep.
Did you come back after last
Yeah.
year?
Well, I haven't asked her, and if it isn't Marlene Barrett, it'll be somebody else. I'll have to hire somebody.
So we'll just call that the Marlene.
The Marlene Barrett spot, even if Marlene
Greg.
doesn't want to, I will have to hire somebody.
She does such a good job.
Marlene department.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so we'll go to 130 courts.
So you're going up about $4,000.
Yep.
Did you have a question on that, Richard, before we go on?
No, you are covering that post audit.
Yeah, I don't know that that's going to cost that much.
Wrong answer.
Oh, it's going to cost $1,000.
Yeah, that's right. So tomorrow when we discuss about it, we get you some
unknown costs.
Yeah, unknown.
Okay, so where are we?
unfunded mandate.
Are we talking about elections or are we going on courts?
Courts.
The courts, the only thing you changed is that 15,000 to for CASA.
So that's going to go down.
I think you've done that in the past.
That's the first time they've ever increased it.
So we're in 2023 with witness and juror like $25,000. So we're going to make it.
I hope so.
So question to Bruce, $6,000 for that investigation that goes under court appointed attorney rather than here under jurors and witness.
I don't know if it's paid out of courts or court appointed lawyer. Actually, there was $12,500 that's been approved since 2022 for that. Those are old bills. So the one bill was 5,000, and there was another one up for like 7,500, but they haven't spent all of it yet.
So that's not in this budget. I don't see it here. Or any money to pay that.
It come out of this year's. It's coming out of this year's budget.
Okay, so in 2024, we don't have a budget item here. Is it under public defender or where would that be?
I'm not sure what it gets paid out of. It gets paid out of courts. So when they do an investigative,
the public defender hires an investigator and the court orders it and they have to pay the bill.
In that one, it wasn't public defender's office. It was actually outside counsel. It's for the murder case. I don't know how they bill that. If it comes out of their professional services budget.
Have we been billed for something already?
Yeah,
we paid it.
Oh, no, Nelson.
We paid it today.
It was in
we
today's
paid
bill.
it today.
Yeah, I didn't look at it. I can go.
Who was it? I was still.
Well, anyway, if we need to slot in here to hold that, we should have it. So
I'm going to guess if it was outside counsel that did it and it was approved by a judge, it'd be under
court appointed attorney. So when we look at that number, all right. Thank you.
Okay, so we got the courts. Now we'll go to auditor. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 dun,
What
dun.
are you getting for equipment?
I'm getting 3 new computers.
Nope. Take that out.
Greg says, please, can I have 3 new
Greg,
computers? Because they're out in my office all the time. And actually, I just approved to buy one out of this year's budget because it just, my computers are at the end of their tenure.
Is your copier lease $15,000 a year?
No, that's just
That's all. Are you talking about my supplies?
Yeah,
That's just all supplies, everything that I get.
I see, might have read your last page where it said increase equipment purchase shooting computers. I thought that.
Yeah.
And you can do that for $8,000?
Came out of court appointed lawyer. Yes.
Don't you have, doesn't your office have some cell phones for?
Yes, I have right now, myself, Debbie, and Mel all have a cell phone for TM, and I'm adding to add my other 3 staff to do that because we do.
Definitely elections.
Yes, and
Sure.
we use them when we're at other places and, we communicate a lot that way when we're during the election, so.
Sure.
Yeah, so I just.
State should pay for that. State should pay for that.
Okay, so
We work on that tomorrow.
we'll go to 142 treasurer.
She's not here, let's beat her up.
She went to executive. So I think she put a note on there, with salaries. She added Jan back in, but she's not sure with the new ATV permits now, if that
Right.
might slow down a little bit, help slow down some traffic, but
She said
It's
she only
busy.
had a week.
yeah.
So that $25 goes in the general fund?
Yes.
And we can put it anywhere we want.
Well, I haven't gotten, according to statute, it just says into the county general fund. I haven't gotten direction from BLA yet, or what fund they want me to put it under what revenue fund.
It was.
But yeah, you can use it
did-
for anything.
You can use it
Yeah.
for anything. So we can use it
You go
for
to
that.
general department. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
No,
you could use it.
You don't have to put it in Road Bridge like we
Nope,
have to actually.
nope. Just, for county general fund. You are-
Okay. Any other questions on treasurer?
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah, bless you.
Bless you.
There we
go.
Thank you.
Prime the
I knew it was coming.
I just wanted, she's increased the advertising about $1,800.
Let's see if she says anything.
Is that,
Publications.
I'm gonna say, is that really advertising or is that postage for
Oh.
plates?
Well, that comes out of the postage fund, so.
Oh, sure.
If I increase that, where are we at here? Postage.
Well, I always refer back to 21
She's
or
got-
22, what the full payment has been there, because it's already established, and then I look to see what they're projecting. And that's how I come up with my figures of more or less.
So you're looking at the one for 3,000?
Yeah.
Okay. And I see what you're saying, that you went back and looked what she spent prior. She did not increase that. She left it the same. She just didn't spend it in 21 and 22.
It was $3,000
In
23
yeah.
budget also,
Yeah.
but go back here to 22,
Yeah.
which is shows what all she spent that year.
764.
That's $790.
Yeah.
And
That was during
that's
COVID.
where I get the increase.
That was during COVID.
Yeah, so she budgeted for 3,000, but those are just telling you how much of that 3,000 she spent. So
Yeah.
she's continuing to just ask for 3,000, although she's not spending it historically.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't
Well,
get
if they
spent, it
keep
goes back to the
asking,
general
they should
fund.
either spend it or drop it down.
Well, the
So
good
I
news
think-
is it goes back to the general fund if it's not used.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's say we lowered it to 2,500 and she spent 3
Then you get a supplement. Yeah.
budget.
And you just never know with advertising, you don't know what you're gonna
Tax
have.
sales,
That's what it is.
sheriff's sales.
Isn't it? It's sending out
Sheriff's
late
you
notifications
just
or
don't know.
delinquent tax notice.
Sure.
And
Plus, it
sheriff's
just went up
sale,
again,
and
too,
yeah,
didn't it?
so it really depends. The nice thing is we got stuff down, or she's got stuff
Down so
much
far.
that she may be actually able to review that one.
Yeah.
Drop $1,000.
And in that slow year, we didn't have any of those during COVID. That's why the 790 was there. I think if you looked at the 2021, you're probably closer to what we would expect. Maybe a little bit higher, but not much. But she did a lot of work a couple years.
Oh, back in the, yeah.
But we've got rid of so many of
So
those.
many,
We've
yeah.
narrowed
She's
it
done-
down to
But I would
a few
better
dozen
advertising
rather
it's
than
just
a few
stuff
hundred.
in the newspaper, because that's expensive. That's like, say, if you have a bunch of delinquent tax properties.
Oh, sure.
So
That's-
that's right. And then
we haven't had
the
that
tax
lately.
exempt too, she has to put those out too. So those.
I bet it's not advertising like what I would think advertising, it's the other advertising.
It should be, it should have publications maybe as a subset, right?
Is it okay to leave, should we leave it there? Do you want to drop it down $1,000? I guess I'd say leave it for now. There's one.
Well, if I was gonna change it, I'd only go to 25. So.
I guess I think it might as well be lowered to more
Okay.
accurately reflect.
What number are you happy with?
So either way, 2,000 or 2,500.
Why don't we go 2,500 since we haven't lowered it in the past?
Start working.
Just do that.
Okay.
Take a
And then
look
if
at
she
it.
thinks she needs to, she can come in and challenge
Talk-
her.
Yeah.
At least we're making the effort.
Base and say, is there a reason that? Okay, so we'll do that one at 2,500.
Is treasury equipment, is that mostly computer equipment? What is treasury equipment?
Most time in that room, it's a copy. Sometimes it's those little specialty printers, but those are different. I don't think they have a plotter, they don't, or anything, they don't.
She's very proud and is very frugal with things. She sort of is the one that takes the old copy machines and that kind of thing, and
Run them to
absolutely
the ground.
conscientious about literally running things into the ground. So if she asks for something, it's probably for.
Yeah, and she's lowering her supplies by 5,600.
Well, it seemed low to me. That's why I was. The amount of equipment
Well,
that's in there.
they usually try to offset years when they get printers, so that like somebody's budget will be up kind of high, but like these guys, I think basically share a good copier, and upstairs I think share a good copier, plus they got the big plotter, I think, for printing. And that stuff.
Well, I'm certainly not
Needs
saying that everybody does a poor job when I bring something up.
No.
It's just a question of how much.
I mean, that one makes
Sometimes they
sense.
miss it too. They just use it, cut and paste. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on treasure? 145 insurance. Looks like we're actually down a touch.
Yeah. So the prediction is that the work comp was going to go down. Was it 7 or 9%? So I adjusted that accordingly. I did add back in a little bit for the sort of the liability and property insurance. I won't have the rates on that until September, but I'm expecting at least a bit of an increase. So I think I offset the decrease in work comp by about 5% for liability insurance based upon some of the trends that I've seen.
When do we need to add the new facility? After completion and the keys get turned over?
Yeah, I've been in contact with them. Yeah, so yep, they know
I
about
suspect
that.
we'll see a bump from the property and casualty.
Yeah,
whatever
no,
else
so
that's
precisely.
online.
That brings me to another question. Legislation this year lowered the amount you have to pay for state reemployment tax. Do we have that figured in?
That's not. I don't. Yeah.
That came into effect June 1, so that would be in payroll.
Yeah, that's not.
We have to pay less now.
Yeah.
Unemployment. Yeah.
They call it
reemployment's a
reemployment
joke.
now.
Yeah.
No,
It's unemployment insurance, but the state rate went down through legislation this year.
Yeah, we had a really high. It was over $1 million. I think work comp that I'm filibustering a little bit while Brenda goes to the bathroom. It's over $1 million, and so that amongst some other claims, major work comp premium go up a lot. But I think it's been 3 years now, so those higher claims are dropping off, and so our rating gets better then, and so that's why we're expecting that decrease in our work comp premium.
But we have safety programs that we're meeting our numbers too.
Yeah,
So it helps.
we do all those things. Yep. But I think the liability insurance, there was they call it a Derecho, DERECHO storm that hit last year, like derecho, just a swath of claims, and I don't know how that will impact our liability insurance for property and so forth. I'm going to go to a meeting on Thursday, but we won't know until September.
Make sure they know what our budget is.
Right. Derecho, is that how you say it?
Derecho. Right in Spanish.
Yeah.
I might tell you the last meeting we talked about Medicare Schedule F vision, and I wasn't questioning what you found out, but I'm on Medicare, and I know they don't always do what they say, and so I wanted to do a little more research on that, and I did that. Found out that it was probably the way you said it was.
Yeah, we've been talking to Ida Marie, Brenda and I.
Marie,
Yeah.
I'll let
Okay,
you know.
so we did insurance, 147 postage.
I increased that quite a bit because we're just FYI, we're probably going to need to have a supplement before the end of the year because it went up just again.
Well, we're 6 months through and we're at 48,400.
Yeah, so
because postage has went up at the post office.
And it went up again just now.
And they have now the ability to raise that every 3 months or 6 months. 6 months.
Jesus.
And that the Congress passed that
For 10 years.
For 10 years. That's why we had the fee increase for license plates in the legislation because of that increase. So I think that
40,000. That's quite a jump.
Well,
but look what we spent. We're already.
Well, we have already spent 50.
this year.
Yeah.
In 6 months.
Okay.
State's Attorney, 151. That was the one we had a different insert.
Yes,
for when we got.
Did you change it out?
Yes, I did change yours.
So
out,
the
yes.
797 is correct?
Yep, I added, I took, while you weren't looking, I took the both pages out.
My wife does that all the time. I bang my knees.
They may be looking at some consolidation staff with a new person coming online that seems to have some experience, not exactly this precise kind of experience, but they have a part-time person down there that they may look at kind of maybe not needing anymore and going to just 3 full-time attorneys, but stand by for that.
Okay.
They're very mindful of that.
Any other questions in the State's Attorney's office?
Yes. So they had $20,000 in state's attorney witnesses in 2023, and they spent $347 so far, and they're asking for 12.
Well, in 2022, they spent $16,000, so.
In 2021, they spent 7.
Looks like it's all over the place.
So it's pretty hard to predict.
Well, and it is, it's one of those, you know, you just don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm okay with it.
But that's why she dropped it.
Yeah.
Which is,
She's spinning the wheel too.
oh yeah.
That's,
Yeah.
that's what you do.
Any other on that one?
And supplies went up $5,000 according to my figures.
Critter?
So that's,
Well, she's got a new attorney on staff.
Computer.
Equipment, 9,000.
Copier expenses, yeah, they spend an extraordinary amount on making copies. It's unbelievable.
And
Now,
office products.
with the ability for with cell phones and things like that. So when there's an investigation done, the investigators will do a search warrant and they'll like dump somebody's text messages for like a month or something.
Pages and pages and pages.
I mean, they get like notebooks.
Especially if they're younger.
Oh yeah, oh
Mine
yeah.
is bad, but I've seen like Amber's daughter. It's just like, geez.
And that's how these people
3,000
are.
texts in 30 days.
You'll get notebooks full of pages that they have to make multiple copies of, and it just depends. I mean, it's just extraordinary.
I know they got a lot of storage over in the old federal building, different places.
Yeah, they got storage in lots of places, like
It's gonna
downstairs, there.
I think next November, after the thing opens the end of September, we need to have a big bonfire party up on the lot up there to call for snow and things.
Yeah.
Lots of books, not books, paper burning. Save a shredder expense and all it out there. Okay, public defender.
I'm gonna hit a generic question. Does this budget include the decrease in reemployment taxes that came in effect 1st of June? State unemployment tax went down as of June 1 for the state.
I put it at $100 is what I have budgeted for each employee.
Okay, because that
It's
was
$100 for every employee, and depending on how much it goes by how much you make. And
right,
how
but that
quickly
percent
you
went
get
down.
there. Yeah. And so we were right. That's what I use for every employee is $100.
You might check that. It was just a small percentage.
I have $6,000 more in the staff training. What do they train that costs that much? I did the same way all the time. I went back to 2022
versus
2023.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of with Richard on the supplies. You know, I would say 6,000 is a more reasonable number. And on the staff training, I would say 3,000, 3,500 is much more reasonable based on their last 4 years.
How much for staff training?
Well, they got 9,000 in, and the max they spent in the last 3 years is 3,100.
So did you say I just missed it?
3,500 is what I was
Have they changed? Has there been a staff turnover that they would need to be more training?
I think both of our attorneys.
Adam has been there a little over a year, and they just hired another new gal, a month ago? I mean, she's not like brand new. She's been a lawyer for a while, but
That's the way it is with a lot of them. They take them in and they've had experience in the past, so they don't need a lot of training.
So you want to set that at 35?
I would do supplies at 6,000 and training at 4,500.
That's 45?
45.
Is there a second on that one? Second. There's another one. Where do you feel? Mr. Jensen?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, so we got supplies, we're going from
Jennings.
8 to, I'm
Not
sorry,
Jensen.
Jesus.
Jensen doesn't have a vote.
I forgot my
Yeah.
name tag today, so it's not his fault.
Jensen, Johnson.
Going from
Yeah.
8 to 6, and then from 9 to 3,500.
45.
45.
Because they got a new employee. I mean, they can always come in and supplement.
Okay, any others on that one? We go to court appointed attorney.
Did not change.
This comes from the court, right?
And this is the same as it was. Okay.
Okay, well,
Any questions or issues on that one?
I don't think we've got enough in there.
They do, they did it, they're at 45,000, and they were back down to 15,000 and 31,000, 32. So they jumped it up quite a little.
So far this year, we've been averaging $20,000 a month plus for court appointed attorneys.
Well, we're gonna have to have
Oh.
a supplement, I can tell you that already.
We're at 204,000.
Out of 245. So,
Just about every year.
so I think we need to put that about 350
And
or 375 or 390,000 to make this work.
I want to address Richard's question real quick. That's that last one that's at 45,000. You're throwing those numbers out. That's abuse and neglect. It's a specific type of case.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure why they're broken out this way instead of just one for all of them, unless statutorily it says we have to have them.
A&Ns are civil cases, and the other ones are criminal cases, right? So the A&N pay for kids' attorneys and for the parents' attorneys
So
as well.
it's the same thing. You don't know how many it's going to be in a year.
Sure.
They might not. So that's why it balanced.
It's guessing.
You get 32,000 one year and 15 the next, and this year so far more expensive.
So I'm suggesting we raise the court appointed attorney to $350,000, which will bring us up to $415,000 total.
How much is the state going to kick in on that?
We'll see.
We do get reimbursed for this, but not.
But what we're seeing for spending this year, we're going to spend that
I
much.
think we get
350,
last
closer to
year.
350. Otherwise, we got to supplement.
Did we not decide not to pay jurors a couple months ago or something?
No, they had a
What
bill.
was
They
it?
had a bill
Juror.
about raising juror pay, and it did not pass.
Oh, that's how it was. I thought it was against it somehow.
There was a question too about grand jury.
We got 16,474, and this is in 22 for court appointed attorney, public defender, and 2,199 for abuse of neglect back from the state.
From the state.
That was in 22.
But we still budgeted this amount, so if we go over it, we don't have to do supplemental budget.
Okay, so Commissioner Dybert, you're suggesting
The top line be $350,000.
350.
So they spent $200,000 already this year
I go along with 350.
for that
Okay.
top number.
I will too. So
that'll raise it
up
accordingly.
that
Make
one.
it easier.
That's what it goes.
And it's nice
Because we're doing supplements. Look
Well,
at my
and
Meade
then
County
it's
one too.
publication.
Yep.
It's publication. And if I don't have to do that, that's right.
Okay, so we'll go to 161, government buildings.
That went up just a little bit.
Utilities went up a lot.
I think he's anticipating paying for part of the,
Next year, the facility coming online. Yes.
And that's why I asked the question in his last meeting. If we use those
And then in the assets, he had a loader, a lift, and a tractor, and then I'm going to figure that is probably going to be for the new facility.
yes.
Here's the question: can we keep that equipment inside the big barn that has police cars in it, or is he going to need to have another building at some point to put that equipment in for the wintertime?
Eventually,
Yes.
there's an outbuilding that needs to be put up there.
Yes, I think so.
Just popped into my head.
I don't think it's gonna fit, all that's gonna fit in the Sally Port. It would probably interfere with what they got going on.
Probably not that tall of a garage door.
I think they're big enough to get an ambulance, I think, in, so they're pretty, but a loader, I don't,
Is it a Bobcat or
No.
is it a loader or is it a skid
He's
steer?
talking about a loader.
Yeah,
It's pretty tall.
$238,000.
yeah, snow removal type loader, I think, and then a tractor, I think what he's referring to there is for like the John Deere that do the grass, and then the scissor lift, it will go in the chase area to be able to access plumbing, yeah.
Does he have an added employee?
I think he will have an added employee, yes.
He hasn't, he didn't add one in his budget.
But I think he's planning on it.
He would. Right, because you get so late. next year, you might just
225
start to do that.
Okay, 25, okay, that's my question.
So are there any questions then with those explanations? Are there any other issues with,
I think he's did the best
161.
estimation he has.
I think with the information at this point?
I think he spent a lot of time with John Bay talking about trying to price a loader and well, making sure to try to get that.
You know,
right.
I will point out that that's a city street. So they need to, the city needs to plow that loop.
Yeah, we haven't.
Or
had
we
that
can write a
conversation.
contract that they can pay us to do it, and that would help with that loader. That's a city street.
Of course, we still have the parking lots too.
Yeah,
right? So
yeah. But the street itself,
Yeah.
city.
Okay, any others with government grounds buildings? Okay, then go to 162, equalization. GIS was the note that I had on there, and we went through some rather lengthy discussions on that one, and I think we got that addressed, just to make sure everybody knows
So
that will go up some, it sounds like, with the switching of GIS to a better system, at least on the short term. Well, it'll be that way anyway, because it'd be a budgeted item that we may recover money that will go to the general fund anyway, right?
So when Brett was doing her budget under the pictometry, she put, she did not budget the full amount of the bill. And she just budgeted it, like just what the county would pay minus what the other
The
cities
city,
paid.
but we have to front
And I
that,
told her
don't we?
that she needed to budget for the full amount. So the full amount is 33,090.42. So I
Rather than
need-
the 12,530.
Yes, so I need to update that to reflect that. And then I don't know if you want me just to add, what did she say? 11,000?
Is that an
She was
amount?
gonna get that amount.
Yeah, we're
so-
gonna have to get that.
Get that amount. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to update that to that.
It'll
to say-
change.
Yeah, because I put the revenues in as estimated to offset that, but she needed to budget for the full amount, so.
I'm gonna point out something here.
Yep.
When we get the imagery next time, we're not paying for it if they're not meeting the specification, which they didn't meet last time. We have snow on about 20% of our county. And there's supposed to be no snow. Gangler's lot, Higgins had snow on it.
Well, that it wouldn't surprise me, but it's still, if that was what it was.
In the spring, Deer Mountain had snow on it, and all kinds of places had snow on it. And the spec said no snow. So we need to see that quality before we pay that bill.
Fly North County and then fly to.
If they have to
Mountain
refly
Parks.
it, that's on them.
Excuse me, as Tyler Tech, is that 41,500? Is that for just one payment or
That is our assessment software.
software?
Yeah, that's the software that does all of the evaluations.
And that's an
It's called
annual
Orion.
subscription.
Yeah.
Annual subscription.
I remember it. I thought maybe it's just that much for one payment
It's for the year, I think.
for the year.
Yeah.
We get down to zero.
Okay. Any other any other discussion on deeds?
Which
Sorry, equalization.
Which camera are they replacing? $800. What's that?
Who's that?
Camera replacements,
They take
equalization.
pictures of new
Oh,
construction.
those cameras.
Sure, they're
Digital.
just a digital camera.
And they download them
Yeah,
into their
that's-
system
They
and
get a
patch
phone
them.
per diem if they don't use their phone for photos.
Suppose you can control quality to something.
Don't talk about it too much, we'll get the per diem for it.
All right. Technically, it's full stipend, because otherwise it'd be per day. 163 register of deeds.
Thank you.
So it was the one I was, somebody was talking to.
Yes, I know, it should be stipend and not per diem, but we have to change. that.
Okay, register of deeds.
What is she buying on equipment at? It's 5,000 more than has.
She hasn't listed.
She hasn't listed there.
Three
It's
computers.
barcode, label, printer, monitors,
Scanner.
credit card machines.
Copier.
That's the one that she's leasing well, it's not a plotter, but a flat copier and a regular copy. That Rico is gonna be a big one.
It's better to lease than buy when you're using that much product.
And they're worth,
I own mine.
they're
We
worth
always
next to
do
nothing
leasing.
when you go to sell them.
I've got one, I gotta move out of my garage.
For some reason.
It's for, yeah, because you gotta pay to get rid of the thing right at that point.
Just look at the other.
It's going in the county dumpster.
Junk.
So what, I don't understand something on the deeds group insurance. 2023, we budgeted 46,000 and we're only budgeting 28,980.
Depends on whether you got single policies or whether you have family.
So it's related to the payroll.
Yes.
Okay. So
And I
that's-
key that all in. I go and I look to see who all is
Okay.
employed, and I.
That's why it's
single,
bouncing
single,
around.
Yes, yes.
So you're estimating about 28, and that could be wrong, depending on
Could be.
employees that
Yep,
we
and
replace.
normally if that happens, the department head will come in and say, I'm hiring this employee, and
We watch it.
I might need a supplement because they are getting family where I only have budgeted for single. Sometimes that happens.
Okay.
You know, and you hate to budget everybody at a family because then that makes the budget up. I
Then
mean,
they
that
have
would
kids.
just- yeah, I mean, you know, that just inflates the budget.
Right.
So, you know, we just do another one of those, do the best you can.
Any other questions on registered deeds? Okay, this next one, registered deeds, mapping and preservation, that is money that comes from the state as a result of the monies that it costs to file paperwork, so that is, we get that back, and it is what it is, right?
Yeah, 64.
That's really not anything we can address. 165, ESO, election services. I think his only thing was
payroll.
Was really just payroll. Yeah, everything else is pretty low. His travel is not minimal. Any questions on his? Predatory animals, is a statutory thing. It is what it is.
996.48 around dropped to
171, computer information services.
That's correct.
$300,000.
He was looking at another employee, if I understood this right, and also anticipating replacement for Brenda. He's anticipating one full employee to stay up at the other building, I believe, is the way I've read it. I'm sorry, Deb. Deb, not Brenda.
Well, maybe Mr. Jensen has an opinion on Brenda leaving.
Just gonna call.
You never do that to me, do you?
No. I could start calling you Diker.
Yeah, okay. Well, at least he's deceased.
I forgot about that.
Maybe Brandon should.
I think, and I believe he has got a whole letter in here too.
Oh yeah, it's down to the pin.
I like that he's consolidating that position.
Yes.
There's a fair bit.
So he doesn't have just an administrative person. And a lot of it's on the building increase. Is he going to come in and walk
Do
through
we want
this?
him to come in?
If you want him to, he would.
I mean, I don't have a problem with what they're doing, but
He would be more than happy to.
just to have a better understanding so when it can
It's up
answer.
to you. I'll bet he would gladly sit on the phone and talk for 3 hours.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. He will explain everything to the letter and the dollar. Absolutely.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. As we move forward with the budget, I want to be able to answer to the public intelligent enough. So if he had a 2 or 3 page presentation rather than just his notes here, it might be valuable. I mean, to give to the public.
Oh,
yeah.
So you want him to
make it pretty.
Consolidate this into something that would be an outline? Because he's got
maybe there's enough
6
here.
or 8 pages in there of what he's doing.
No, I think he's got.
I don't know if you read through it. I was.
Yeah.
I read
I
through
looked
it till
at it
I'm like,
briefly.
okay, I was trying to analyze the salary increase. There was, yeah. Again, he went through a ton of it. And it got to the point where I wasn't understanding some of what he was talking
And this
about.
also is on when you go to the commissioner's agenda for the
What's
public.
there? Okay, so it's out there.
So you could say,
That's
go,
what I was after.
go there, all of the whole budget, everything that I have on the drive, right?
I don't know.
Deb.
Commissioner
Commissioner Alka puts on the agenda page. So
This
it's
is
there.
more fun than the legislature.
That's because we're proven.
This is for Greg to come in.
I don't think we need to with this 8-page presentation.
Again, I got through about 3 pages of it, then I started getting the real detailed stuff. I'm like, okay, that's I know what's going
Maybe
on.
a compromise is have him come in, and if we have questions on his presentation, we can ask him.
Well, I don't want to have him come in and have the rest of you understand it, but I don't understand all of it, so I appreciate him coming in.
Would you be willing to spend some time with him to see?
Yeah, I can do that.
And then we could decide. That one-on-one might be more valuable.
Well,
Wouldn't have me
it
interrupted.
would, 'cause
And that's one thing, Eric, and I don't know, I'm sure you know this,
no
but
comment.
all the staff that we have, especially the department heads, will hit us with, in a heartbeat, sit and go through any questions you got on any item at all. And in fact, some of the ones upstairs would be thrown through the walk in the door, because there's a lot of times that they don't see commissioners unless they come down.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of staff up there that don't see. And there's been such turnover lately, even if I'm down here, before I go upstairs, it's like,
So, yeah.
like
Well, you
people I've
you
not
two
seen yet.
especially understand it a lot more than I do. You know?
Yeah, it's all there. It's on the agenda. So Anybody?
Okay.
Greg just sent me a message.
And if, like you say, if you have not read through that thing that Greg had in this, because his budget did go up significantly. I think it explains rather well what's going on, with the exception of understanding some of the equipment he's buying and what it does. And
I didn't understand very much of it, but I don't think it would help to have a presentation. I still would not understand.
And that's the thing is, we used to have this room full of people, and as we go through each department, the thing is if we don't have a question on the department specifics, we don't need to waste their time, and we don't need it just to see a face to face with them. So they'd rather us go in and say hi and bring them donuts, or if we have specific questions, ask them in their office than to come sit here and answer.
Yeah, that's true.
It's something that I think I've learned over time. I could be wrong. They may just really enjoy this. A bunch of kids at the principal's office. Okay, 210 dispatch.
He said the increase was.
Did he move somebody? No.
He's got 7 repeaters that are 144,000.
Move equipment to the new facility. And then 144 requests in capital assets is a portion to replace 7. What you just said.
And Homeland Security will reimburse 83,000.
That helps.
I think there may be a need for a tower up there too.
Oh, right.
That's part of that repeater, I think.
Yeah,
Above and beyond that.
Yeah.
Didn't we have that in the soft costs?
No, I think they thought that they could just put, well, maybe partially. I think they thought they could put an array of some kind maybe to the top of the building.
The line of sight looked like it was there.
But they've done an analysis, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think the analysis was that they're not sure how our current system works, and like it shouldn't work actually. And so, I'm not exaggerating. Like literally, I don't think that they know how. It's
Nature's mystery.
And so I have a meeting tomorrow, as a matter of fact, with the city of Deadwood to talk to them about going through whatever process we need to get a tower up there. It's probably, I think, going to be like a 100-foot tower. And so that may be one of those additional expenses you'll see coming for that project, but I don't know that they're going to budget for it.
Okay.
It won't be cheap.
Okay, any questions on dispatch? Okay, then we'll go to 211 sheriff, and since we lost the one cat, I'm gonna go use the restroom as well and put some rice on.
I was
take a little pause. Sheriff's budget usually end up going through some of that.
I think he wants to come talk to you too. I'm pretty sure. He looks
Yeah, I think usually every year we have sheriff, we have
John Bay,
highway. I think we decided we could probably get Greg individually if we had specific questions. Yeah, we'll go through at the end and make sure we know.
Yeah.
only if it's
on personnel.
specific.
It's on personnel.
Okay, then we can do that.
I make a motion to go into executive session on personnel.
Second.
Okay, got a motion second to go into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Who was the second?
I do.
All right, just a second here. Get our attention.
This conference will now be recorded.
On the other side up here, it's all the road ditch. It's solidly just pretty yellow flowers everywhere.
Really, even out there where it's dry.
And even actually even this side up here, it's like when you come out of that. Oh, it's somewhere around Red Owl. You drop down. I don't think it's Cheyenne River bottom, but it might be. But coming
I'll
up
drive
there,
it
it's
tonight.
just
I'll let you
green.
know in the dark what it looks like.
Well, green and yellow.
So no action?
No action taken. We are out of executive session. No action taken. We are still currently reviewing 222 emergency management.
Well, I don't think we need chains for the Hawk.
I think we need to review a little more in depth the Hawk in general. Should we have Paul come in?
Okay, so
at-
this
at
is
the
in
next
fire
meeting?
advisory then.
That's
The
where
Hawk
it's
is
at.
under fire.
Oh, is it?
advisory, yeah.
I thought, well, that's right.
Well, he does have quite a little $1,200 increase in safety program, $2,400 increase in travel, and $6,500 more in emergency communication, I guess that is. And
That's the
$1,500
radios he said were that.
$1,500 in search for management search, or whatever that is. Isn't it? So he raises it quite little for those different things. You could ask him what he does for those for that pay.
So you want to meet with Paul?
I think that's what I'm hearing. Is that what I'm hearing? Is we want to have Paul come in and we'll go through his budget with him then?
I think that's good. Especially since we have a new commissioner, he can hear it from the horse's mouth.
He must be here though.
Okay, I won't be here. So we'll have him on there, so we'll go through his budget more detail at that time. If you have questions, please have them lined up ahead of time so Commissioner Ewing.
Do you want to have him
Chairman
come in
Ewing can get
August?
that.
Yeah, I want to come in August, or is that too late?
I have to
Well,
pub-
next,
I have to publish,
it's,
you know.
yes, the afternoon of the next meeting is our second.
But I just have to publish the preliminary or the provisional in August, but you can still make changes here in September. Yeah.
I
You
have
bet.
Jennifer, Wade, Paul, I don't know if you want to pursue anybody else, and Sheriff. So there's four.
On the 25th.
Well, the council, the Black Hills Council, we approved the existing budget. 3 of us said yes. So I don't know that we need them to specifically come during the budget hearing part of the
She
thing.
could come in some other time.
She can come in whenever she's.
So Jennifer's off. Okay.
I think, unless, well,
We could
yeah,
schedule her
because I
another
said-
time. If we were rescheduling, that would be the easy one. And frankly, if we really wanted to, the sheriff could come in August. Just based on his past history, we could put the provisional out.
Well,
and go
let's
through
get
that.
through this, what we've got right now, and then we'll decide how we want to set up for afternoon meetings. It might be, I mean, we know the sheriff always takes about half an hour. So let's finish up this part and we'll go into that one. E911, that falls under sheriff also.
So he'll show that.
Yes. So we're Title 3.
Have it,
which I
nothing
think
budgeted
we
for
said-
that.
yep, we said- So then we're in the highway, and we know we're going to have.
His budget did go down,
Mr. Bay will be coming in.
and he included the 5-year plan for 24 and 25. If you've seen that.
And his capital assets, he's looking at another loader with blade.
How many loaders do we have? Does anybody know? sure we got loaders.
I've got an inventory, I can look it up.
Maybe we can ask him that when he comes.
But that's, I
too.
think I want to find out what the other loaders about.
I want to understand how he's integrating with the new building too.
Yeah, because we sure don't need a loader and then another loader if they're both, if the intent is to take care of the same thing. But, or, you know, I don't, it could be redundancy, probably something else, I suspect.
I think, I wish I remember, I think Tim and John have been talking, and I think he's trying to get a piece of equipment from the highway that they're not going to use anymore. So, I mean, they're thinking those things through.
Sure.
Yeah. And can I say a couple things before I forget? So, I'll forget. So Paul talked to the
City?
Yep, to the city, if I may, and stand by here. It's Alex Heyman, and they're going to check with the mayor and finance and just see if the city's interested and get back to you if you want anything more about that. And Pat Fahey, your coroner, says that he would give up $1,000 travel in exchange for the requested raise of $225 per call out. He'd prefer to have both. But the per call would be the option, so he's throwing that out there for your.
We already have, it's already there, the 225.
They got approved.
So,
okay.
So he would only use the 1,000 if he had to travel to Sioux Falls to train.
Apparently.
Okay. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, so we're not doing a mileage. Yeah, if he doesn't use it, it's turned back in.
But if he needs it, I mean, he has to have it to get his,
Yep.
to keep his status.
Okay, so yeah, I think the only thing I had
He misinterpreted.
for highway was questions about the loader, but we usually haven't done through some stuff anyway. Okay, so we have.
At least it's not an excavator.
Yes. Rural access infrastructure is
That's just a special revenue fund. It's for, we did that inventory for small structures. It's like, and so this is money that we had. So this is basically just giving us authority to spend it if he comes up with a project.
So we're not taxing
No, we're not texting it at all.
Taxing it.
We're not taxing it.
We're on a roll.
I know, I'm having difficulty remembering names. What is going on? Okay, this next one, we should just axe the whole thing out. Oh wait, that isn't hardly anything.
County assistant.
Oh, county assistants. I thought it was county assistant.
Oh, no, county assistant.
We already went through that.
Is it spelled right?
He puts it towards the front so it doesn't beat up as bad.
Right. Yeah, it looks like he dropped it a bunch.
He did. He decreased it quite a bit. County assistant.
Yep. In light of the, I'm sorry, I was thinking it was Mel Nelson. Instead of the, in light of the legislature's approval of the Medicaid expansion, I think I took out just about everything, literally, that might have been a cost associated with that, assuming that basically everybody's going to qualify either through Obamacare and or the Medicaid expansion, right? So there.
Point of clarification, that was the voters that took it out as a referendum.
Oh,
the initiated measure.
Okay, I was thinking legislature did
to force expanded.
Okay, that's right. That's
right.
right.
We legislated on the rules.
So with that said, thank you for clarification. I'm assuming that that should make a difference. We didn't spend a whole lot. I think it was about $10,000, as I recall, that I took out for that. Try to get it down to the bare bones. Everything else is pretty much the same.
I think leaving the 29,000 in there until we know how it's going to shake out.
We need to leave something in there.
Minnehaha took a huge amount out. They had a contingency fund, and some of the other counties are having huge lawsuits prompted by Vera. So I think we leave a little in there, like you did, just to see a year from now how that actually functions. Because there's going to be applications processing. We may have some charges.
When our default answer from our guy is no, it's a lot cheaper that way.
And most of that that I left in there is going to be for your indigent burials, for the little bit of rental assistance, utility assistance that we give. So I should have that 29,000 should be enough margin to cover, hopefully, what we would have.
Okay, then we have and that's the county health nurse, right? That we have a number that we
that's
put in there.
We've already talked about it,
right?
Yeah.
So that number we've dealt with. Ambulance we already dealt with. Domestic abuse is that? That's not statutory. What is that? How does that? What is that?
Where are we at?
I'm sorry, we're at 434 domestic
That
abuse.
comes from a fee, doesn't it?
Yeah, so that, yeah, that we,
So that number is what it is.
we get,
There's no tax ask
there is
associated
no
with it.
tax.
Text acts.
It's not levied.
It comes through domestic abuse, like if somebody gets,
The LEOT, law
Yeah,
enforcement
yeah,
under
yeah.
court
Other
costs.
act.
and then we get it, and then we disperse half to victims of violence, and then the half stays with the county.
The change in 441, we addressed and moved it back. That was the training center ask. We went 7,500 asked back to 5. The other numbers are staying the same.
This is went to,
443 drug
Went
isn't
to
that's and that we did address that one too. I think we did it
we
at
went to 60.
52.
60.
Oh, 60.
Yep.
They wanted a $2,000.
10, and then I have,
Okay, so
the
that one we've already
50
addressed.
of it is
Behavior
opioid.
management we already addressed.
that stays the same.
Mental illness.
That's at the mental illness board. And I
Okay.
just have it by call. I think I have.
So that's reimbursement for mileage.
It's
and,
20.
a little bit of-
It's 109. It's 26 calls at $109, and then if they have to meet as a board, it's $15.
Okay.
Looks like-
Library we've addressed.
Looks like some
back
of these
up. I'm
things,
sorry.
it looks like some of these things ought to be grouped into one.
Well, we went through them
Mental
earlier
stuff.
too, didn't we?
Not mental health.
Oh, not mental health.
Are we still on mental health?
Yeah, the mental health ones and
Oh, that
the behavior management.
they're required by statute to have them broke out that
Oh,
way.
they
Yep,
are,
yep. I
okay.
have to have all those
Funds.
departments for
The funds.
all of those specific types of things.
All right,
yeah.
libraries we addressed.
Can I ask a big guy question on the mental health? Why are we budgeting so much if we don't spend it?
Because you don't know. Sometimes you have
Because it's a case by case
Yeah,
basis, you know.
yeah.
what's gonna happen.
Year by year.
year by year.
Like if there's a murder trial, that would go ridiculous. If there's a bunch of kids get in trouble and go to JDC, that could be ridiculous. At $300 a day.
We're talking
You know,
about
they
mental
spend-
health.
And that's coming out in mental health?
No,
No, that's just another one of those where you don't know what to budget
you
for.
don't
Because
know.
one year there might not be, you might use 30% of the budget, the next year you might have a supplement. In addition,
right now we're-
And how does this line item get used? What expenses get charged in this if there's a mental health?
she'll have that.
evaluation?
That's by statute. We have to line that out as a separate
And
line
we-
item.
Yeah, we approved those gentlemen at the beginning of the year, the mental health,
Board.
John's,
Eric Mees.
Eric Mees.
These are basically
Yeah.
for mental illness committals, where you have something comes
Yeah.
up, somebody responds, normally the sheriff's department, unfortunately.
They're on
police,
our
I used to do them.
and they decide what the situation was, and then they send them off usually to,
They're
You have to have that evaluation board to.
they get them
commit.
72 hours if they need medication, if they need other stuff. Yeah, it doesn't seem like fun to me at all.
Well, no, but and I guess it seems odd to me that there's only $190 worth of charges in the last 3 years.
We-
As much mental health issues as we have.
Please.
So, right now, Judge Callahan is on the board, and Judge Fora is on the board, and they have not been submitting bills. But if that changes, like say, Judge or PR Johns does one, he's gonna submit a bill. It's just a matter, right now, Judge Callahan is doing them all, and he doesn't put in a voucher for it.
Pro
But say-
bono. Pro
Say,
bono.
yeah, he's just doing it, and
Okay,
so
that makes
it's, but it has not always been the case, and so,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you end up having somebody else do it. Eric Mees, he's gonna submit a voucher for it, you know, and it just, so, you know, it's one of those what if things.
Yeah.
You know, I could reduce
We're
the
required to
calls.
have something
Yeah.
in there.
Man,
So-
Brenda,
Please.
do we collect tax to pay this?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's levy, right?
Yeah,
So
it
it's
is-
part of the
it is-
levy.
It is part of the general fund, that is correct. So we are taxing for it to fund it, so. Yeah. So it, like I said, another thing, if it doesn't get spent, it goes back into the general fund, but like I said, you could reduce the hours and supplement it into, I mean, either way. I mean, you just, supplement,
Right.
costs money too, because you have the publication.
Is there any other questions on mental health? Then we'll go to 511 library. We went through the library discussion earlier, so that should be under control. 524 fair, we did that one. Same at 10,000.
I don't know if you did or not.
We did right at the very beginning. We were all sitting right here. We went through the numbers and decided to leave it exactly the same as we did as it was last year. I think we did the exact same thing with the Fair Board. I believe we did the exact same thing with Prairie Hills Transit. They were requesting 15, we went back to 10. The senior citizens, we left at 5. We did that at the very beginning of the meeting. 4-H, we had that discussion to increase,
Mr. Chairman,
to increase the contract with Butte County on the wage, but only pay last year's request from the state on the insurance, correct? Mr. Dybert.
did we, I don't know if we talked about the fair. We
Did
talked
not
about the other
I know
two.
we
I
talked
about the
fair,
other
but we may
two.
not have made
We
a
talked
decision
about the
on
Butte
fair.
County and the state contract.
We may not have made a decision on the, no, they asked for 10 again.
I don't have it on the allocation sheet.
Yeah,
I
that's
did not.
separate, so
Yeah, so I apologize.
I don't have a problem as long as it doesn't change.
It was, the request was the same for the Fair Board as it was
Yes.
last year, $10,000. I don't have a problem.
Yeah, it wasn't on that list. So.
I know they're wanting to do some improvements over there. They want to have more money.
That's for what, 5? Is that what they were asking for? Because they want to redo a building or?
They're doing electric. They're doing a bunch of electrical.
Something.
I don't know, the request that's in the budget is the same as,
Yeah.
it's the same as last year.
It wasn't on that sheet.
No, we talked about it and it wasn't right. But we did the 4-H, we talked about approving the salary increase, but not the insurance increase, so we'll see what comes out of that one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Who's
soil
following?
conservation district,
We talked
Send
about.
we
somebody
talked
else
about
over
that one
there.
right off the bat, requested 25, last year was 20, we moved it back to 20.
Okay.
Invasive species,
I think his was just basically salary.
Chemical went down. I was wondering how he got chemical. Is he?
He buys it when it's on sale and
He buys
stockpiles it.
Buys
It's
it.
kind of a hoarder.
He also put in for a chemical, kind of off topic, but put in for a chemical reimbursement for something and he got $5,100. So at the next meeting, I'll ask to supplement that back in and he can buy
Nice.
some more chemical.
so the only question I had, he had a comment, and this may have been a holdover from last year. He bought it, he spent $5,000 to fix a 99 Dodge, instead of buying a truck with $50,000. And so went back to general fund. And it says Lawrence County said I could carry those funds forward to 2023 if I could find a truck. Is there any update on that? So is that in its budget or was that something? I remember that
Yeah,
discussion.
we have to supplement it.
Okay.
But yeah, no, he has not said anything about purchasing a truck.
Okay. And he doesn't have anything in the budget about buying a new one if he doesn't find one this year.
Repairs.
What's that?
Just says repairs, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few questions.
Mr. Dybert.
Weed repairs and maintenance, he's asking for 20,000 this year. And he had 9 last year. And he spent about 12 a year before that. He spent 12 this year. Is there some specific item he's referring to there?
The older 4-wheelers.
He just says truck and sprayer equipment repairs. So
But the 4-wheelers are getting old.
That's a capital improvement if you buy a 4-wheeler.
Not if you fix them.
Not to fix them.
Yeah.
They don't make the ones he wants anymore. And then the same
That's
thing.
right.
The same thing with. There was one more. Oh, weed enforcement. He's got 0 there. We haven't had any complaints recently. We were putting some money in that fund, weren't we?
So they met yesterday and they were gonna do some enforcements and then they decided not to do enforcements. And then that's where I was at over the lunch hour talking to Dave because now they've decided to meet again because they want to actually apparently do enforcements. I'm not sure exactly. So now they're gonna meet again on Thursday.
So we have no money budgeted anywhere for that. I thought we put a line on it in a few years ago.
We did. We had it in there before, but then we took it out.
there was some discussion about postage and then there was discussion about if we did it and then build them. So we'd have money up front cost to do it. Then we would then have to, whether it was taken to court to get reimbursed.
And then travel, we went to 12,500. And if you look, we've never spent that much money in the last 4 years. That one just seems disproportional.
It is online.
Says board, the money for the board per diem, and the board mileage, the SDWAP annual conference and fuel and travel. That's what
I wonder if the conference is someplace far away this time.
You want me to call him, ask Dave?
lot of times he goes to North Dakota. for
Do we want to get a quick answer, or do we want him to come in?
I think it's just a quick, I mean, I don't have a
Okay.
problem approving it, just with an explanation.
The
that's
questions
maybe-
are his expenses for repairs for his vehicles
And travel, why they went up so much.
Okay, so any other questions on weed then?
I think if we have those answered, we're covering the
I
big
wondered
changes.
why he had some money for paper and office supplies. 9,500 seems pretty high for that department.
He might be buying a new, we should ask that one too. Because that would be his, I think he puts his computer in that too.
Really?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
Office supplies.
Dave has a budget at every monthly meeting. And that, they're a lot of times the same, but he goes over the budget every month.
That does seem kind of weird, doesn't it?
That number. Maybe it's a typo too.
Yeah, it just says paper office supplies.
Where's it in this sheet?
Well, there's a weed supply.
That's where
That's right, yeah, it's about in the middle.
9,500.
426.
And he did spend 9,500 in 2022.
Yeah, he just has paper office supplies.
I think he bought some GPS there too. Maybe we can ask him that one.
Bruce
Travel
calling
is
back.
back again.
The travel is on new.
Yeah. Maybe he's taking some staff to training too.
Well,
There's
he might.
something there.
Uh-huh.
And that office supply.
Yeah, that one.
$2,000 this year and $9,000 the year before. Maybe there's something every other year he has to renew.
He's kind of the hand-me-down for all the other departments. I doubt he would be buying a new printer. I don't think he would need it. But he would go through enough copies of anything to do with it.
He's using the mimeograph.
Grab the blue.
Sniffing it.
I tell you, Dave is really talented. He can fix anything. He might be able to fix that.
Might not look like much, but it works.
Say it works.
That's right. Yeah. Do you want to talk about P&Z while we're waiting?
I just, so,
I didn't want to get on until Brenda was back there.
sorry, I just thought.
Nope, either you or Bruce. So yes, we'll come back to the weed one after we get some answers. 7, 11, 20, and so.
Amber, she didn't really change much, just a couple of step raises and cost of living, I think was all. I think she left the same.
Her travel went down because I know there's one less. The conference is a lot closer this year, if I remember correctly from before.
Mm-hmm.
So, does anybody have any questions on planning and zoning?
Her travel might have went down, but I think she goes, well, last year she went to Alaska,
Right.
How much that cost to go that far away? I would think they would just use stuff online when they have to travel that far.
I think she was speaking in Alaska was part of the issue.
Well,
Didn't we get reimbursed part of that trip?
we never
Has she
did.
taken the trip yet? I thought it was this summer.
If it is,
Yeah,
I think there's
it's
a
in
possibility of
23.
reimbursement. They did on a couple that she spoke at.
So she's
When
got,
I spoke, I didn't get reimbursed, but she seems to.
she's
Yeah.
got the Western Planner Rocky Mountain Land Use Institute in there. And she may still be on that deal. I'm sure she wants to, she can bring the one new kind of, not the secretary, but more the assistant person, I would assume. And maybe both of them, just to get a better idea what it's about. I don't know that. And then there's also the code enforcement stuff that it's basically continuing ed for Jeff. But some of that's he's required to keep up so he can keep his building inspector status in place. So
I'm a little concerned on the professional services. She has $1,000 in there for plating and building plan review. If that includes the commercial buildings,
from Mr. Paisley.
Paisley used to do him for nothing when he worked for the city, but that's not an option. So we're paying him.
And I think they've maybe passed that cost on to the applicant, but that begs the question if they have to front the cost to be reimbursed. But I think they're passing that off onto the applicants.
She's got 5,000 in other professional services, so maybe it's covered in there too. I don't know. But that would be the only increase I would have anticipated this year, is because that's no longer a free service.
I think it passes.
I was thinking it's part of the building permit fee that was in there.
I thought it was, I thought it was when we.
Well, if she's comfortable, I am, because she knows it better than I.
Right. Well, I'm trying to go through if I ever had any of that when I was in there. Of course, things have evolved in 20 years, but I just don't remember that there was much of it at all. There was sometimes you would ask the city planner to look at stuff, and like you say, even if we're paying him, it's still not, it shouldn't be $6,000.
Well, they only have 1,000 for that. So.
Right. I would think it's fine. Are there any other questions on Amber's? Do we see something that needs to get changed? Are we okay?
Well, maybe when she's in her next commission meeting under project updates, we can just ask her. Okay. Because, I mean, you have all the commercial entities going up at, you have all the commercial entities going up at Potterhouse Pass.
Right.
So
there are a few more commercial properties
in the county. You have all these storage units that have been going on in the county. So there's been an increase.
Those are a little less because most of them don't have HVAC or plumbing.
And they're signed plans, so that helps. So it just seems to me like we've got a lot of commercial entities going.
Does she have a lot of publications she buys or?
Yep.
Well, everything she does has to be posted in paper. Every single thing that comes through that office. And then there's some mailings on occasion. Usually those are covered by the applicant. But every single thing you do, mine was big, and that was again 20 years ago. And the papers got more expensive, and they've been doing quite a bit more than we used to.
Sure.
I don't know what it is to put something in the paper, but it's a column inch is ridiculous now. But it costs a lot to do newspapers, and everybody's going and doing stuff.
She's
online.
doing mailings, postage as well.
Which line are we looking at exactly?
Publication.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Publications and professional
So
services.
she's at 5.
Supplies, travel are all higher.
Didn't we put some money into one of these for cleanup? Didn't we have our budget? Nuisance. Is it hidden in one? Remember, we budgeted some for that because we were doing some cleanup.
She got 10,000 in there.
Okay, and where's that at on this?
Supplies.
In supplies. So we didn't do any cleanup this year in 2023, but if you go back to 2022 and 2021, we did some cleanup. See how those are 11,000 and 13,000?
So we had to do the dumpsters.
Yeah. So we had asked her to put some money into that so we could do those cleanups and hopefully get reimbursed or just get them cleaned up. So I think that's what's hidden in there that she hasn't spent this year because we haven't had it. So maybe we can lower that again, but we asked her to put some in, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Pretty good. So I tried to ask the question about Paisley's fees, and they're at CPR class right now, so I don't know the answer. I can follow up. And I did talk to Dave too, so when you're ready, I can talk to Dave.
Let's just fit. Do we want to have Amber come in, or are we comfortable with the budget, or with some other answers?
Maybe what we do is have Bruce or Deb email her to say, hey, explain why are these increased. We just do it that way.
Is that satisfactory to you?
Well, it never hurt, I think, to have them come in.
We should be here next meeting.
Okay. We want to just catch her during the discussion during her part, maybe at the end of the plats and stuff, so we're not going to throw off with word.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
It won't take long.
No.
Okay.
So we'll
just leave this alone for now, and instead of actually scheduling her at the end for the meeting, just have a talk with her after.
So you want her to come in and talk about publications?
We just want to talk about her budget.
Just a budget.
Yeah. Right at the end of P&Z.
And just at the end of her time, I think. Okay.
And I don't have a problem leaving it as it is till then.
Yeah. But we don't think it's special reservation time.
Just the topic still publication, Paisley fees, anything else? Cleanup costs.
Nuisances.
That she has under supplies.
Professional services. Community development is yellow.
No, we're going back to invasive species.
Oh.
Go back one more to
Come on, Deb.
previous one to
Got it.
615 of basic species. You can get this one. You said you talked to Mr. Heck.
Yeah, Dave would say that the increase for repairs is owing to the age of the equipment. I think his most recent purchase of ATVs was 2014, I think he said. It's been a while now, so basically it's all owing to the age of the equipment and so forth. Regarding his supplies, out of supplies, he usually takes things that are not repairs. So things like oil filters and belts and tires and things like that come out of supplies, I think. And he would attribute the increase in those costs basically just because things cost more. And
Is that travel?
travel, that's where they pay for their gas, for their pickups, their ATVs, that kind of thing. They do it differently than other. I don't know that everybody does it that way, but that's where
The gas.
Yeah,
Gas comes out of
comes out of
travel.
travel.
Yep, that's where.
It's not incorrect. It's just not itemized out like the highway department does.
It's different. I thought travel was like education.
Yeah, no,
It
like
does.
the sheriff-
It is.
Yeah, the
It is
sheriff's
that.
office takes their fuel out of travel as well.
And he does go to
I
a
do too.
conference
I can't wait till our new computer system.
1 or 2 a year,
I do
and so
too.
his travel includes that too. But he gets, if he goes to that training, he gets some kind of, they get money or something, they qualify for some good thing that happens if you do that. So he does it.
Okay. So are we satisfied with the weed budget? Is there anything we need to change in this one? I believe I'm okay with the way it sits.
I am.
2. Sounds good. Yeah. Okay, so P and Z, we've got some questions. We'll leave it alone. We'll get some information from Amber. So now we're at gold severance tax. That is what that is.
721.
Yeah, I don't have anything budgeted.
I know.
in there.
So what is it?
Impact. There's nothing budgeted for severance. Unless you make.
So we
something.
have to do a supplemental
You
hearing.
just have to do a
Yeah.
hearing in order to get budget authority. You don't have to tax for it or anything. The money's there. You just have to have authority to do it.
Why don't we put a retainer in there so we can spend it and not have to spend the money on a public hearing? Like $25,000 or $50,000. We don't.
You have
We
to
don't have to
specifically
spend it.
earmark it for something. Otherwise, it's just a slush fund, like commissioners.
Contingency. It's
That's
contingency.
what it is.
I mean,
I
because
can do that.
otherwise we have to do a public hearing to spend that money. Why not just put it? It's not. We're not taxing for it. It's just spending
I
authority.
suppose the difference is, does it make a difference? It's not getting interest then, if it's in that account?
No, we're
It's
not
just
spending
giving
it.
you budget authority.
Yeah,
Just
we're not
spend it.
moving any money.
What do you want to do, 50?
I don't want to put anything, if it's not earmarked for something, it makes no sense to me. It's just a slush fund. I don't like that. We have a commissioner's contingency that is what that is. I respect what you're saying with that. I just don't.
For
Just to
example,
have money just to spend, it's like me carrying around cash in my pocket, which I usually do, and then I usually just buy dumb stuff. So,
well, I know the only time that I remember spending any of that was on the school district came in and asked for computers.
We did that.
We did that.
And then we do too. Startup
Yeah,
fees for
we
we
do.
That's
Which
what
was
that,
10,000.
that's what that 25,000 is in 22.
we also took some when we started doing all the pine beetle fight.
Yeah, that was
a long time ago.
Long time.
That was in
And
20.
we've done some that we're gonna go out of primary, although it was the computer stuff. This education, there's a handful that you can go into the principal that have to be approved by the governor's office.
Yeah, but I'm only talking about the interest too, just to be clear. We have full spending authority on that if it qualifies statutorily. So that's the guidelines that you're looking for. Is we have to spend it within the statutorial authority, even on
The interest we can
No, we still have to follow
The interest you is have as I recall, fairly wide latitude. It's the principle that you have to go through, the economic development guy, who's Richard Benda.
Education, economic development.
I think it's the same thing with the interest as far as the guidelines. You just don't have to have the economic development.
I think that is right.
The legislation sets up.
In terms of what you can spend it on, I don't think it changes, but where the fund comes from, money comes from, does matter.
Yeah.
That's better.
We interpreted that fighting the pine beetle fell within economic development because it was
absolutely.
decreasing the value.
Exactly.
It would help maintain the value.
My point is, it does have guardrails on. Even the
Again, it's like having half bumpers at the bowling alley halfway up.
Some of those things could come out of commissioner contingency.
Yep,
too.
exactly.
No
So
need
leave them
special.
with school. We spent it on. We spent $1 million on the airport expansion, economic study, research activity, Northern Hills Alliance for Children. We have 25,000.
That's right, when they did that building down in Denver here.
We did with school again. My Pine Beetle.
I have an email from.
I'm trying to see
Jennifer
some
Sykes
action in the
next year.
account so I can justify raising that we get more in the fund.
I just,
Oh,
that, I mean, that's the one thing that should happen. But they did is
Right.
they said, okay, we'll give you up to $1 million in Lawrence County, and then state takes it all.
But 332.
One
So
time,
they were
they
getting
don't replenish.
$3.5 million to the state, or $4.5 million.
Yeah, it's a one-time
One-time,
fund, so I
yeah.
want to change that.
And so all the
But if we're not
But the-
using it, what's
But the state gets more.
the state got what, 4.3
Now,
It's
million?
either 3.5 or 4.5.
But the state goes in and takes over these sites, mining sites,
Yeah.
and we don't
No,
bond
We
for
don't have
those.
to, yeah.
No, the state does first. They require a bond at the state level.
Super.
So the first reclamation is done by the state until it's determined the Superfund site. So they spent, what was it, how many million at
Extraordinary.
Gilt Edge? And we don't want to get in the bonding on our CUPs because we'll be stuck. So we stay away from that. So I don't chirp too loud because they're the ones that are eating all that money or those expenses till the feds come in. So I can't remember what the dollars were at Gilt Edge the state.
There's $1.5 million in there, 332 in interest and 1.177 base.
I thought we had 417 interest.
332.
Okay.
I have an email to Jennifer when you're ready.
Go for it.
So she didn't realize that I was texting her or emailing her real time. I didn't explain that anyway. So she says there was no change to the dues. We are still charging 52 cents per capita. Lawrence County had a long-standing but unwritten arrangement with Deadwood, Spearfish, and Lead, where total membership dues for the county were split 50% county, 25 Spearfish, 12.5% for both Deadwood and Lead. Our board approved a 52% per capita increase with no alternative arrangements or discounts at the April board meeting. We had many members with alternative arrangements, agreements that were not supported by agreements in writing, and therefore Black Hills Council decided such arrangements could no longer be honored without written agreements in place, signed by all the affected members and formally approved by Black Hills Council board. For uniformity and equity, Black Hills Council established a rate of 52 cents per capita based on the 2020 census with no discounts or alternative arrangements. Effective January 1 of 2024, so next year, Lawrence, that's when that will be effective. Lawrence County was the only county handling Black Hills Council membership dues with that split, 50, 25, 12.5, 12.5. I'm open to discussion with your full commission if they would like. In the future, you will not see such a drastic change in 1 year, just a matter of getting all members on the same page.
So the cities are no longer paying it.
Apparently not.
They were paying that. I remember we had that unique situation. And Pennington County had another unique one because they needed the big dollars in. And they cleaned that up now too. Theirs went up astronomical.
I know they went up.
They went from the rate to a max, and the max was like 30% of what the rate would be. So that's why they did that, because it hit the big counties, put them back where they should be. Now some of them are hiring their own grant writers, so they don't have to be a member. They can step aside. So Pennington County, if they hire their own grant writer, they can step aside. And that might be what happens.
So my question would be,
do we want to talk to the cities about participating?
well, I want to know this. If we're paying the 52 cents per capita for the county, did the cities then have to pay 52 cents for their official population rates in addition to our fee, or are they just covered under our umbrella?
My impression is, yeah, they're just covered. Unless and until we had a written agreement with that,
I mean, we could make an agreement completely aside from these guys, between Lee, Deadwood, and Spearfish, and just say, hey, we're going to pay Black Hills Council. Would you pay us back Spearfish, 25, 10, 10, or, I mean, Deadwood only has 1,300 people.
Or we could not join their economic developments.
What's that?
We could not join their economic developments and pay that fee instead. But I think we should just ask them if they want to participate.
But that's my, I just want to make sure.
That's why
so
the confusion.
Spearfish Mayor,
We were the one that had that unique
are they
agreement.
paying
I
for a
remember.
membership? I didn't see on board.
Yeah,
They,
and they were paying.
Or do they get one by virtue of us paying?
I thought we were getting paid for their.
See where my question is?
And apparently they
want me to
weren't.
ask that, or I mean,
Sure
clearly it
seems that
sounds
way.
to me like you are paying for them, and they're saying, hey, if you want to get paid from them, you got to go back to them and have written agreements. And unless and until you do, and you're gonna.
Well, again, my question would be, in our payment of our dues for all the citizens of Lawrence County,
Is the city's pay again?
Is the city of Spearfish included already, and Lead and Deadwood already are included as members under our umbrella?
Or you ask,
or do they have to pay on top of that for the people inside the
so
city?
the question is, do the cities have to pay fees as well?
Yes, yeah.
Did the cities have representation on the council?
Yeah,
yes,
they do.
So it seems like if they have representation, they should pay.
In theory, that's correct. Okay. So while we're waiting for that, courthouse and jail.
That particular fund, we have that, right now I don't have anything requested in there. We're still waiting with the roof project. And so as soon as we get that closed out, I am going to empty out this fund, and then it will come to you for direction on where you want me to move those funds. So as of right now, I don't want to budget because I want to get rid of this fund altogether because we don't.
How much is in the fund? The 800,000.
There's more than that.
Well, okay, ballpark. $1 million?
I got nothing.
Zero.
What did we do on severance tax?
Say that again?
Severance tax, did we do something with that or not?
We talked about putting some in.
Severance tax.
I had the idea of putting $50,000 in that budget for spending authority. We didn't do anything about that. He didn't want to do
that.
I did.
To me, I'd rather have a public hearing, just because we have that money. It's sat there for a long time. There was intended purpose on the base, on the principle. I still like the idea of it being a special fund. That just not every time a proposal comes in, it's like, well, we got money in gold severance tax. We'll throw you that money. It's like, I would rather. I mean, maybe it should be spent. I like keeping it as a rainy day fund because we're not going to get more in the principal. Of course, we have to get approval for that, but I don't know.
The other side,
we have money.
We could still have a public hearing, even if we've allocated to spend. But there wouldn't be a reason.
You still have to.
Yeah. We wouldn't have to. We could have a public meeting. But.
And the only one I was thinking of is when schools came with the laptops.
I think that's a great one though, because then you want to have a public hearing.
Because you get some
know that
public.
It's like we're spending it on education. They came to us, they get this one-time deal, new computers, blah blah blah.
I was just trying to save time.
Sure.
But it's only one public hearing. We don't have to carry a second reading.
That is correct.
Okay, that's easy. I can.
So there is publication expense.
Yeah, publication for one meeting, not a bunch, and it's one publication in the paper, no notification beyond that.
So Commissioner Dybert would like to put some money in that, so we don't have to go through the formal process to spend money out of it. If you like the commissioner's contingency, it'd be basically at our discretion within few limitations.
On the public hearing.
You want public hearing?
Well, I think it's all right the way it is.
Okay, which is what I was saying, just to leave it alone.
And actually, it was a discussion.
Sure, and I know that's come up a bunch before, and like I say, I kind of like the fact that.
But we get good press out of it.
Projects, you know, and I mean, when we did that, we put quite a bit of money into getting Pine Beetle off the ground, and I think it was well worth it at the end of the day for what it was, and that we needed that money from someplace. Okay.
745,713.90.
So 745,000 that we can move if we don't spend.
Whether cities have to pay anything on their own, or is their membership part of the county fee? And if they don't pay a fee, do the cities get a seat on the board? Is that the question?
Yes. Thank you.
So we can move this 745 over to public safety building if we wanted to.
We'll just have to have a motion to do
To
a
move
fund to
transfer,
transfer
okay.
because it's a fund transfer.
And you're just waiting for that to weed itself
Right,
out.
we're still waiting for this thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So will we have it in place for the final budget?
I'll try to.
Well, we've been working with it's been an uphill battle.
We sure thought to try to pay down on the principal.
Well, my thought is if we don't have anything requested, we'd have to go through a public hearing to spend the money.
In 2023 we will.
2023 or 2024.
Yes.
Because we spent $800,000 in 2023.
We're not,
So we have so the 808 from the 1.5 is the 700,000 you gave me. So we have $7,000 in this fund, which we have no spending authority for.
Right. right now, but this, yeah, but hopefully in 2023, we don't have any spending authority either. So we're hoping to have this
Oh.
resolved in 23, which we'll have
And then
to
we
do.
do a supplementary budget, and then at
Then
the
we
time
can
of that, we could
pay
spend it
out
all,
what's left,
and we can move
and
that
then
money
move
at the same
whatever
time.
is
Okay.
left into, we can move it into the bond redemption. That way, then we don't have to transfer money
Right.
out to move it in there. Yeah. That's my.
Just wanted to make sure we had
Yeah.
a way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're gonna have to do a public hearing in
Regardless.
23.
So,
Yes.
okay, then we'll take care of it all.
So here's a question, though. Don't we still want to have the courthouse and jail repaired?
No, we don't. We won't. We don't need to have this fund. The auditors have been.
So they've been paid then.
So
What do we normally do for capital improvements? Like, or
you would make.
say if the elevator in this building went down?
We would take that out of Tim's budget.
Or we could supplemental out of other reserves.
Yeah. So
there's a different place.
We can move some from the highway that we've set there over to that account. Some of that money we can.
I just wondered if, I thought maybe this actually made sense as a capital improvements and maintenance for the government buildings. It's the grounds
DLA's
of
been
buildings.
asking me to get rid of it for a while, so
Okay.
I can't quite yet.
Okay, then, any other questions on that one? Clear as mud? All right, 922, public safety
That's what I have
service center.
budgeted for.
Does the 2024, 28 million plus, if we don't spend the 38 million in 2023, do we have to, let's say we had 18 million left that we didn't spend in 2023, would our request then go to 46 million in 2024? Or how does that work?
It stays in that.
It's the cash balance is still right now in the US bank, what I'd say today, we have 32 million.
Right.
It's just, and then we've got that additional 5. So I took that into account too. So
you're showing the balance in 2024, the 28 million. That's what that reflects. No matter what happens in 2024.
when I budgeted in 23, I talked to the Department of Legislative Audit. I said, I have no idea what to budget for. I mean, I have no idea what the cost of
So
why not budget for it all? Because then that way.
Spending authority.
Yeah, and so that's why I did that. And so so this year I kind of took into account, right now I have 32 in the account. This is the payments. I just kind of tried to estimate it out to,
Thank you.
just so I don't have to ask for a public hearing, in September,
Any questions on that one? Okay, we are at the bond.
That is what our bond payment is for 2024.
So you're just budgeting for the payment.
Mhm.
2 payments for that.
Yep. Well, you have 2 interest payments and then a principal payment, and then you have the other fees.
Okay. So then we need to go through and make sure we have, who we want to see at the budget. After a regular meeting next time, we'll have the second part of the budget hearing, and we'll bring in, I know we want to see the sheriff, highway superintendent, emergency manager. We have Wade come in for that one.
Haven't heard from him yet.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to. That was the plan.
Was there?
We're
Did you
gonna
want
have
to have
Amber.
Dave?
We're gonna have Amber at the end of hers. No, I'm satisfied with Dave.
I have a note to add to the agenda for the 25th meeting during some point during Amber votes time to talk about the budget. I have 3 questions.
Was there anyone else that you wanted to see? We're getting some answers on Black Hills Council.
Jeff Sheriff.
Sheriff, highway department, emergency manager, and the county health nurse. Anyone else that you wanted to see come in? I know we're gonna talk to Amber during her time. I just want to make sure that we have everybody so Bruce can get up, set appointments for our afternoon or after our meeting.
Sounds good to me. Probably late morning at this point.
How about the auditor?
Well, we're 20% off of that one right off the top. It's like a buzz cut.
I'm getting much better at speaking in public.
Eric, did you have any other
Yes, you
concerns?
I did not.
Cover all mine.
Chairman,
So we got those, Bruce?
Right,
Yes,
I was
please.
just wondering if you would mind if Deb Trital and Amber UT could come in and explain, because you cut their budgets, just so that they know, maybe they can explain why they put it there. Maybe there's something coming up that we don't. Deb Trital and Amber from Public
The treasurer and the
UT.
public defender's
Yeah, you
office.
cut Deb Trital's the travel, and then Amber, I can't remember what the other one was, but
Well,
I didn't know.
I guess my suggestion is
If they have
if they have something they could just communicate it to.
Okay. to me.
For one item, it may
Okay.
not need to come in,
Okay.
and then if we have further
I
questions.
didn't want to
it could-
overstep my bounds.
Yeah. Because that, pretty small cuts. weren't they?
Yeah,
One was
supplies went
500.
from 8 to 6 is what we did in public defender's office, and the training went from 9 to 45. That was, they actually, you say with having, well, yeah, I
If,
don't know.
if they did want to respond, itemize what's in there and reason why, then
They
they
have
need
the
to come
option
in.
to come up if they need to, either in person or in some email or some way.
Yeah, it's just more information. We didn't have enough to make a good decision. So we looked at past years,
I just,
and we're not. Maybe they don't understand that we can give them more money if we need to. They're not spending it now. And it'll be interesting. When will we know how we're doing?
I can tell you how we're doing. If you want
The state of the county.
No, I mean with our changes.
I'm gonna work on the minutes after this, and if I have them done by tomorrow afternoon, so I would say maybe later on Thursday afternoon. That was the other question I wanted to ask you. Do you want to leave your budget books here and have them updated all with new pages, or do you want to just me give you an email of everything? How do you want to handle that? I mean, because I have to print all of this, so it is a lot of paper, but I don't have a problem doing that if that's what you want, or I can put it on the drive.
We've only had about 15 changes.
Do not print me one. Leave this book like it is
Okay.
and update the drive.
And then just-
let me know when it's updated in the
Yeah,
drive.
I can just put what I'll do is I'll
Please.
just put a whole packet of just updated, or do you want them broke out by?
Well, if it's updated, it's the whole section, right? You're redoing the whole works.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you throw that in the drive, we'll have to do it anyway. Can you keep the old one in the drive so I can see those?
I can maybe do like for Debs, I could do, I think I would,
Well,
4, I could do
can you just-
4.1, so
Yeah.
I just like wanted to say or updated,
I have a snapshot one. If you go to the county website under the meeting.
Well, that's all I need is just PDF of the original. I'd like to keep this the way it is right now.
I have it by section, so there's
that's fine. So whatever is easiest for you on the other one is fine.
So I'll just update the drive with the current, and then the other one, the old one will be on the in the agenda part of it. Is that okay?
Yes.
I don't think it's worth spending a bunch of time on hard copy updates till we have the discussion on 10%. That's when we can update the hard copy.
Because I mean, like I said, if you guys change that, then
every
everything
single thing.
changes. Every one of them changes.
When were we going to have that discussion?
Normally we'd have it at the end of next meeting after we meet with all the departments that we want to see live. Usually it's the second meeting in July. We can, I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about now if you guys want to. We've been here since 7:30 but I'm fine if you guys want to talk some about it now.
I think it's worth talking a little bit about it now.
Mr. Alka?
Maybe you talked about this already. As a starting point of the discussions, for what it's worth, and Brenda will correct me if I'm wrong, is it true that the budget as proposed before you started today and with those cuts, that anticipated revenues and so forth, that the levy would actually go down, and that would include the 10%, and of course it includes the maximum request, not taking the ones you've trimmed off today as well. So
That also includes the bond payment and the principal payments that we need to make on that.
I think that Brenda would explain, because we kind of talked about it a little bit.
Not taking any of the opt-out.
Yes, correct. That she has about 2 years worth of bond payment secured. So I would call savings, sort of, so to speak. Assigned funds. And then part of that also is that the jail will open at some point next year, and that the sheriff then will start his business plan to get revenue from federal prisoners and that sort of thing. So with that stream of income anticipated to be coming in, there's an expectation there's a less likelihood that they'll have to tap into that revenue fund for the opt-out, right? Or get into the opt-out. That the revenues you have saved already will be sufficient. I should say it like that. That's better. Make sense?
Maybe for probably about 3 years.
Maybe 3 years.
3 to 4 years, because the business model is only going to bring in about 1.6. So you're still going to have to, 2.7 is about the bond payment.
So
go ahead.
This year we have the 3% cap on the tax ask, and a 3.7% growth. So when we talk about increases to payroll and other items, we have to be cognizant that we're not always going to have the 3.7 growth. And so if we invoke a 10% labor increase this year, that carries into the next years, including all the taxes and benefits go along with it. And that's why we've looked at increases plus bonuses in the past, because we're not carrying over that bonus program and we're not locked into that for the next year when our growth goes down to maybe 1%. Also, next year, if our growth is at 3% and we can stay out of the opt-out, that's very important to us too, through the growth. So you can hear where I'm going with this. Is in the past, we appreciate that the employees did not take a raise during the COVID year. Last year it was 5 plus bonus.
No bonus.
No bonus.
Just
Last year, just straight 5.
5.
So what I'm leaning towards is maybe a mix in wage increase and bonus, so that we don't lock ourselves into something that we can't afford in the future. Because I believe we're going to see a lowering of growth.
I generally concur with what you're saying, because we've done that in the past.
Right.
That mix of a percent increase.
So I think we need to realize how that's going to affect us going forward.
Brenda, the money that's in the current budget that goes to that's going to the bond and the principal on the level of payments on the public safety building, are those reassigned funds, or is that actually in the budget?
No, they're assigned.
Okay, so we're not paying any taxes from this year. None of that money's going to go to next year to that. So we're still in there. We're not even paying for it yet in this budget.
But our taxing authority, our tax ask authority does not cover the payroll increase. It can't.
No, because the growth is only
The growth would
3.7,
cover.
3.7, 3, so that's 6.7, and we're asking for 10. So is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah,
no,
at 13,
I
at
see what you're
13
saying.
million.
What did I tell you? 800.
Well, let's just say our budget, our tax ask last year was 13 million. That's rounded up.
Yeah.
That would give us the authority to increase the tax ask by $390,000. And at 3.7%, it would be 4% of 13 million, which is 400 plus, but it's still under the $900,000 increase we're looking at. So we're using some other funds for payroll here outside of our tax ask increase and our growth. That's right.
About 50,000.
Yep, about $50,000 we're going to take out of some other revenue fund for payroll. Next year, if growth goes down, we're going to have to do that again. So a bonus allows us not to be committed to that next year.
One other thing, and maybe it's been incorporated in the discussions, Brenda will clarify, is that Deb Travel's been doing very well with her funds and so forth. And so there's that money too. And so that $215,000 so far this year, is that right? And so some of that, it may come down to asking for the public safety project for extra money for that. It looks like there's going to be a tower expense. I'm anticipating the cost that their blasting and rock removal expenses are going to eat up their allocation for that. And so we may have to come and ask for additional monies for the project. Yeah, for some change orders. But I just point out that's the amount to date, which is rather remarkable. And we anticipate probably getting at least that, I think, through the end of the year.
And I had estimated 9,000 for interest for 23, and we're already at 215.
But we have a 10% contingency built into the construction costs too to cover those overruns. So 10% or 15%?
Well, and that's interesting. So I think it gets kind of complicated. I think it is 10%, but that 10% I think probably contemplated under normal. It's typical, I think, that an entity like the county would pay itself back for the cost of the land. You didn't do that, right? Mm-hmm. And so you take off what $4.5 million or $3.5 million, whatever dollars that was, So the contingency, I think that the architect was originally basing that on would have included the reimbursement for the land. And so you take that out, I think that's, I don't want to say artificially, it necessarily limits that 10% down a little bit. Is that a fair explanation? Yeah. And so our margins might be pretty tight.
Yeah,
I'd
understood.
like to know if that was a expectation, because that is not how it at all.
Well, I think that that's typically how things are done. So they, without thinking anything else, that's just sort of what happened, right? And that's my understanding. I can't fix that.
Well, and our goal is not to go on the opt out. And if labor is pushing us into the opt out, yeah, indirectly, that's a concern.
Yeah, you gotta figure that now. You can't wait till that.
I mean, we're in great shape, guys. We have great revenue streams.
But 12 months, 18
Yep.
months.
Yeah, and that's why you saw. Yeah, that's why I saw some Senate actions this year. Sales tax reduction, because they don't know what our economy is going to do.
No, even when things were bad, they were still pretty decent here. We've been lucky.
Yeah,
So if we went 5 or 7% plus bonuses, that would be an option. Do we want to have any of those numbers in front of us?
You know, and that's a good discussion. I would, yes. I'm going to say yeah, because then Brent will have time to go through those.
I would like to see a 5% wage increase numbers and a 7% wage increase numbers.
Yep.
And to see what the difference is between the 900,000, and then we can talk about bonuses.
Would your goal be for comparison to see so that the percentage of growth, that whatever the raises for the employees would stay under the growth?
No, I'd just like to see what those would be.
What those
that's what we
numbers
have
end
now.
up
We have a
being.
baseline now of 900,000 plus. What would those other numbers be?
Then can you look at the bonus of 1,000, 15, and 2,000?
That's what I was trying to
That,
get
that
to.
number will be static.
I was just going to take it divided by the number of employees.
Sure, and then I say, but then you can go through, because the last time we had some contingencies on that too. You had to be, I think you got half if you'd only been employed less than 6 months.
You had to be employed by a certain.
Less than 3 months, you got nothing.
Because it's because you run into gray areas because we've got part-time employees, we've got seasonal employees. Yeah,
Spencer's here, he's not here.
So we have to really be,
Get as close as you can with the FTEs.
Okay, so you want 5% with 5% by itself.
Yep.
7% by itself.
And then 5 with 1, 15,
Well,
2.
No,
Well,
just
give us those.
Just give us
what
those
that
numbers
amount
on
is,
one.
because we can add it. That's just.
Okay, so do without any cost of living, just 1,000, 15.
No.
Do you need what it costs the county for 5% for employees?
Okay.
What it costs the county for 7% for
Okay.
employees? How much it costs for $1,000 bonus? How much it costs for $1,500 bonus? How much it costs for $2,000 bonus? Because we can add the math. Any combination of those two. We want 7,000 and 2,000, or 7% 2,000. That's it. That's simple math. At least it's not. It's simple math to me. Depending on, it may not be when it comes to
It's
the
right
county.
now,
It may be.
yeah.
Who knows anymore?
Well, and I kind of like the 7 because that's what's happening statewide. We stay in competition with state DOT employees and other state employees. 7% is a number that's interesting to me.
Can we legally do a 2% bonus? Can you base bonuses on a percentage instead of a straight dollar fee?
I'm missing. We're talking about doing both.
Yes, but what I'm saying, instead of doing all employees getting $1,000 bonus, do a percentage.
That's what they're asking for, 10%.
No,
Yes.
I understand what you're at, and the reason we haven't done that in the past is because the $40,000 employee only gets $800. $100,000 employee gets $2,000. We've tried to reverse that to give the lower wages an equal bonus with the top wage earners, but we can do that.
You do that if you give them.
But that's just on the bonus, is what you're asking.
Right, just on the bonus, yeah.
If you want to do it, he wanted to do a 2% bonus to an employee based on their payroll.
Oh.
Okay.
I see what
And
you're
so
saying.
the lower guy doesn't get as much as the top guy.
Correct.
And I've always been the advocate the other way to equal that out. But you can do that.
But the people
I
that
see
are
what
in a
you're saying.
higher responsibility are also at higher salaries, so they get a bigger bonus.
Yep. And they're getting a bigger pay raise already.
That's if we do a percent and a bonus, they get a bigger pay raise, but then everybody gets the same bonus.
Right.
So we haven't went that way, but we can do that.
Because that's.
But that also helps answer the question of the people that are half FTE or the people that are here, they're not.
And we've had some guidelines of who gets that and who doesn't by employment.
It becomes a timing issue.
Yes, full-time, basically,
Yes.
employees, and then full-time as of a certain date. So if I'm a part-timer, I don't normally
It
get it,
was
and in your
the
case,
budget
you would.
was approved. You had to be full-time on the date that the budget was
I look at it
approved.
differently.
Yeah, or, yeah,
Everybody
whatever,
gets the same amount.
something,
They've
had
already
something.
graduated themselves by their position.
Right,
Percentage
I'm with you.
there. If you-
But that'll give us some real numbers.
I think you get one or the
that
other.
we can look at it.
I was discussing when we did that 2 years ago.
But yeah, that was the concept. I mean, just like Randy said.
That's why I
use
wanted to
50
see
and
the
100,
7%.
And you do 5%.
Maybe we won't do any
5%,
bonus.
You got now the next year, this guy's at home.
Okay.
Well, do 10%, 10%.
But I just wanted to see what the numbers
$5,000,
were.
$50,000 guy's 55.
Compared to what we have
Next
now,
guy's
which
at
is
110.
1.
And the year after that, you're at
on the school board there
6250
because
and
bonuses,
125 or whatever it is. You know, so it keeps going like that. Top guy goes higher, higher, faster, wider range. Yeah. So it came up years ago.
Well, I have
Give
trouble
everybody the
getting
same
the,
bonus.
I have trouble
Instead of
giving the
increase.
superintendent a 7% raise and the
Everybody
starting
gets minimum.
teacher a 7%
I mean, they get
raise
that
'cause
amount
he's already
plus they
making
get
200,000.
bonus, right? But it's not quite as,
So
the
it should be
disparity
one
isn't
or the
quite
other,
the same
right?
as if it was just a straight
Which maybe it's just a bonus.
or a
Yeah.
But you also have to keep them up with inflation too. Right?
percent raise and a percent.
The bonus is for doing a good job.
So for the updated
The
budget,
inflation's
when I
at
go in and
10%.
update, just run one copy,
Pretty
put it
close,
on the
between
drive as
7 and 10.
updated, and I'll email you all a
Nobody seems
copy.
to be able to answer.
That way it's,
I-
and I'll
that's-
update
that's
Especially
mine.
the administration.
I don't want hard
It might be 14.
For sure not to this next deal.
Right, because I need to update mine, so I'll scan it
I'm
in.
not sure about these gentlemen. Randy said don't.
I'll
Randy
just
said don't
scan it,
print a hard
I'll put it
copy.
on the drive, and then I'll email it.
Here's the response from Jennifer.
We need to get
Thank you.
Doesn't mean we need to do the same
Municipalities
thing.
that have a population of 1,000 or greater pay 52 cents
Whatever
per
that
capita.
looks like, right?
Municipalities
And they don't
under
get
1,000,
bonuses.
HOAs, road
So we
districts,
can keep the
sanitary
raise
districts,
down
fire districts,
by bonus.
conservation districts, et cetera.
And then we don't have to pay more expenses each year. based on payroll.
So, yeah,
Your insurance goes
So
up.
yes, they are paying.
Your liability insurance goes up based on payroll.
just a different,
So all those things go up. based on
well,
payroll.
cities under 1,000 get a break. Central City gets a break. But we, with Spearfish, they're paying 52 cents per capita.
They are on top of our fee.
Yes.
Wow.
So, but all the districts don't, they're covered by our blanket.
In small cities.
It's only certain populations.
So yeah, municipalities that have a population of 1,000 or greater pay 52 cents per capita. Municipalities under that, HOAs, road districts, sanitary districts, fire districts, conservation districts, et cetera, are covered by the county.
So what happened historically is Blaze Emerson and his replacement had these unwritten agreements.
Ally Demerson teaching.
Before, there was two before her.
Blaze.
And who was before him? Who was the guy before
Chuck,
Blaze?
was it Chuck Vanderson? He was an
Yep.
economic
Yeah,
development.
they merged them.
Yeah.
And so they had all these unwritten agreements, and typically they just had that per capita charge. So they've been carrying all this crap, and she's cleaned it up. And they made it standardized. And it really hit Rapid City and Pennington.
I know it jumped a bunch the last time I was on it.
Mhm.
That's been 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
3, 4, 5. It
At
was
least 6.
because I
at
was
least
going to say
6,
you
yeah.
went on. I think you wanted on.
The second
and I
year
got
I was
off.
in. Yeah.
That's what it was.
And they've been working towards this goal.
Are you gonna recess?
Their scope of services is much better too.
So we have the. Do we need a longer discussion on wage? I think we got at least some information to get some hard numbers.
So Eric knows if he's not gonna be here, at the next meeting, Brenda will have to publish the proposed agenda, right? So that will be your last chance to speak. Well, you have a public hearing to ultimately adopt it.
Yeah.
Oh, provisional.
Yeah, the provisional budget, you'll publish that after the 25th meeting, right?
Yes.
Just so Eric knows part of the new part of the process. So it's sort of like speak now or forever hold your peace in regard to the publication of the provisional budget.
Okay. So on the 22nd of August, what do we do?
September, we have to still have their public hearing, right? September 5th.
So we can make changes clear up to the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have your public hearing on September 5th, and normally we don't make any decisions till the second meeting in September. So you can make decisions there. It just has to be approved by October 1st.
So
Historically, we've made our decision after that public
Yes.
hearing on that date, just to not drag our heels.
unless.
But usually
something
when we do the
related.
provisional budget, we have the wage increase figured out or not.
Usually, I think,
Yes.
yeah, it's usually, it doesn't
It's
usually
fairly
change a
close.
whole lot.
It's fairly close, yeah.
Yeah.
Just little items.
I don't get
Yeah.
my utilities until that third Monday in August.
Which determines some of your revenue.
Yep, and that makes everything final. So let me just, because I have to have those first before I can make any.
Is that gives you your revenue versus expenses?
The utilities, no, utility, yes. Well, it's additional, it's the centrally assessed property that I get from the Department of Revenue, Black Hills.
But it's only revenue.
Energy.
It's no expense. It's only
So
revenue.
it's tax. You are correct. I tax it for it. Yeah, it's additional, basically. I mean, I have some feed in there now, but it's last year, so it could change.
Are you adjourned?
Wind towers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adjourn?
Okay, so we got, any other comments, questions? Go to the order.
So what you're saying, Bruce, I need to weigh in now on salaries if I'm going to.
Well, no, not, that's an overstatement. I apologize. So no, but after the next meeting on the 25th, Brenda will pass to publish a provisional budget, so it'll hit the paper.
Yeah.
So you will then potentially get questions about it.
Okay.
Right? It can change up through the end of 1st of October, but I'm just saying that that's going to get published, and so the public for the first time is going to really see that you might have questions.
Okay.
Then once you get caught flat-footed, like I didn't agree to that, right?
Yeah, so next time we go through all the budget detail, we have sort of an agreement in concept. Then August, we relax from the budget, and then September 5th, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in September, it's dictated by state statute that's when we have our budget hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Most times we make a decision on that day, but it doesn't actually take effect until the 1st October, the end of the month.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
This conference will